sockets are water resistant, so I think about it when I miss you. I guess it isn't all sad, 'cause the dirt rolls right off my back. Cut my circuits, I can feel that. Nothing ever really feels bad. Nothing ever feels like you. I can't wait to wake up from this dream, to tell you everything. You'll tell me what I can't wait to wake up from this dream, to tell you everything. You'll tell me what it means. I can't wait to wake up from this dream, to tell you everything. You'll tell me what it means. I can't wait to wake up from this dream.
Finding shapes in the absence of clouds, like shadow painting. I was wrong about all the things that they told me. Stay up late while we learn to be loud. Watch the colors fade in. I was born to make change in places we can't see. I can't see what's hidden in her head. No, I can't believe I'm drowning on dry land. And I won't stop, won't stop. And I won't stop, won't stop. And I won't stop, won't stop. Can't hold me down. And I won't stop, won't stop. And I finding shapes in the absence of clouds, like shadow painting. I was wrong about all the things that they told me. Stay up late while we learn to be loud. Watch the colors fade in. I was born to make change in places we can't see. I can't see what's hidden in that look on your face. There's no other place it could be found. It stays with me for days, and it lifts my feet up from the ground. I can see it in your eyes. You're a secret in disguise. Heavy as the sunrise, we share the moon with day and night. You can be the only one to hold the high.
Yesterday, the Space Force Gaming Halo Championships proved that those 4 teams would be a very difficult act to follow. But I feel like the 4 teams that we have lined up today here at the Department of Air Force Gaming League's Halo Championship, I think they're ready and willing to accept that challenge. I think we're going to have some incredible games today. My name's Albert Lauren Haley III, joined here by Colin Seymour Moore, my good friend. Good to see you again, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, yesterday we got to see the best of the Space Force. Now we get to see the best of the Air Force. And, you know, Albert, I feel like there's a little competition that always goes on between these two. And the winners coming out of them, they get to duke it out over at FORCECON. I'd love to see who comes out. And, you know, now we get a little taste of what Air Force is like. There's only one thing to do is to crown some champions to go over to FORCECON. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, and see who we're looking at as we're looking into the format of this. Is the exact same of yesterday, folks. We got 4-team best of 3 double elimination bracket with a grand finals best of 5. And if you're wondering how these teams got here, we got the top teams from Europe, Sweet Boys, the top team from APAC, Ascended, and the top 2 from North America. And these teams competed in a 2-month-long competition inside of their own respective regions.
The Air Force is definitely represented well here. It is no easy task to go through a 2-month-long competition just to earn the privilege and the right to be here at the championships here to represent the Department of the Air Force. What's really cool is in terms of what's at stake, yes, the top 2 teams that are going, the top 2 teams of today will be going to FORCECON next week, but there's so much more meaning behind just going to compete. FORCECON is going to be the government's first officially recognized esports competition. That means history is literally being made before our very eyes. The idea of being able to be at the forefront of that, to say my level of play earned my place in something as momentous as that, is amazing. And as individual players, Seymour, one other thing that's really cool is there's going to be a Halo Combine where top professional level players and coaches are going to be there to help our players play at their absolute best level for FORCECON. That's a lot to be excited about.
And it's really, I think, maybe a lot of pressure, too, for these players to kind of look forward to. You want to make sure you get to that combine. You never know what things you can learn when you're there. And I think there's a lot on the minds of these players going through this bracket right now on if they want to, you know, make it. They have to turn up. They have to play their best Halo that they've ever played throughout this bracket just to get to another tournament. So let's get to it. Let's talk about these teams. We got Sweet Boys versus Air Force, your APAC representatives versus your North American representatives.
Our very first matchup is going to be a battle across the pond. The Sweet Boys representing our European side of things. We have Staff Sergeant Alexander, straight trash, 5387 Collins. We got Staff Sergeant Boomer, the untamed Duffy, Staff Sergeant Trevor, Trev Nasty Wason, and Staff Sergeant Ryan Arukas, I believe is how you say it, Arukas RS. Stead, this is a quartet of players who have battled their way here and have proven themselves. I'm excited to see what they're capable of. I'm curious to see what play style they bring to the table here.
A little bit of play style, but a little bit of family as well, as you're looking at Trev Nasty and Straight Trash, who joined the Air Force as per family tradition. So carrying that tradition now into a new legacy of video games. I'm excited to see what they can do. But on the other side of the pond, we're looking at Team Air Force. Now, this is a team who's stacked to the brim with experience inside Halo. They've been around the block. You look at Trey, he's a former MLG Halo Pro player from 2011 to 2014. Schlags, a former Splitgate pro who won first at PAX South and Command Station. She got 30 first place wins and 43 top 3 placings in Halo. There's a lot of history across this team and a lot of experience to watch out for.
You know, Colin, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. One thing that's interesting for this team is that they've qualified through the last call qualifier and managed to not drop a single round. So they showed up late to the game. They came in ready to play, and they absolutely went through everyone that got in their way. And I think they're going to try to keep that exact same momentum going here and just play at an incredibly high level. Anyone that goes up against them, they definitely need to bring their A game and mind their P's and Q's, because this team has the lineage and caliber to perhaps even take this whole thing.
You're right, and yesterday we got to see Shooters, who looked like the best team over in Space Force. Today we get to look at Team Air Force and see if they can carry their legacy from the qualifiers into now and keep going undefeated. But to take a look at the series ahead of us, it's a best of 3 in the upper semifinals. The series layout will be triple live fire across the King of the Hill, a Slayer, and an Oddball. Exactly the same, Albert, as what we saw yesterday for our first match.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember this. What I really like about this idea, though, is that King of the Hill is not the most, seasoned idea in competitive Halo Infinite right now. So to have these teams that have so many years of experience in Halo, who have so much time competing in Halo and in different games, throwing them into something of a newer element kind of injects that element of surprise that I think can really breed some interesting competition. It's like, yeah, you can have as many game plans as you want for Slayer or, maps that I've known like the back of my hand for years. But when you have a new interesting element of like, okay, I understand what the game mode is, but what's the meta here? What's the strategy? What is considered optimal? When those questions are still out there and not entirely answered, you can see some really innovative and creative plays. So I think we're gonna have a really cool start to the day here.
And these trials, that you go through inside of King of the Hill, it's only more experience for your team or for you as an individual to grow inside the game. Take that knowledge, apply it to other teams outside of this tournament as well, and maybe even just keep on collecting knowledge to grow inside of a newer game mode like you're alluding to. So we might not know what the meta is, but every single time that we see it, it's going to be more defined each go around. I'm excited that we have a triple live fire, because you talk about element of surprise across a new game mode. Well, there's not going to be an element of surprise throughout this series. We're going to get the same map over and over again. So these teammates or these teams are going to get pretty comfortable on live fire. We saw it yesterday. It's pretty apparent that you're going to want to focus on the sandbox quite a bit and translate that into map control. Rotations are going to be heavy. You look at the power-ups, and Overshield is definitely going to make it a little bit easier to break those King of the Hills as they rotate around the map. And on top of that, you have to be aware of when the sniper rifle is going to be spawning up and when the enemy has a heat wave in their hands.
Now, rotations are obviously important across the board, but I feel like what we saw yesterday with this map and on this mode is that rotations are even more important, in that there are a lot of long corridors that can be easily focus fired on from a defensive position. So if your team advances down one of those hallways and you get caught out and you lose a couple of players, that is precious time that's getting racked up where you are not able to try to take that objective back. So when these players and when these teams do make moves, they have to be able to execute their plan accordingly, or else they could easily fall behind. We saw that pretty back and forth yesterday when we saw this map yesterday on this mode. So I'm really curious to see when the proverbial trigger gets pulled on when these plays start to happen.
And, you don't want to be bottlenecked when advancing through those corridors. So you want to make sure that you are aware of your rotations accordingly to your enemy's positions inside of this map, because those advances can make it a little bit easier if you have a set play that might possibly be a pinch or just a full 4 frontal attack through the same line where the enemy might not be a little bit ready for it. So you have to be aware of what these players are going to be going for. We're going to be watching and learning it throughout the rest of this day, you and I, Albert. And I'm excited to see how they kind of dive into this live fire, because You know, yesterday we got to see some pretty close King of the Hill matches. I think you and I casted the first one, and it was, what, a 4-3 victory for a team. I can't remember the name of the team, but it was just so close, back and forth, all throughout the first live fire that we were watching. So I'm excited to see if we're going to get the same exact recipe inside this one. Folks, if you're just tuning in, haven't really watched Halo before, King of the Hill is a brand new game mode to Halo Infinite, a little bit different than previous iterations of King of the Hill inside of the Halo franchise. This go around, we're going to be looking at a hill where you have to stand inside of it for your team, or for your team, I guess, uncontested for 60 seconds just to capture one hill. And the first to capture 4 hills will take the victory inside of the map. So you have to watch out for when a teammate is inside that hill. Make sure you're not allowing them to gain that time, because as soon as that team has 60 seconds under their foot, it's going to be go time for them to take that hill and push to the next one. So we're watching out, Albert, on how these teams, pick up the resources to break these hills.
It proved to be a really interesting challenge of both offense and defense, because like we were saying, the rotations are incredibly important. If you lose players when you try to advance through, it only takes 60 seconds to score a point, but at the same time, it takes 60 seconds to score a point. So every decision becomes extremely hard fought. If you hold on to the point for 58 seconds, it is the same as though you held it for 0. Like, the full minute of control is absolutely important. And when you do have these hotly contested back and forth battles, if you manage to take the point and you just have a stalemate with your opponent, that works out for you. So kind of stalling things out can be a huge part of success here in this mode. But we are going to take a short break. We'll be right back before we get into game number 1. Don't go anywhere.
Back my wall, full back my wall. They're pushing. 800.
One enemy remaining.
Hello, I am Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman. I'm currently deployed right now in Kuwait, but my home station is Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I am a moderator for Air Force Gaming, so what that entails is making sure that obviously people are minding their P's and Q's, and I am basically the gateway for the Air Force Gaming Discord. I work with a bunch of really great people with the moderator team, as well as Air Force Gaming in total. Pokemon's a big part of my life, and I've been playing it since I can't remember, either the card game or watching the show. I also have a Pikachu tattoo. It's a girl Pikachu, so it's supposed to be me holding a little Togepi. When I had my daughter, I thought, oh, she could be Togepi, so it's like super special. Air Force Gaming, I think, was birthed out of COVID. A lot of gamers spent their time in Discord just looking for that sense of community, and Air Force Gaming is really bringing that home for a lot of people, a lot of airmen that are out there that need a bro to play a game with. I've made a lot of friends on Air Force Gaming already. But we just play games together, and Dead by Daylight is a game I'm pretty serious about, and I made Iridescent 3, so Staff Sergeant Fialo, you're out there, you're still Iridescent 4, boy. Just gotta step your game up. My name is, again, Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman, and gotta catch 'em all.
Welcome back, welcome back. I told you it was going to be a short break. I'm Haloran, this is Seymour, and Colin, are you ready for some Halo?
I was born ready to see Halo.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I'm so ready to see DAF Gaming League's final teams go toe-to-toe. We've been hyping up North America versus Europe throughout the whole pre-show. We know the setting. It's on live fire. It's only a matter of time before we get into these. We were having a little bit of an issue getting the players into the lobby, but everything should be set up, Albert, and I just want to see some Halo action.
You know how I know you're ready, Colin? I'm gonna share with everyone a little bit of a behind the scenes moment. So before we get started up, I'm like, hey Colin, you ready? And this guy, with all the conviction in the world, says, I'm ready like well-cooked spaghetti.
That it word for word, verbatim. And it's true.
I was like, okay, all right, that's the kind of day we're gonna have here. Like, okay, I'm ready for it, and I'm certain that Team Air Force and the Sweet Boys from Europe are going to be ready too. Looks like we should be getting into the game momentarily here. It's going to be King of the Hill on live fire. This entire best of 3 is going to be on live fire. So I thought one of the really cool things that we saw yesterday, because the first match yesterday between UNSC and Dirty Davis and the boys, that name will forever crack me up. Seeing an entire best of 3 play out over a single map offers a lot of insight to how players like to rotate. Even though the objectives are different, you can pick up on certain characteristics of your opponent. And we saw the benefit of understanding your opponent's strategy and evolving your own.
No, we did. And ultimately, UNSC, they got a rematch against Dirty Davis and the boys later on in the bracket. And you can see that they made the adjustments necessary to take them down the second go-around in a tool fashion of their own. So when you're looking into these teams coming from the Air Force, I'm curious on how we will see adjustments come about throughout the rest of this bracket, because when you look at Team Air Force, stacked with experience, well-known players inside of Halo, and, a team who knows this game inside and out. When you look at this team stacked against the others, I'm curious to see how everyone else learns from their playstyles.
There's going to be a lot of experience offered. That much I can say for certain. One of the interesting things that I find about Sweet Boys in particular is Staff Sergeant Alexander Collins. We gathered a bit of information about the players and the teams going into the championships today. And Staff Sergeant Alexander Collins says that they have 6 years of service here in Air Force, but 3 years of gaming. From what I can gather, they are the newest to gaming, I would say, overall. And yesterday we spoke to the namesake of Dirty Davis and the boys, and they said that was their very first competitive esports competition, and there's a requisite amount of pressure that comes with all that. So I'm kind of looking to see how Straight Trash performs. I don't think that name is going to be foreshadowing. I'm sure they're going to do just well. If you make it here, if you made it this far over a two-month season, you definitely can pull your weight. But I do want to see, as on paper, the newest person to gaming and competitive gaming, I do want to see how they perform.
Well, we've been around the block. We've seen teams fall to pressure. We've seen teams, become diamonds under pressure. And when you're looking at, these players who might not have as many years in gaming as they have in the service, showing up to their first esports competition and trying something brand new, it's a big test on how they're going to perform in the first match, shaking off the jitters. Maybe they don't even have jitters at all, Albert. It's one of those things that, some people have it. They can show up right away, but some people, they need that little bit of a warm-up. So I'm hoping that we can see straight trash, you know, pick things up right off the get-go. But if not, I don't want to see him get too ahead of himself and maybe just grow throughout the game.
We're going to see what they're going to be able to do with that action already out of the gate. Game number 1, King of the Hill on live fire. 1 kill traded for either side. And it looks like Air Force is going to be the first team, at least for a brief moment, take hold of the objective.
Sweet boys, they want to contest this for now. You see some nice shots looking to take down Schlags. Finally going to take him down, and in turn, they collapse right on the rest of them. So Sweet boys, they will get the flip, but I'm pretty sure they gave up overshield for this whole stint. So you can see Command Station, she has the overshield pop. She jumps right on into the objective, takes down the remaining Sweet boys players, and Air Force, once again, they flip the script inside the hill.
Air Force definitely holding their own, but I love what we're seeing out of Sweet Boys so far. They said, you guys can have all the experience in the world. At the end of the day, you're just 4 players against us, and we're ready for it. I really love to see the tenacity out of the gate, and I'm sure they didn't appreciate seeing that grenade on tape, but they'll be back in a moment before you know.
He'll almost going to be captured. Posey on a full flank. Shots into Trev Nasty. Going to send him down into the tunnels. Looking to clean things up. Schlags on screen. Finds the beatdown. Second cleanup.
Schlags.
On to the next. And now Air Force on the full rotation to the next hill. It pops over towards tower. Posey's going to find straight trash out in the open of dummies. And Air Force have taken full control of game number 1. Another one drops. It's another beatdown out of Schlags.
Air Force proving to be quite the problem right now for Sweet Boys. Just straight trash remaining, and this is going to be a huge breakout moment and a point accrued for the team in blue.
Look at this play. You have another overshield coming through. Sweet Boys think they have it for free, but Air Force setting up to pinch things out. Schlags will drop on Tamed, finds Command Station as well, so it's a full setup now for overshield to get picked up. Trev Nasty pops it right away inside the hill. Aruka finds the back smacked onto Trey sitting on the inside. Posey last alive, top tower, has the AR in hand, manages to find one before sneaking away. And Albert, look at this. Air Force, they are making this troublesome, but Sweet Boys, they have a good chance to find some time inside the hill.
There's an opportunity here, but it's starting to run short. 2 points on the horizon here potentially for Air Force. Good shots there from Schlag. Tips their hat, picks up another kill. 5 for the team so far. And right now, Air Force, it's not for a lack of trying. Sweet Boys are definitely applying pressure, but Air Force's defensive capability just allows them to hold strong, and now they have 2 points on the board.
2 caps to 0. Air Force in full control. A sniper up in 4 seconds. All eyes in the middle of the map as Sweet Boys will be in control early of this next hill, although here comes the sniper in the hand of Posey. Headshot onto straight trash, taking out the players from the hill. Full collapse through Courage. It's a clean break at Air Force.
Shooting gallery enabled for Air Force. They just find heads to click on. Schlags picks up another one. Sweet Boys. This is kind of what I was talking about going into this game, Seymour, where once a team gets a hold of a certain part of the map, it becomes very difficult to advance and take it over, especially when the holding team knows the angles you're going to be approaching from. They know what ideas work best, and they're able to counter those. And every second that you're able to hold on just gets you closer and closer to victory. Sweet Boys are under a ton of pressure right now.
You see that Air Force with their experience. I mean, they are smooth sailing through this first game. A few seconds away from capturing their 3rd point inside of this King of the Hill.
Ooh.
1 left to put away this map number 1 and take control of this best of 3. As you see through the middle of the map, a quick cut from Schlags, has the heat wave in hand. Command Station with the commando will be able to take down straight trash, keeping themselves picking away at the numbers here of these Sweet Boys. The nades trying to take down the overshield, but too strong is Command Station as she finds the beatdown. We pan our attention over to this 4th hill. Air Force looking to put this away.
Command Station bringing an elbow to a gunfight. Gets the melee kill there. 11 for the team thus far. And Air Force, as a squad, are definitely looking to make a statement early in this competition. Sweet Boys running out of time as we see point number 4, which should end the round, potentially. I feel like what's happening is Sweet Boys they're not resetting. Every time I look over to the top left, there's one person down. there's someone waiting to come back. They need to just take a moment to like, all right, let's all get back, let's all reset, and then make a play rather than, you know, just push in the moment that you can and not fight on a unified front.
No matter what, that fourth point will come through, and it's going to be victory for Air Force in game number 1 as they open up our DAF Gaming League Spring 2022 Championships with a win on Live Fire King of the Hill. And you can look, it's business as usual for these four as they are nice and calm after that first game. And on the opposite end, the boys, the sweet boys from across the ponds, not the best showing in that first game, but still plenty of time to bring themselves back.
I do feel like that mode and on that map can obfuscate the overall performance of a team to a certain degree, because again, like I was saying, if you hold on to the position, hold on to the point, and you get a kill, like you have to hold the point for 60 seconds.
You do.
So the more you're able to stall things out, if you are evenly matched with your opponent, but you just happen to hold the objective, that works out incredibly well in your favor because you want the long gunfights. You want those corner peaks and let me get my shield back type of moments, because that's working out for you in terms of the objective of the map. So even though we did not see Sweet Boys get a point in that map, I don't think that really tells the story of their level of play. I think they were just as tenacious as their opponents. I do think that they could have taken time to just reset, make sure everyone's back, make sure everyone's in a position to perhaps get a flank, something like that. It did feel like they were rushing in a bit too soon in some instances. And then they found themselves in a position where they had to rush in because then they really were out of time. So I think if they just kind of shore that up, slow down their pace a little bit, we could see game number 3.
You need to show a lot of versatility in a game like Halo on how to delegate yourself to the objective while holding on to map control and keeping your opponents on their back foot. It's not going to be the easiest thing ever when the individual skills shine so much on Air Force. You can see the heat wave in hands of Posey. He's going to chip away at the shields of one. Will the nade clean him up? It does. Acra going to be on the receiving end of that. We got an overshield up. It looks like eyes are going to be panned over to this. Picking it up, it's going to be Schlags as he's about to be on a lethal warpath with this power-up.
7 takedowns to 2. Air Force is off to a hot start right at the beginning of game number 2. And they're looking to keep the momentum they gathered over game 1 exactly where it was at.
Sweet boys. Look at collapse. Heat wave still in the hands of Schlags, but he's got an overshield to pair with it. BR looking to get the job done on 2. Triple kill is going to be there. Overshield turning around, but it's going to beat down to shut it off. Almost an overkill for Schlags would have been big. But now finessing his life here, Acra manages to stay alive. Air Force up 11-5, but it's plays like that from Acra that might be able to bring things back for their team.
Schlag wanted the whole kit and caboodle there. 3 kills is just going to have to be enough for him after that play. Incredible stuff here from Team Air Force. 11-6, Sweet Boys starting to climb their way back in. Posey and his accurate shooting along with some fisticuffs to try to snuff out that flame before it erupts.
Yeah, the 3-for-1 inside the feed in favor of Air Force. 15-8 they go. 7 seconds coming up on an overshield, and Schlags seems like he's on a mission here to take them down. Nice eyes from Straight Trash. Will be able to read him out from that position, force him off that angle, although you look at Posey, he manages to swing around the back of Garage, finds a triple kill of his own. Can he get the overkill? One left standing. Overkill for Posey as he gets the reward of an overshield.
Posey making his own highlight reel out here in game number 2, and it is not done yet. 9 kills so far after an overkill. The Air Force team is making an absolute statement right now here. Very first match of the day.
2 shots in the sniper. Delegated over to Schlags as he has been on point with precision. Posey with the heat wave as well, looking to pinch things out. The nade's coming away, chipping away at Sweet Boys, looking to turn this one into the Air Force victory. Is Posey with that heat wave, but he's only good for 1. Well, the rest of Sweet Boys trying to clean up behind his team. Schlags picking away with the sniper at distance. Has to rely on the BR, but he can't find those shots. And it's a big moment there for Sweet Boys to find a few kills on the still a big lead. It's 27-14.
I'll tell you one thing, Seymour. There's one thing I'm learning about Team Air Force. If they start getting in close on you, they are not trying to shake hands. They're trying to throw hands. The melee kills are on point right now from the team in blue. They are definitely making a name for themselves here. Their reputation precedes them, and with good reason.
Looks like a brand new sniper is going to be up. They've been nothing but precise with that boomstick. Mando and Schlag's hand as well is going to be good for brawling out with the enemy team, finding those beatdowns on the chip down armor. Playing for the L-West, looks like Air Force, they want to take another power up here inside of live fires. They're hunting down the last couple players for Sweet Boys. Overshield coming up in a few seconds. Picking it up, looks like it's going to be Schlags, but he's going to be forced off that from a spawn out of Acra and Tower.
I really like that positioning, though. You put up the shield one direction, they get flanked, drop back. They actually position themselves for the shield they put up to absorb some of those shots. Those little split-second decisions can often be what separates a good player from a great player. So it's really cool to see that in action here from Team Air Force.
A whole lot of split-second decisions have led Air Force now up to quite the lead. 37-17, 20-point advantage in favor of your North American representatives, and still climbing ever so quickly. Posey on the front line, Trey right alongside him. Shot's going to ring out inside a garage, but it's going to be an assist coming out. Schlags picking off in the escapees. And another now 40-18, only 10 kills remaining for Air Force to put away the series.
They are on the verge. Sweet Boys running out of time here as Posey continues the assault. One thing I'm noticing is that time and time again, Team Air Force, they're just finding flanks on their opponents. You see Posey come around a corner, shoot at someone that's looking the other way. You switch over to command station, they get the drop on someone. It just feels like Air Force's map knowledge is paying dividends for them right now.
Posey 18-5, having quite the game number 2. Right alongside the rest of his teammates. Command station, she's got the heat wave, she's got the beatdown. The hands out here, the fisticuffs, everything. Looking for more. Heat wave's gonna take down another 46-20.
Good lord.
As this is starting to get a little bit ugly, Albert, inside of live fire. Air Force looking to make this one look clean, making it look quick, and making them look like the strongest team inside of the bracket at the moment. 2 kills left. Acra's gonna drop a perfect kill out of Posey to take him to 19, playing for his 20th kill right around the corner, and it looks like he wants to take it down. Beat down from Posey, a spectacular, and a victory in map 2.
Okay. What a start here to the day. Team Air Force. Impressive stuff, to say the very least. Some standout things to consider here. Our good friend, Why Not? You'll see them momentarily once we come back from break. Trey is a former pro player, but is also the current coach for Oxygen Esports. And I dare say the coaching made itself apparent in the strategy we saw there. And for Command Station, she's on the number 2 female Halo competitive team on the planet.
It's crazy.
And if she wasn't already, I would say that's where she belongs at number 1. Crazy stuff so far early on in the very first match. Seymour, what do you think of that start?
Well, I mean, when you look at the roster that was on paper and how it translates into the game, I would say it's 1 for 1. It's exactly as I expected coming out from a namesake roster like Air Force. I mean, these players, they have been around the block for plenty of time. I mean, you just look at the resume that you just listed off, Lauren, and you can guess that this was going to be a team that's not going to be easy to take down. I mean, you talk about the Halo Combine that's coming up next week in FORCECON for the teams that make it out there, where they're going to be coached from coaches on pro organizations. Well, right here, Air Force, they have a coach from a pro organization already on their team. And with that knowledge, it has been able to boost their stocks all the way up into the upper final very fast.
It is ironic that he's the coach of Oxygen Esports, because he gave their opponents no air or room to breathe over the course of that best of 3. Taking a look at the bracket, Air Force are going to advance to the upper finals, where they await the winner of Buff Boys and Ascended. They have to feel very confident about their ability to take this entire tournament with the level of play that we've seen. The other teams are now on notice. They know what they have to. They know the bar that they have to rise to. I'm confident that they are capable of it. But whoever comes away with all this is going to be an impressive showing, no matter what.
Well, it is, and you look at Buff Boys. the other North American representative, Albert. And yesterday we had UNSC, who made that comeback against Dirty Davis and the boys to push on through the bracket all the way into the grand finals. And it was Buff Boys who were giving them little tips on the side, coaching them in their own set and giving them that little bit of an edge to get that revenge against their team. And if there's anybody else I'm looking through this bracket to pay attention to, it's going to be that Buff Boys roster.
I believe it, man. We saw yesterday, as you pointed out, the benefit of, having a match go like this at the beginning gives you time to make adjustments. Like, all right, what do we need to do differently? How can we evolve our strategy? And we really saw a strong resurgence from teams that had that opportunity. So I am not counting Sweet Boys out by any means. But let's have a chat with one of the winners from Team Air Force. It's going to be Senior Airman Cole Schlags.
Oh,
congratulations on an incredible start to this overall tournament, man. How are you feeling after that performance?
Pretty good. We did a good job rotating as a team, so there's not too much to be upset about that. I will say though, I threw a sticky at Shane at one point top nest, and that was the highlight for me.
No, it's great. You guys looked fantastic out there. I mean, the only thing I'm curious on from a team of like yourselves is how does it feel, representing the Air Force inside of a Halo tournament rather than just another day in the Halo community?
It's a pretty cool opportunity, This is actually going to be the first federally recognized esports event ever. So we're kind of playing for something bigger than Halo. This is for esports as a whole, not just this one specific game. So it's really cool to have the opportunity to be able to represent the Air Force.
You could be a pioneer, man. One of the things that I find really interesting, the information that we have about your team, it says that you guys are all currently at different bases. Is that correct? Is that the case?
Yes, that's correct.
So is this the first time you guys are all playing together as a unit? Have you met each other before? How's that going?
I've known Trey a little bit for I think like a year or two. I met him at one of the HCS events, and same with Posey. I know for Command Station, this is going to be her first LAN event, but she has attended an HCS event as a spectator. So it's not like we're going in as total strangers, but it is nice to see familiar faces and meet new people.
Do you think being in the same room has shifted your overall communication dynamic?
Oh, for sure. It's a huge learning experience being able to see who kind of asserts themselves as the IGL on LAN and being able to build off that.
That's awesome, man. It's cool that you guys actually met outside of the Air Force at HCS events, because it's like, all right, cool. Maybe we'll get to play someday. Maybe we'll get to represent the Air Force someday. Yeah, excellent foreshadowing.
It's nice to see some friends too and get to kind of just hang out with them for the week.
Sure.
Now, when you're looking towards FORCECON and hoping that you make it all the way into the next tournament, the Halo Championships, what would that mean to your team and being able to represent yourselves on a stage like that? And given that opportunity, how do you think you guys are going to fare against the other teams?
I don't want to say it's going to be a cakewalk. There's definitely some good teams here. Everybody can show up and play the game, so it's just us staying on top of it. The actual FORCECON event itself is going to be a really cool opportunity. The convention center that we've been playing in San Antonio is really big, and I know this is going to be their second esports event. I was just there recently for the Overwatch League event, so I've seen the actual venue itself, and it's really nice.
It's going to be cool, man. Senior Airman, one last thing before we let you go. Any shout-outs you want to give to friends, family, anyone?
Oh, shout out to the wife, because I know she puts up with the strenuous hours of playing. Shout out to my HCS team, Virus. It's going to be Phoenix, Blitzkrieg, and my duo, Diggs. Shout out to Lady Echidna and the rest of our friend group. And big shout out to Spartan, too, for keeping me motivated to continue playing, for sure.
Awesome, man. I hope they're all cheering you on right now. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in an upcoming match. But until then, get ready for it.
I have one more thing. Oh,
okay.
Shout out to my little brother, because he's actually graduating high school today, and I can't be there because I'm here. So
congratulations to your little brother.
It through.
Yeah. Awesome. Congratulations to him. I'm sure he's cheering you on just like you're cheering him on. We'll see you in action a little bit, man. Don't go anywhere.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Seymour, I always like getting a chance to talk with them, because I just love hearing the stories about how they got involved with Air Force gaming, how they got into competitive gaming at all, and just hearing that they have players on their team who met at HCS events before all of this took place is just, I don't know. It's really cool to see that kind of evolution.
It is, and you know, when he was giving his thanks, you know, he was naming off all of, his friend group, and he has, you know, a lot of big name players inside of HCS, you know, across so many different platforms. So it's nice to see how big the community really is already inside of some of these players inside of the Air Force. And honestly, big shout out to Slag's little brother. Congratulations for graduating high school. Big things right there. But for right now, inside of this bracket, Air Force sailing away with their first series. I mean, Schlag said he doesn't expect it to be a cakewalk. They're taking it one step at a time, and it seems like that's their recipe to success so far.
Steady as it goes. Congratulations on that first win. We're going to take a short break. We'll pass it over to Why Not and Tools for match number 2. We'll take a short break. Don't go in.
Minus B, clean B. Captain B.
I got shot from right side street.
Minus 3, minus 3.
No
Right here.
eyes.
He's upstairs. Minus. Give me the last one. Give me the last one. Where's the last one?
I'm Major Chris Walsh, stationed at Pope Army Airfield in conjunction with Fort Bragg in North Carolina. We have a sim racing community in the Air Force Gaming Discord. We kind of get together and do races. We have some leagues that we participate in now. It's not as official as a formal competitive team anymore, but the guys all, you know, are pretty close knit and we still race together. Once you get into the more serious racing games that are really trying to replicate what real world racing is like, that's when you kind of get into games like Assetto Corsa, iRacing, which is on PC, real world race car drivers that are professionals all the way up to Formula One. You can meet these same guys online. That's the cool thing about it is, you know, I've raced against Max Verstappen a few times and Lando Norris, who are Formula One drivers. I used to race motorcycles, was kind of where my real world racing experience started. During the pandemic, I got involved in sim racing because I had an ex-teammate who was a skeleton athlete who works for iRacing, and this was just a snowball effect. I literally went from the sim to a real car kind of within a year. I went into professional racing, so I've actually raced at a professional level and took third place in my first weekend in a car I've never driven, and that was partly all the preparation I did in the simulator beforehand. And I think the cool thing about gaming in general is just kind of how it creates a community that you kind of access all the time, no matter where you are. That was something that this nonprofit called Operation Motorsport decided to utilize, and they have a sim racing league that they do, and their focus is to support, disabled veterans in the US and Canada who are transitioning to civilian life and helping them find a new sense of purpose and community. And motorsports for these individuals is that thing that helps them, and so all the guys from Air Force Gaming on the sim racing side are involved in as well. It's a pretty cool opportunity to just stay in touch with people and help them through tough times and give them that thing they look forward to every week. Air Force Gaming has done a great job staying linked in with them and being there and present at their race events online and engaging with that community. My name is Major Chris Walsh, and you can catch me racing online at my Twitch, Walsh USA.
Come get to know me. Don't be a stranger now.
Watch my life pass me by, never knowing where I belong in a web of love and lies. As you string me along, and I can't breathe, I can't see. I'm losing sight of everything. I feel the walls closing in, closing in. Am I falling apart? Oh, I just wanna be free. I just wanna be free. I think I'm falling apart. Oh, I just wanna be free, free, free. Watch my life pass me by, never knowing where I belong in a web of love and lies. As you string me along, and I can't breathe, I can't see. I'm losing sight of everything. I feel the walls closing in, closing in. I feel the fall apart. I feel
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DAF Gaming League Spring Halo Championship live from Patrick Space Force Base. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, AK Why Not Be Casting. Next to me, I got my man Garrett O'Toole, AK Tools Cast. Are you with me, Garrett?
I'm so excited for today, Tony. I think what we've witnessed thus far is that the Air Force, they kind of roll deep. You know what I'm saying? Talent through and through. If I had to say, I think Air Force has the most promising Halo teams today. And I mean, everyone saw Air Force last round. They're obviously insanely talented, but that doesn't mean we should discount any of these other teams, because I'm looking at these rosters and I'm saying, hey, there's some actual talent here. There are some people that are really, really gunning for that top spot. They want to try to improve as much as possible. And that second place spot, I think we're going to have a big fight for that one today.
Yeah, Air Force looking very strong coming into the tournament, especially in that first round. But I've been hearing a lot about Buff Boys. You know, Buff Boy, that was my nickname in college. Okay, maybe not, but I've been hearing a lot about those guys.
No.
Okay.
No shot, Tony.
Well,
I gotta call
boys.
it out right now. Buff Boy. Oh, no shot. Oh man, look at these guys, man. I just love the fact that they're all over at the Patrick Space Force Base. They're all ready to play right now, and I think this is such a cool environment, being able to play on land like they are right here. But you can see them all getting ready for the action, Tony. And oh god, look at those jerseys too. The Air Force gaming jerseys are pretty clean. Oh, I'm gonna have to cop one of those one day, man.
So one day we gonna be over there soon. Maybe we can cop one over in San Antonio. This is your upper semi-finals matchup, mind you guys. This actually gets you into the winners bracket final. So lots of implications here with Ascended going up against Buff Boys. And you know what, when you talk about Ascended, we might as well talk about them. We're gonna start on board here with Zachary Rask, or should I say Airmen First Class Zachary Rask, or should I say Zook is a pronunciation of his gamer tag. Has been gaming for 11 years and won our DAFGL Season 2 Apex Finals. Only has 30 hours in Halo Infinite, and most of that being campaign. Hopefully been practicing a little bit of that multiplayer coming in. We also have Staff Sergeant Justin Newkirk joining him, or All-Star, 16 years of gaming and the sports program manager for Kadena AB in Japan. Joining them is going to be Staff Sergeant Luis Diaz, or Grass. Now, Grass only been playing Halo for a week, and normally going into a Halo competition, you want somebody a little bit more experienced, but who knows? He might come in hot. He might be the new face on the block. And last but not least, we do have Senior Airman Angel Garcia, or should I say Cryptix, has been gaming for 10 years and in the service for 3.5.
Oh man, that roster, I love that picture of them. They look like they're ready to go. You got the jet in the background. And on the other side, Buff Boys, they're getting ready to go at it. First Lieutenant Nick Gutierrez, aka Nick Starox. And this guy looks like he's ready to go. And you just so you guys know, these guys not only were playing Halo, they also playing the Call of Duty circuit as well. So Nick Starox, he has plenty of FPS experience underneath his belt. And then you got Airman Aiden Van Order, aka Charms. I'm gonna say I love that gamer tag. That's one of my favorite that I've seen today. Senior Airman Austin Gandalf Snyder. This man is gonna be ready. Gandalf's son, one of the also Call of Duty players on this roster. And then, you know, my personal favorite, because I know him personally, Airman First Class Jordan Samuel Esquivel, aka Gangstas. Love this man. He is a part of the Las Vegas scene because he's stationed all the way out at Nellis Air Force Base, one of my hometown boys over here. I played plenty of Halo of Gangstas. He's really been trying to improve, and he's been really excited about this circuit because this Buff Boys team has been a team that's been grinding. They played the regular season. They were undefeated, didn't drop a single round. Now, obviously, Air Force, a team that's expected to win today, did that last chance qualifier, Tony, so they didn't have to go up against them yet. But this team, this Buff Boys squad, is very good. A lot of FPS experience behind them, and they've really been practicing the Halo maps and game types. You know, they're trying to get themselves up to speed. And well, it's going to be starting with one of my favorite maps, Tony, on Recharge Strongholds. We're going to be seeing that shock rifle in action right away.
I know you're a big fan of the sniper rifles, and the shock rifle being one of the more unique ones that we've seen in the Halo universe. But game 2, we go into the old reliable S7 sniper rifle right in the middle of the map on live fire for everyone to fight over. I love me some Slayer on live fire.
Ooh, dude, there's and then we got to go to CTF Bazaar. Now I'm gonna say it, Tony, I get a little bit down when I have to play CTF Bazaar, but it is 15 minutes of pure Halo action. You know, it's not my personal favorite, but I know people who absolutely fiend for CTF Bazaar because for something, it clicks in their brain, and that map tends to be their favorite map. I feel like it's the most divisive map in the Halo set. It's like you either absolutely love Bazaar or you absolutely hate it, and I'm interested to see who picked Bazaar, because if they're like, hey, I want to be on Bazaar, you absolutely know that they're like, this is my best map, I'm riding this thing. Let's hope they're getting there. But we're into game 1 already, and the action heading down.
Winners bracket semifinals. The winner of this makes it into the winners finals and will, be just one step closer to making it to San Antonio. And you're already seeing Buff Boys moving for a trip cap, but Ascended actually going to out-rotate them early, going over the seaside. It takes 2 to tango, though, and as of right now, Buff Boys having 2 strongholds under their belt.
Yeah, Buff Boys is an incredibly talented squad, and you're going to see them be quick on these rotations. They understand the game through and through. These are guys that have grinded the HCS circuit. They understand the game at its highest level, and you're going to see some quick and fast rotations from these guys. With that being said, already Zook getting that sword, and that's one thing you're going to have to look out for Ascended, right? Can they keep control of the utility and power weapons on the map? If they're able to do that, then they're going to have a great opportunity to try to put up some points on this board.
Ascended getting the first 2 kills onto Buff Boys. That allows them the numbers to move in towards Alpha and quickly go for the steal. And Grad's putting some excellent shots down onto Buff Boys, forcing them away. Buff Boys trying to go in for the out-rotate, but Ascended are ready, and they are challenging them.
Ooh. Some shots into that back. Gonna shut him down quick, but here we go. These are the kind of plays I want to see from Gandalf's son. You see him prioritizing getting into that BR tower because the sword was down, and they understand they need to control the power weapons on the map, and he's already putting them to work. That double kill gonna be able to secure A for his squad. You can already see the rotations from Buff Boys are clean and precise. I love the teamwork and the execution that we're seeing from these boys.
Yeah, I think Ascended were playing really well, putting that 16 on the board, but the Buff Boys have they've ascended. They've woken up, and now we see a trip cap going in favor of the boys in blue. Luckily, Ascended immediately come right off a spawn and get themselves a home base, but like we know, it takes 2 plots in order to put points on the board. As of right now, Buff Boys have the map control that you want to see.
And here we go. A is getting taken right away. I think this is the problem with Ascended so far, is they've been able to win the individual gunfights, get into these hills, and put up the contest, but they haven't been able to get to that next step of execution, expanding yourself on the map and taking the map control to alleviate the pressure that Buff Boys places immediately off their spawn. Buff Boys come off spawn and are immediately challenging hills. Ascended need to be able to get these hills, expand out a little bit further, that way they can dictate the spawns a little bit more and create a tenuous road for these players on Buff Boys to have to push through in order to contest hills. Instead, Buff Boys have been having clean rotations across the map, really just playing their game.
Spawn control is key, and as of right now, Buff Boys have all the spawn control that you want to see. Goes in for the double kill. That looked like a ninja to me, but somehow didn't get the medal for it either way. A full squad wipe. 4 members go down for Ascended, and Buff Boys are continuing to apply pressure. Ascended trying to go after that Charlie base, trying to get themselves a home, but they are continuously hunted down. Trip cap in favor of Buff Boys. We have a 141-16 lead, Garrett.
This has just been so clean from them. We finally see that shock rifle changing hands back over to Ascended. So if they can get B and then get that shock rifle in a power position to where it can make plays on the map, that's our opportunity to get back into it. But you see how Buff Boys are always quick on the push. They're never gonna let you have space on the map. They're gonna make you feel uncomfortable. They're gonna make you not feel as if you have any alleviation of pressure. You're gonna have to always be fighting on your back foot, and it can be tough to deal with that style of pressure when you're not used to it. And Buff Boys have been clearly practicing keeping teams on their back foot.
We heard the rumors. We heard that there was one team that was looking to contend with Air Force. They're looking to go toe-to-toe. They were looking to make it to the grand finals. And as of right now, Buff Boys looking too strong. 182 points coming out of them. And look at the slates as well. You have Nick and Gandalf splitting 24 kills between the two of them. And somehow the shock rifle in the hands of the OG. I'm talking gangsters.
Ooh, Gangsters went soaring in, man. Wasn't quite able to find those kills. But you saw a temporary trip cap from Ascended, and they're going to be able to get 2 once again. The problem that I'm seeing is they just haven't been able to translate the next step once again. They got that trip cap, and they lost just a couple individual fights. If they can clean that up and start winning some individual, what we call quote-unquote fights or pivotal fights on the map, then they can start scoring themselves and start making this game a little bit more competitive. There's opportunity there, but they're gonna have to ice up in their individual fights.
There's no way you're going to be able to capture those objectives at this level of competition unless you're getting the slays. And as of right now, Ascended are struggling to keep Buff Boys on the map and to stay on the map themselves. Again, 202 points in counting. We do see Ascended though working over towards Charlie, and now we do see a double cap going in favor of Ascended. As I say that, they do go 2 down, Garrett. That's not what you want to see.
That's a tough look, right? Immediately going 2 down, you're going to be giving up the hill right away. And now the timer's starting to play an impact, right? You only have 40 seconds. Every time you have a 2 cap, every second is 1 point on the board. When you have the triple, it's 2 points for every second. All of a sudden, time becoming of the essence for this Ascended squad. You can't afford any more mistakes.
Great kill coming out of Nick, putting the commando to work. Half the members of Ascended are on the black screen. Another back smack coming in. That was charming. Coming out of Charms. The trip cap is in. We are approaching the end game. I'm not even sure it is mathematically possible for Ascended to steal 2 bases. Game number 1 going to Buff Boys. And look at that, trying to apply CPR to the enemy team to bring them back to life. What guys? What guys right there?
Oh, they're excited. Are they talking trash across the way? Are they giving themselves props? That's my question. I was like, oh, maybe there's some words being displayed across the way. That being said, these guys look happy to be playing right now. That's what I love about this environment, right? Is you're just getting the players to have fun and be able to work together as a team. And you can see Buff Boys is a team that's clearly been sticking it out together, been grinding with each other, and you can see the talent is there. And like you said, they're a team that's trying to contest that Air Force squad. I mean, the Air Force squad is a team that we know has been hyped up. We know that the players on there, they're well-known members of the competitive Halo community. That being said, Buff Boys have clearly been putting the time in on the Halo grind, trying to get themselves up to the best possible level. And so far, I've been really impressed with the rotations that I've seen and the pressure that they're applying on the map. They've always been on top of the spawns, and you can tell that they're not really letting anyone have any freedom on the map. They're just pushing forward and never letting you breathe off your spawn.
Clean plays, clean slays coming out of the Buff Boys. And I don't know if you saw on the cameras, he was dusting off the hands. He getting a little dust off the hands, like we done. Work is already done. We finished right now. Like, oh, there's still one more game. There's still one. It's a best of 3 series, guys. And the way the best of 3s work in Halo Infinite is you're always gonna have 2 objectives and have a Slayer in between. So we already know how strong of an objective team Buff Boys are. But this could be the turning point. Going into a Slayer, like you mentioned yesterday, Garrett, a much more simplified game type on a more simplified map. Maybe this is Ascended's chance to ascend in the series and send us to a game number 3.
Yeah, pro teams usually hate the Slayers. They feel like it gives opportunity to teams that they think they're better than. And in my opinion, it's not necessarily that one team's better than the other. I just think that Slayer becomes a little bit more mixy. You're not able to control all the variables on the map because there's so much freedom to express yourself, because you're not confined to an objective on the map. It's just about getting the slays and staying alive. And one thing we know about Gandalf's son is he can get all the slays in the world. He starts off 4-0 to begin this game. Watch out for him to really lead the squad in the slaying column.
Ooh, that's Gandalf's son. Man, making plays. You saw how clean them BR shots were. That was a beautiful double kill coming out of Buff Boys, but it looks like Ascended are trying to answer back. They are trying to recover. They're surrounding Buff Boys. The problem is they're not winning those pivotal gunfights that you were mentioning before. 2 down, go Ascended, and now Buff Boys having over double the enemy's team score line to start off our game number 2.
This is exactly what you want when you come out of a Slayer, right? Make your presence known, get yourself that little bit of a lead. That way you don't have moments in the game where if you make a mistake, it's going to cost you too dearly. If you're able to get yourself a double-digit lead, then you have a lot of freedom to push a little bit more. You don't have to be too concerned about giving up free deaths, and you can play a bit more aggressive and loose. And that's what I think is going to help Buff Boys at the end of the day. If they're able just to play their game, not have to worry about having a conservative play style, and they can just go and play their one-on-ones like they're as confident as possible, that's where you'll see this team really excel. They're at their best moments.
Great slays going across for Ascended, though. They did manage to put Buff Boys 3 down, and while that happens, they steal away that over. Actually, no, it's Buff Boys that are coming in with the overshield, coming off right off the spawn, stealing away that overshield, and now we're seeing over double the enemy's team score line once again. The entire team of Ascended have 10 as a unit. Gandalf and Charms, they have 8 and 9 by themselves. They are almost outslaying the enemy team by themselves.
Oh, and I love it. Imagine Gandalf's on a Charms is like the head of a snake, right? But then you have Nixterox and Gangsters. They're the tail. They're the ones that's coiling themselves behind the enemy and suffocating them, because look how they collapse on these spawns. It truly feels like a snake hunting down its prey. And as soon as it wraps itself around the body of the enemy, that's where the head strikes and puts in the venom. This team is absolutely primed to go the distance. I think we're going to have a very competitive match in our winners finals with how these guys are competing right now.
Yeah, they did a great job from Ascended to fight back. Great job for them not to give up. It's for them to always be on the map and always be present here. But at the same time, Buff Boys just seem to be on a different level right now. They're looking like they just might take this game. No matter what the outcome, though, is, it's double elimination. This may not be the last time you see either one of these squads. In fact, literally just yesterday, we saw a squad lose in round number 1, go back into the losers bracket finals and match that same squad, and then 2-0 them in the losers finals to make it to the grand finals. Anything is possible when we're talking double elimination.
Yeah, double elimination, dreams can come true. I wanted to shout out to that boy Zook right there for a second. Zook had the sniper rifle, and you can see clearly a mouse and keyboard player, and he's using that advantage in his gunfights, trying to whip around that sniper rifle, hit the critical no scopes, and just being aggressive. Now, I will say Halo, predominantly more of a controller game. It's been on controller for the past 20 years. This is the first time that we're seeing mouse and keyboard used in competitive, and well, I'm excited to see how those players still adapt their skill, because I think mouse and keyboard has a spot to stay. I think there's a couple more buffs that are needed, Tony, but it's promising to see players like Zook play at a level that they are. He's 8 and 8 right now, going blow for blow with this team, and he's on what many would consider an inferior input for Halo. Other esports, it is what it is, but in Halo, it's been so controller dominant, so I'm glad to see that some of these mouse and keyboard players are keeping up.
I couldn't agree with you more. Hopefully we see more mouse and keyboard players in the future. As of right now, all I see is Nick laying down the law with the commando. Gonna hop on board with Charms because the man is 19 and 7, 19 kills in a Slayer. This is unprecedented.
They are, 19 kills is a tall. He gets to 20. That's all I was about to say. 20 is how you feel good. That's when you know you're feeling yourself. You're feeling good. You're able to get to that 20 kill mark because hey, there's only 50 of these things available in a Slayer, and well, you're basically getting just about half of your team's kill. He's gonna finish it with a 21-8 stat line, basically triple positive for the squad today. Charms. Dude, there's some trash talk going on over here, right? There has to be. These guys, look, they're on PS4 controllers too. What in the world? Or PS5 controllers? I wasn't sure which one we got. There's some fun little hype things happening in the room today. Huh? These guys are really feeling themselves. I wish we had like some mic up moments. You know what I'm saying, Tony? We should have some microphones in that room. I want to hear what's going on with those guys over there. They look like they're having a great time.
Let me tell you, as a Halo player going back since Halo 2, I'm just starting to get used to mouse and keyboard in my game. But I think I draw the line at PlayStation 5 controllers. I don't know what's going on. I think that's where I might have to draw the line right there. Buff boys putting in that work and really showing that the rumors were true. This is a legitimate squad, squad that maybe can go after a team like Air Force. We're gonna find out soon because that matchup is actually coming up next in the upper finals, the winners finals. Guarantee the top 3 placing. The winner of this will be guaranteed top 2 and have the advantage going into the grand finals. That's going to be Air Force going up against Buff Boys.
Oh man, dude, Air Force and Buff Boys coming up next. I'm really excited for that, Tony. Like you said, they have the PlayStation controllers. I'm really interested about that, man. I tried the PS5 controllers. I think they're really fun. Like I have a great time on them, but you get me on like an hour on that, my hand starts cramping up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not used to it. I like the bigger design, but I think it shows that they're coming back from a Call of Duty background. We saw a couple of these players, they compete in the AFG Call of Duty circuit, and it's showing right there. They have the FPS experience, and it shows that, hey, if you're good at one FPS, you can be good at all of them, in my opinion. It all translates over, and I'm really excited to see how these guys do against Air Force.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, reticle placement, map awareness, teamwork, team shot, playing your life, these are all skill sets that travel from FPS to FPS. But, we could talk about it. I'm trying to get my man Gandalf's son in here because I'm trying to talk to him about it. He was actually one of the players that not only on this Halo roster, but also on that Call of Duty team as well. How are you feeling, Austin Snyder?
Doing good, man. How are you?
I'm feeling great, man. Especially after watching that, I saw a lot of passion over there. Yeah, we y'all talking a little trash?
Yeah, man. I mean, we're cut kids, dude. It's what we do.
Hey, is there anything you can share on broadcast? Was there a moment where you're like, okay, I gotta let him know? What's your favorite piece of trash talk to go to in game?
Oh, definitely your world's worst. World's worst.
You are a COD kid out here. Oh my, I love it.
Yep.
That wasn't even directed towards me, but I felt that I got caught. I caught a stray off of that one. From what we're hearing, you're coming from Call of Duty. What are some of the skill sets that you're bringing from Call of Duty here into Halo?
I would say a lot of gun skill, probably just a lot of like heavy, fast-paced teamwork. Because COD's just naturally a faster-paced game. I noticed a lot of players in Halo are pretty slow, more methodical, but a lot of times that can get broken down simply with just a hard, good team push.
Oh, dude, I have to ask, okay, Call of Duty, you guys have been around, you're obviously very talented. You have Air Force waiting for you in the winners final. They are the epitome of Halo kids. So we have the Call of Duty versus Halo kids. How you feeling about the next matchup? Are you ready to put your stake down? How you guys feeling about the Air Force matchup?
Oh, I'm completely confident. I know they're all super competent players and they're very good at what they do, but I think we walk away with it.
Ooh. All right, well, you know what? If that's the case, if you wrapping up with them over the winners finals, that guarantees you a top 2. I guess I'm gonna be seeing you in San Antonio soon, and I'll definitely make sure to give you a handshake, give you a pound, because you guys were looking absolutely crazy, and I can't wait to see the winners finals. Do you have any shout outs? Anybody you want to hand out? Where can we find you on social media?
Yeah, social media is Gandalf SAN on Twitter. It's primarily where I'm at. Shout out to my family back home, my wife, my dog. Shout out to the boys here. I've been hanging out with these guys for years. Honestly, all great homies of mine. Jordan's pretty new to the group, but I mean, we love them all the same.
All right, guys, that was Austin Snyder here, one of the players on Buff Boys, going into the winners finals, and again, guaranteed a top 3 placing no matter what happens, win or lose. They're going to the top 3, but the question is, will he make that top 2 and make it to FORCECON in San Antonio? When we come back, we're gonna have that winners finals action, so don't you guys go anywhere. You're not gonna want to miss any of the action.
Hi, I'm Cadet First Class Christopher Chua, and I'm at the United States Air Force Academy. So I'm a program manager for the Air Force Gaming Academy, which is a startup sub-brand of AFG at the United States Air Force Academy. We kind of manage our own little bubble at the Air Force Academy to host tournaments, create a community, and manage that. At USAFA, we're gonna create kind of a community that's mirrored after AFG. It's just like a community for people to get together who all share a passion for gaming, through tournaments, competitions, or just hanging out with each other. We hope to incorporate AFG Academy into AFG to give cadets exposure to and allow them to connect to active duty Air Force members and Space Force members for either mentorship or just to get to know people. Being a part of the Air Force gaming community has allowed me to connect with people I really thought I'd never meet. F-22 maintainers, chiefs, generals, people that you'd never really interact with as a cadet, and it's allowed me to grow and receive a lot of mentorship. I hope that through developing Air Force Gaming Academy and being a part of Air Force Gaming, to just practice my leadership and really connect with people all across of our Air Force. Because there's so many of us, but through our passion for gaming, it really allows you to meet people and get to know them on a closer level. I hope the Air Force gaming community continues to grow and attract new people from all over. It's really about the community aspect, and since we're all a part of the Air Force, everyone can take advantage of the resources that are a part of the community. This was Cadet First Class Christopher Chua. Let's go Falcons.
We got people back.
I was ready to start swinging. I'm about to be one of them.
Why? We have the CC they dream of. Oh my god.
That, oh my god.
I am Master Sergeant Helena Cox, and I am currently stationed at Cannon Air Force Base. I started gaming when I was young, starting out on the Super Nintendo, and then I got into N64. So I was a console gaming until I met my husband, and then he introduced me to PC gaming, and I haven't gone back. He got me into an MMO called Mabinogi, and we actually played that for several years, and that was my first introduction into MMORPGs. I am the Elder Scrolls Online Gaming Ambassador, and I'm also on the innovation team because it ties into what I do for the Air Force now. The innovation team is a group of individuals that are working together to build a network for anybody who has innovative ideas for the Air Force or Space Force, and be able to easily support them in any of their endeavors. The MMO Ambassador team is a group of individuals representing a variety of different MMO games. It's a smaller community because we're not highly competitive. Now, each game does have some of their own kind of competitiveness within them, and so we work together to support each other's games and grow that community just as a place to go and enjoy a game, not necessarily be competing for anything. When I first came into Air Force Gaming, I thought it was nothing but competition, so I was ecstatic to find that there was actually an MMO community within it, and I think it's something that we should share a lot more, that we aren't just competitive. We do have simple events related to the MMO games where you can just come and play and hang out with each other and support a team through a raid. This has been Master Sergeant Helena Cox, and this one says she games. This one did not say she games well.
Ignore them hiding truth. You know we sliding through. I know you're riding too. One thing that I can do every time we riding through. I see you shining blue. I'll feel cold like minus
to face. I need to find my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer race, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down. Vision is clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer race, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your grounds. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down. I know I'm not the easiest to love. I thought it would at least be worth a shot. Instead you gave up on me 2 months in. 'Cause my flies were too hard to deal with. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be in this place, in this place. I wouldn't be here trying to say I'm sorry for parts of me. Did you even love me in the first place?
Welcome back to the Department of the Air Force Gaming League Spring Season Halo Championship. My name's Lauren, that's Seymour, and we just saw one heck of a performance. The Buff Boys, Seymour, looked positively jacked over the course of that last best of 3. And they're going to come into this next match with a ton of momentum. But I do feel like the Air Force team could be the team that says, allow us to introduce this unstoppable force into the immovable object. I am so excited to see how these two teams pair up against each other.
We could say when we're looking at the bracket now, we got the upper final best of 3 coming up next. Air Force versus Buff Boys, and later on we're going to be looking at the lower semifinal between Sweet Boys and Ascended. So we move through this bracket even more, Haloran, and this is fantastic. But right now, We got North America versus North America. Halo versus COD. Posey versus Gandalf. Air Force versus Buff Boys. I'm excited for this one.
I was cracking up. I was talking to you during the interview. Gandalf looked so casual in that interview. He's like, yeah, I'm exactly where I was supposed to be. He felt so confident that his team was going to come out on top. And I really do feel like his team's blitz style is going to be quite the challenge. But Air Force, this is a team that we just saw earlier on. I love the pictures in front of the fighter jets. I don't know. Something really cool.
As do I. I mean, if there's anybody who's going to take down that blitz play style, it's Staff Sergeant Trey Christensen, Staff Sergeant Shane Posey, and Sergeant Cole Schlagel, along with Airmen First Class Allison Command Station Stevenson to take down the job. I think Air Force is exactly the team that you want to go toe-to-toe with this blitz style that Buff Boys brings.
Speaking of the Buff Boys, we got First Lieutenant Nick Nixterox Gutierrez, Airman Aiden Charms Van Order, Senior Airman Austin Gandalf Snyder. We saw them interview earlier in Airman First Class. Jordan Gangsta Samuel Esquivel. That's a classy name. I like that. Okay. This squad, I really do feel like what Gandalf said. We're COD kids. And I do feel like their blitz play style is very representative of that. They play a very fast-paced iteration of Halo Infinite that can overpower a team that's not ready for that kind of speed. I do feel, though, that Air Force is going to be ready for them. And like I said, I called this matchup the Unstoppable Force meeting the Immovable Object because Air Force did such a great job of defending points and defending their place on maps that I'm very curious to see how that fast-paced speed from the Buff Boys goes up against something like that.
Well, if I wanted to see something from the Vitoes to maybe complement that fast play style, I would look for a Recharge, a Streets. But when we look at the Vitoes and the map set for the series across the best of 3, Halorn, we got a double live fire to open this one up. We do get to a Recharge if it goes all the way to a map 3, but Buff Boys, they have to go toe-to-toe with Air Force on probably a map that's going to complement the slow play style, the methodical play style, a lot more than this blitz play style that the Buff Boys are bringing to the table. So when they're matching up against each other, I don't want to put all the eggs into the basket of a fast play style and a COD mentality like the Buff Boys bring. I think that if they're going to have to send this to a map number 3 Recharge or even take a map off of Air Force in general, they're going to need to adapt around this Halo mentality.
I do think that the map speaks to a general more methodical pace in terms of how it's optimally played, but I'm really curious to see what the effect the objective has on the map. We're going to go to Oddball for the mode of play here in game number 1. And I do think that mode lends itself to a more fast-paced style of play. Yeah, you can bunker down and hold on to certain spots, but I do feel like there's a bit more run and gun than, say, Strongholds or King of the Hill like we saw earlier on. And that could play to the strengths of Buff Boys. I want to see how that plays out.
And I think that Oddball is going to be interesting because having a dynamic objective rather than a stagnant objective like a Stronghold is going to allow to a little bit more flexibility from the Buff Boys to rotate accordingly to their own playstyle around the objective rather than have to sit in a hill and wait for Air Force to come to them or vice versa. So maybe look into the game mode here as a little bit of leeway in favor of Buff Boys to potentially take a map off of who might very well be the best in the bracket at the moment. But your fan favorites, Buff Boys, looking to take down Air Force.
Now, one thing that's incredible about what we're seeing here, Buff Boys, they won the main season without dropping a round. We talked about Air Force earlier. They made it through the last call qualifier, not dropping a single round. So one of these teams is going to be met with defeat for the first time on their path to FORCECON here.
Opening up with the first little bit of time, it's going to be Air Force in control of the Oddball. A lot of attention over on the overshield right away. But look at the plays from Air Force. They play around the objective. They bait out Buff Boys, and in return, they're going to gain this overshield. And they rotate the whole objective over to tower. If they get this full setup, Albert, this is going to be a tough cookie to crack.
think what we just saw at the beginning of this is that if you run really fast into a brick wall, it can hurt. Buff Boys recovering after a full wipe. Air Force continuing to apply the pressure. Getting more and more points on the board as time goes on. In Command Station, the trademark melee throwing bows. Back to business.
You're looking at Command Station. Very well could be the make or break for this team. She is always on the flank. She's always being such an annoying player around the map. And starting off 5-0, this is perfect out of her play style. She's making sure that Buff Boys can never play at a full strength 4 squad. And this is exactly what you want if you're Air Force starting early. They have a full pinch here. Air Force looking to collapse on in. Schlags on screen in a position to punish a couple players. Nades are going to ring out, chip away at these Buff Boys players, force them out into the open, and immediately shut them down.
Everyone's playing at a high level, but you got to feel like the fly in the ointment for Buff Boys is Command Station. You take a look at the kill count. She's now counting for more than half. Following Schlags, they're going to go ahead and pick one up. Gandalfson Charms try to turn this thing around. 62 points racked up so far for Air Force, who are looking very commanding right now in game number 1.
Big beat down from Posey. Trades ringing out. Even game right now, 2-on-2 for this, with the high ground in control of Air Force. And we know that story again and again. We sing it all the time. You can't be going toe-to-toe with a team like that. But Nick Strox with the overshield in hand. Buff Boys with full setup inside garage. Can they keep away Air Force, Albert?
We're going to find out. This is a huge moment here for Buff Boys. First time they're getting points on the board. Right now, Air Force has to come to them. Let's see how the team in red responds to that. They're going to go ahead and kill the ball carrier. That gives you some insight. Gandalf applying pressure, finds multiple targets. Gets a clean headshot there, keeping the team in the fight. And Gandalfson's starting to pop off right now.
Well, there's one person you want to have pop off. Job's not done yet. He has to pick up this oddball, get it out of the danger zone as Air Force still hunting him down. You're looking at Trey on screen. Coach of the Oxygen Esports eats a nade and ultimately shut down. The ball is out in the open all the way through that power-up field, and it looks like Sniper's going to get picked up by Charm. So Buff Boys looking to start to get something going here.
Air Force back at full strength. Buff Boys able to say the same thing. A grenade. Charm's unlucky on that one. Posey gets a seat courtesy of some gunplay from Gangsters. We're seeing a lot of back and forth trading here, but again, the scoreboard is very much in favor of Air Force right now. Another clean melee kill here from Command Station. Do not box her at all.
Oh, she's going off. 12-2 right now, Albert, and we are not even halfway through this map. Just yet, halfway through the rounds. You have to be careful, your Buff Boys, not to give anything more over towards Air Force. But look at that, a clean 2 down. Trey's going to find a third, a double kill from him to give that ball now in hand of Schleiss. They're going to pull this back to tower, and this setup, this could be the end.
Buff Boys finding themselves on the verge of their potential first defeat of their entire run here. Good shots coming in. 2 players down now on the side of Buff Boys.
Oh no.
Gangsters aiming down target. Gets taken down 83-12. Schlags picking up another one for the team.
And Buff Boys, they were going for a full setup on that overshield, but Trey just slips on in, steals it away, and maybe snatches the round as well. Only 5 points remaining, Albert, to put away round 1. The ball gets dropped for now. We're going to battle this one out and duke it out between each other. As you can see, Buff Boys trying to have one last hurrah, but the ball gets recovered. The time's ticking away. And Air Force, they're locking down round 1.
With a convincing performance, Air Force is going to be able to put the brakes on this unstoppable force. Buff Boys find themselves in a position where they might want to look at plan B here. Point 1 picked up. Air Force is looking really good right now for this game 1.
Really good indeed. And again, off the break off, they have Buff Boys surrounded. Shots on a flank again. Trey on screen dealing so much damage, not finding a cleanup. Finally, somebody gets dropped. The assist is going to come through. Gangsters to fall, but still Buff Boys, a strong start so far. Off the break-off, gaining the initial time. You can see Air Force residing over towards the power-up. Overshield is going to be up. Buff Boys have their attention on it, but it looks like Air Force, they want this power-up to break the hell.
I feel like I'm watching an action movie right now, Seymour. It's like, you know, they had their initial fight at the beginning. Air Force lands a solid shot. Buff Boys wipes the blood off the side of their mouth. And like, all right, it's like that. Game on. It looks like they are coming back strong. They have been challenged, and they are ready to meet that challenge. And they're looking really good here so far.
When Buff Boys go for the play ball, they spawn up towards green, and it looks like Command Station actually pulling this oddball right towards the respawns of Buff Boys. No kills have been shown just yet. Charms is going to be in a position to maybe deal a little bit of damage onto this Air Force setup. In fact, Gandalf's working alongside him. The pinch coming out from Trey. Finds the beatdown. It's going to be a trade. 2v2. Buff Boys still piling on in. Command Station's going to get overwhelmed. It's a 2v1 inside of this oddball territory. Unfortunately, though, this last 1v1, it's going to be all alone. Posey to go toe-to-toe with the whole likes of Buff Boys. Can he pick up this oddball? Can he get it away? The beatdown from Gandalf looking for a second one. Posey with the back smack. Still back and forth. Still nobody with control of this oddball. And look at Air Force. They are grinding their way right back into this oddball.
We are seeing some back and forth trading, intense gunplay. Air Force showing that they're capable of meeting the speed of Buff Boys. And they're close to tying this up. Oddball still up for debate. Who wants to come away with that? But the fighting of the past minute and a half has been absolutely frantic.
It's been ferocious from both ends of the field. Nobody wanted to give an advantage to their opponent. As Buff Boys, they realize their map is on the line with this round. But Air Force picking up this oddball. It's going to be a garage setup. Posey has the overshield. Big win. Onto Charms. It's going to be 3 down from the Buff Boys. And having to group up once more. They're staggered out completely, Haloran, and suddenly this lead amounting to Air Force. You have to be careful of your Buff Boys because it's getting a little out of hand.
This is the exact moment Air Force is looking for. Get a few kills, set up on someplace on the map, hang on to the ball, make them come to you. Buff Boys, they said they like to go for the hard push. Let's see how Air Force is going to be able to respond. Charms come away with the melee kill. 2 apiece right now alive for both teams. Charms is just taken down. Switching over the Posey, another. The melee kills are crazy right now from these teams.
They know what they need to get done. And they're very efficient at taking down their enemies. Another setup for Air Force back in Garage. Command Station on the front lines. Picks the sniper, not able to ring off a shot. It's going to be the nade to trade it out. Coming around on the flank, it's going to be Schlags to disrupt. Buff Boys not realizing that Schlags has slipped into the behind, and it's going to be Posey slipping the needle right through the middle of the map, and he's going to use that heat wave to spearhead this attack for another break in favor of Air Force. 59-14, this lead that they're gaining, it is a big one.
Subtle things compound into huge impacts on the game. We saw Schlags previously shooting from the grassy knoll across the map, and just getting that kill there is what has allowed this lead to just balloon 73 and counting. Air Force on the verge of claiming game number 1 for themselves. Oddball is going to go ahead and change hands. Buff Boys, this could be their last opportunity to make a deep run.
If there's anybody you need out of Buff Boys to turn up, it's going to be Gandalf Sands. Such a key player back in this first game that we saw on stream. A slow game against the likes of Air Force, but that's what you get when you have Trey and Command Station both dropping 20 bombs already inside of this oddball. As it's only 16 seconds to put away, 26 seconds to put away this game in favor of Air Force and take a lead inside of the series.
74-15. Buff Boys in a position where they need to make a play. Leaving just Trey on the board. This is exactly how you start to climb back in if you're the team in blue. Air Force find themselves in a position where a rare position where they need to reset, where they need to calibrate and decide what play they're going to make next. Curious to see how they push forward on here. Advance forward. A lot of high ground position. Obi-Wan Kenobi style is going to go ahead and get another pickup for Gangsters. 15 kills for the team so far.
Gandalf Sands stick on a Posey. 3v2 here. Can Air Force climb their way back? A beatdown from Charms looking for a second one. It's going to get Mixie. Shot's not going to be there. Schlags comes to the rescue. Still, Nick Strox coming out on top with the oddball. 41-74. Slow and steady on the comeback. Our Buff Boys at the moment, but it looks like caught inside a very dangerous situation. Posey slips right into the tower now. Looking to take this one out, but mind the gap. He's off the map. And that's going to be a well usage of the repulsor to take down one of your opponents and get right back in control of this. 78 seconds. Air Force, they're looking to put this away now.
When the dust settles, Command Station for the moment came away with the ball. Buff Boys need to keep the pressure applied. Command Station is able to pick up the ball. 80 points and rising. The longer they can hang on to that, better their chances of taking the game. Posey again taking down Gandalfson. With just Nixterox on the verge of getting taken down here, an entire team wipe could spell the end of game number 1 here for Buff Boys.
If nobody can get here in time, you're going to be
That's
saying GG to the maps, and it looks like Buff Boys off the respawn. It's too little, too late, too far away to reach their objective. And a very clean map 1 coming out of Air Force, solidifying their dominance early inside of the series, inside of the upper finals. A 2-0 on the oddball, and as we look at their opponents, Buff Boys, map 1 not going the way they felt. You know, we were talking to we saw the interview with Gandalfson back after their series inside of their winner's semifinal, and he was very confident going into this one. He felt that their playstyle could fit against a team like Air Force. Well, we saw it firsthand, Albert, that Air Force, they are just on another level.
And I feel like what we saw there is the result of what happens when, you know, a team like Buff Boys, they are incredibly talented, and they bring those talents from Call of Duty over to Halo. So if they have more talent than their opponent, it almost doesn't matter what game you're playing. It's like we can just outplay. But when you run into a team like Air Force where they are just as talented as you, and they also have the knowledge and experience of the game, you're going to see an instance like that where a team that's normally flashy and highly offensive, they can struggle against a seasoned, talented team in their own right. So as a viewer that likes to see the development of a champion and the development of a player and a team, I do want to see how Buff Boys respond to this. This is the first time they've lost a game this entire tournament run, over 2 months and counting now. What's the response? I think this is going to be a real defining moment for Buff Boys, and I'm curious to see what their plan B is, because Blitzkrieg offense just does not seem to be enough to take out a team like Air Force.
No, you're going to see a big learning curve coming through from Buff Boys right now. But you know what, Albert? I don't think I'm on the same page. I think that when you're heading into a Slayer, we see the best out of this Buff Boys team. And going back to a live fire Slayer, we just saw how dominant they could be. They got a stake-tacular to win their winner semifinal matchup. And if they could keep that pressure on that we saw at the start of that second round of Oddball, where it was very close in turn from both sides, you don't have to worry about the objective. You just need to worry about your numbers. And if you can work together, keep up that pressure, and play that Blitzkrieg offense that we've been seeing, they might be able to overwhelm Air Force with a different style of gameplay that Air Force might not be as used to as you think.
That's a really excellent point. If there was one mode I felt that would play most to Buff Boys' strengths, it would be Slayer. There's no ball to worry about. There's no point to take control of. So a lot of that map strategy experience, in a way, goes out the window, because it all comes down to kills. And when you're a team, you know, your trademark is your ability to just play at an incredibly fast pace. We are just very offensive players. Obviously, that's going to be very well suited to how you want to try to play the game. I would say, though, that we've also seen in Slayer maps over the course of this tournament for the weekend that we have seen methodical play. We have seen players value their lives as though it's 49 kills to 49. And when you do have that slower pace, that could still lend itself to an advantage for Air Force. So I agree with you. I really feel like the beginning part of game number 2 is what's going to say, is this going to be an out-and-out brawl, or is this going to be a more methodical, strategic approach? And I think it's up to Buff Boys to find the answer to that.
And I think that fast-paced game style will be a compliment to Slayer early on, for sure. But, you know, halfway through it, you're going to need to see that learning curve that I was alluding to show inside of this Buff Boys roster. And they have to be aware of an adjustment out of Air Force, pivot around their slow play, find a way in, open up with a pick, and then use their numbers to play that fast-paced play style that we've been seeing from them. And if not, they might be walking into a trap every single time they try that. They need to look for an opening. As soon as they find it, it's their chance to strike. As Slayer, it needs to be their way back in. If they want to punch their ticket early to FORCECON, it's here and now where they need to put their foot down.
Whatever team wins this best of 3 will, like you said, confirm their spot in FORCECON and will be a part of history as taking part in the first government federally recognized esports competition. There's a lot on the line here. There's that. There's meeting the pro level coaches, going through the combine, increasing your skills that way. For a team like Buff Boys, who are newer to Halo Infinite, I think that insight could be invaluable to them. Should they find themselves making their way to ForceCon, that fact alone, just getting that professional level insight, I think could be a huge game changer in how they would perform in that tournament. In terms of strategy for Buff Boys, one thing that I do want to see out of them, we've been talking a lot about the melee kills. And I feel like in a mode like Slayer, if you get a melee kill and manage to walk away, that means the other team didn't really punish your positioning. So I do think there are going to be a lot of instances where you'll see Command Station take out one person, get a melee kill on someone else, and they should be pounced upon immediately after that, because to be up close to an opponent, someone on that team should be there to follow up and punish that positioning. So I'm wondering how much trading we will or will not see. Do you feel that could be a big part to play here in game 2?
Well, I'm going to be looking at that for sure, but I like that you're talking about Command Station because she's going to play a huge part going into this map number 2. You remember back to the start of that oddball, she was 12-2 to open up the map. She is no stranger to competitive play. She's on the number 2 female Halo team in the world. She's been around the block herself quite a bit, and 30 first place finishes inside of the franchise of Halo is a lot on the resume. So I'm looking at her to really step up once more inside this layer against a strong team like Buff Boys, put up the big numbers that we've been seeing, and keep up her consistent play style.
The craziest statistic about that to me is only 2 deaths. To be able to get that many kills means you're just an offensive juggernaut, but you're not giving too many kills back. And on a mode like Slayer, that's going to be absolutely important. 2 kills for both teams out of the gate. We wondered if it was going to be fast-paced and frantic, Colin. I think we're getting our answer.
Well, Air Force looks like they're comfortable with the fast pace as well. You see Posey grabs that heat wave off the bat. He finds 4 in a row. Hiding in the corners could be Schlags. Well, nice usage of the nades to take up both. You're going to get Trey for the trade. And this is a fantastic start out of both teams. Buff Boys not falling behind, not giving Air Force that numbers that they were hoping for. 6-5 in the score. Sniper in the hands of Command Station, and she's rotating it all the way towards that B stronghold field to see if she could get some distance between that and enemy team.
Good shots downrange on the Command Station, not enough to take them out. Switching over to Posey now, finds a couple of targets, have the high ground, throws some grenades out just to make sure they're not going for the hard push. 6 kills to 9 in favor of Air Force. This fast-paced style is trending their way for the moment. Nick Starox is going to go ahead and pick up a kill. Schlags going around the corner. Hello, melee trade.
Hello
it's you.
And goodbye.
The old jump scare.
Big trades coming out here for Buff Boys. Gangsta's looking to stay alive. He escapes down into the tunnels, holding his life even farther. The nade off the ramp. Posey cleans up Nick Starox, looking for a second on a Gandalf sand. Hugging the walls, holding his life. Looking to regenerate his shields. In doing so, though, Buff Boys have found themselves trapped between Schlags and Posey. Looking at a Hail Mary from Gangstas all the way deep in the back of green. It's going to be the nades to clean up Air Force. So Buff Boys, even trapped in that situation, they find their way out. As now they're looking to slowly climb their way back. They're down by 2. But Gangstas now, he has the heat wave.
I feel like the Buff Boys are doing an incredible job of just weathering the storm. Air Force are really showing their knowledge of the map and knowledge of the game to great effect here, and Buff Boys are just slaying out where possible to keep themselves in the game. We do see the lead start to extend now, 17-13, but Buff Boys, they're just one play away from evening this up and perhaps even taking the lead.
Big nade there from Nick Starox. Buff Boys on the defensive at the moment. Picked away at the map control that Air Force has. Up top, it's going to be Command Station trying to drop down and find Charms on that the down low area of tower, but she gets cleaned up, and now Buff Boys looking to press their advantage here with numbers. They're going to overwhelm one inside tunnels with a fly on forward into Trey. Caught in 2v1. Gangsta's getting a little bit too aggressive. Charms now forced to back up, but he gets overwhelmed and run over. Command Station keeping things going, 22-17.
I think what we just saw there from Gangstas is exactly some of the strengths and weaknesses of their playstyle. Gangstas just so eager to chase down that kill, didn't have the presence of mind to think there could be someone else waiting around this corner too. And when you venture into a 1v2 against Air Force, you're probably going to end up waiting to respawn.
Heatwave in hands of Command Station. Sniper rifle in the back pocket. She's got all the power weapons you could ask for. And the repulsor too, just to either push somebody off the map or dissuade the grenades from landing on her doorstep. But got an open. She will be overwhelmed, not before taking down one with the sniper. Heatwave and sniper now pushed over to the way of Buff Boys. You got Overshield coming up in 6 seconds. And a lot of attention here from both teams to try to grab this power up.
Overwhelming offense works when it works, but when it doesn't, you can look down. Oh, nice. Overwhelming offense can work when it works. But at the bottom of the screen, you do see a 5-point lead for Air Force. Buff Boys trying to get the momentum going back their way. Clean clothesline to greet that 1v2 scenario. Just quick kills from both sides right now.
Gandalfson is putting up numbers with this sniper. Down by 5 still. Heatwave here for Gangstas. Slides on in, but it's going to be a bait and switch out of Air Force. Dealing with that pressure in their right. Working around the sniper rifle. Buff Boys playing around tower. Gangstas is going to spawn up with them, and I don't want to see them get aggressive here. They're down. They have 7 minutes to play for. Plenty of time to find a chink in the armor of Air Force.
I really feel like Air Force has just done an incredible job of every time they get taken out, they're bringing one person with them. They're getting 2 kills themselves. And Buff Boys just really haven't found too many opportunities where they get a kill and they just get to walk away. And when you have that ability, just like, my life is always going to cost something to my opponent, you find yourself in a situation where you're able to find and start to slowly extend the lead, as we're seeing here from Air Force.
You see the damage dealt. Posey cleaning up. Big shots there. On to the next. Perfect gunfights coming out from Air Force as they collapse. Slags finds the sniper. Takes down Gangstas. Shots onto Gandalfson. Can't clean him up with the BR. But a big surge of energy here for Air Force now to fly on forward. Command Station on screen. She knows she's tagged down low. Trying to stay alive. She will regen. Get back into her team as well. These are big plays coming out for Air Force. Very veteran plays coming out from Air Force.
Right now, following Gangstas, trying to get the long-range game going for themselves. They're going to lose Gandalfson's and Charms. Gangstas gets taken out themselves. Nixterox on the ropes. Slay's going to go ahead and back away. Posey takes out Nixterox. 42-27. It is starting to get out of hand here right now for Buff Boys.
Gangstas. Repulsor not going to mind the gap. Manages to win the gunfight. But here comes Schlags to clean up and already tagged down Gangstas. 43-30. Buff Boys now. They need to dig deep if they want to climb back into the series, as this needs to be the best Halo they've ever played. You're looking at on-screen Charms. Can he win out this gunfight? Will find Trey. And a double kill on his reward. But in doing so, a lot of resources burned. 45 kills for Air Force. They only need 5 more to push on to San Antonio.
4 kills away on the verge. Buff Boys, they have to try to get some kind of kill advantage and just run that all the way through the rest of the game. Prevent Air Force from operating as a full unit. They're going to have to make a huge play here. Big opportunity. Good flank. Charms picks up the kill there. 47 kills to only 3 now. 2 red targets aiming down sight. Gandalfson gets taken out. 2 players down on the side of Air Force. 48 kills. They need just 2.
Air Force always using their numbers here. Plenty of 2v1s to give them the lead that they have now. They need to do is trade out 2 more kills. Residing inside of a tower. Air Force in a chance to put this away. Posey finds Gandalf stand. Nixterox hiding inside the sandbags. Nades onto Charms. Cleans him up. And Air Force, they're going to San Antonio.
Congratulations, they managed to lock themselves in as the first confirmed team of the day. Job well done, Air Force. This team looks poised and ready to do great things next week at FORCECON.
Look at on screen. Team to get it done, Air Force. A team of veterans, a team of Halo pros. And now, your representatives inside of FORCECON over in San Antonio. Buff Boys, they put up quite the fight, Albert, but they just couldn't get it done against the Halo kids across the table.
I think over the course of that best three, what we saw is what is defined by these teams on paper, right? Air Force, an incredibly talented team, has so many accolades in the competitive realm for Halo. Of course, they're going to play at a high level. But we've seen Gandalf, we've seen Buff Boys over their time in COD be a dominant force, and they take those talents over to a new game, to a new medium like Halo Infinite, and they're going to do well themselves. But against a knowledgeable, experienced team that can play just as well as they can, it's going to be rough. I feel like Buff Boys is just a team. Should they make it to ForceCon, should they make it to Grand Finals today, they probably will be the team that benefits the most from a Halo Combine. They'll benefit the most from having that professional level coaching, just to get that kind of insight and catch them up on the experience front. But the raw talent is obviously there from Buff Boys.
We can see when we take a look at the bracket here, Buff Boys drop down into the lower final. Air Force punch their ticket to the grand final with the advantage as well. And now Buff Boys, they're going to be waiting for the victors between Sweet Boys and Ascended coming up next on stream. But before that, we will bring in somebody from the Air Force for a quick little interview. I'm excited to hear things from that match, how Air Force feels after that, because relatively, when you're looking at the bracket, Buff Boys were probably Air Force's toughest competition. And now that they've taken them down with such ease, you can imagine that their confidence is high.
I definitely think they went into it feeling extremely confident about their ability. There's still a lot of pressure. In the moment, you still do have to perform. Air Force, they have the gaming competitive experience to be able to withstand that pressure, and I think that's exactly what we saw. We'll get to speak with one of their representatives here momentarily. But we are going to have Posey. We're going to have Staff Sergeant Shane Posey. Congratulations, sir, on making it to ForceCon, confirming your spot there. How does it feel to confirm your spot in what amounts to history, being a competitor in one of the very first government officially recognized esports competition?
Oh yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, who thought this was going to be like this, 10, 15 years ago in the military, and we're making strides in the esports scene. So it's really cool, and it's an honor to represent, hopefully, the Air Force in the ForceCon in the tournament.
Now, when you're looking at the series you just had against Buff Boys, probably some of the toughest competition you're going to find inside of today.
Yep.
They were saying inside their interview that they felt their play style would be a good suit to go up against you. How did you guys feel as soon as you hopped into the server? Were you taken aside, or was it just another day on the job?
No, it was just another day. We're all Trey's a former player, and he used to play pro. And then me, Ali, and Schlegs are all HCS players, so we're pretty confident in the way that we could play. As long as we just played as a team together, we knew we could take.
Now, you guys have a ton of competitive experience, obviously. So I think in a lot of ways, you guys are going to have ice in your veins, no matter what the competitive situation is. But considering what's at stake, considering, the gravity of what lies ahead of you now going into ForceCon, do you feel that there were any added jitters towards the final moments of game number 2 there, where you're 10 kills away, 5 kills away? Were there any added nerves to closing out game number 2?
For me personally, no. I don't know if the team, felt it. I just don't like to get into a turtle mindset, even though the score is close. It's basically, in my opinion, it's whoever calls the shots is going to make the plays and be able to take the dub. So even at the end, I called a 3 push top mid because it was a 2 kill. We needed 2 kills, right? So I just said 3 push top mid, and then we just flew out and just took care of it from there.
It's a very seasoned answer from a very matured gamer right there. You gotta listen to the ranks and get the job done at the end of it. But you know what? You guys punch your ticket to ForceCon. You get to represent Air Force in the big stage now. And before we let you go to go celebrate with your team, is there anybody you'd like to shout out back at home, maybe?
Shout out to my family. But mostly just shout out to my team. I wouldn't be here without them, and yeah, just looking forward to the rest of the day.
Amazing. Well, go enjoy that win, Posey. You earned it.
Thank you.
Staff Sergeant Posey, another great guy to talk to. I'm really happy for him. You could tell that it means a lot. His experience is going to keep ice in his veins felt very confident. I really liked his answer to the question I had, because there can be a lot of those instances he pointed out where you just have 2 kills left. You don't want to just turtle up. You want to just keep doing what has gotten you that far. To hear that their team is poised to push through moments like that gives me a lot of confidence about how they'll fare, not only in the grand finals today, but at FORCECON, now that they are one of our confirmed teams. But we are going to take a short break before we get into the next match. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more action yet here at the Halo.
Hey guys, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams, stationed at Luke Air Force Base, and I'm currently active duty Air Force. With Air Force Gaming, I'm the Destiny Ambassador. What that essentially means is I plan events. For the player versus environment aspect, I teach people how to do new activities inside the game, where they typically wouldn't have a community to create and join. At least once a quarter, we do our PvP tournaments to facilitate more community growth. Some enjoy PvP, some enjoy PvE, some enjoy a mix. So my biggest goal is to get them to all be on the same playing field and to all be able to enjoy the game. I actually had a couple airmen hit me up at work who were like, hey, I need to do some raids, and I heard you're something of a Destiny guy around here. And I brought him into Air Force Gaming. These guys were shy as all can be. They weren't the type that you would typically expect to find a community so that they can play with them. And I was able to get these guys in on their first raid event they'd ever done. And just being able to be a part of that journey was awe-inspiring. What's special to me about the Destiny community, it's quite literally a community I've had to build from the ground up. From starting with 15 people, we've now reached over 300 members. For me personally, it's seeing the Destiny Discord chat just blow up. Anytime I wake up and I see that Destiny chat just going at it with people just talking strats or just having a good time in general, that makes it worth it to me. Well, again, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams. You can catch my Twitch handle right here. Pick me, where you see all the Destiny community action at its finest. Make sure to hit us out on the Air Force Gaming Tournament website as well. Hit me up in the Discord at P1CKM3-6826.
We're not done yet. Going down.
I'm Senior Airman Tyler Petrie. I'm in the Air Force and I'm stationed at Barksdale Air Force Base. I got into gaming when I was younger. My mom got me an Xbox 360 and my first real game was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and then that was it. I put thousands of hours, 200 game days into that game alone, and it just took off. Pokemon, you name it, I was playing it. For AFG, I am the Department of Air Force Rocket League team captain. I am the Rocket League team manager, and then I'm on the Air Force Gaming Rocket League team. So most recently, I helped in the process of creating the Air Force Gaming Rivals Twitch event. The Air Force Gaming Rivals event is pretty much a Twitch rival spinoff. It's not like an official, like who's the best Rocket League player, but it's just it's kind of had the most fun. And we're gonna just play random game modes all day, and it's gonna be streamed on the Air Force Gaming's Twitch. The Rocket League community, it's just like a bunch of people who really just enjoy the game of Rocket League. Especially in the Air Force Gaming and other military branches. We're actually all extremely close, we're all friends. And then we brought that back to the Air Force Gaming community, and we're trying to bring way more people into it who are like on the outskirts, because it's fun. Rocket League's the best game ever. It's a tier 1 esport. It's just the best overall community game. You don't have to be good to have fun. That's one of the perks. It's one of those games that once you start playing, that's it. I am Senior Airman Tyler Petrie, signing off. Fly game win.
This man is not very.
Ooh. Oh! Yo! That was cool. Finally, Canvy does something cool after 10 years.
Game!
Back my wall, 2 back my wall. They're pushing. 8 from Jets.
One enemy remaining.
Hello, I am Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman. I'm currently deployed right now in Kuwait, but my home station is Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I am a moderator for Air Force Gaming, so what that entails is making sure that obviously people are minding their P's and Q's, and I am basically the gateway for the Air Force Gaming Discord. I work with a bunch of really great people with the moderator team, as well as Air Force Gaming in total. Pokemon's a big part of my life, and I've been playing it since I can't remember, either the card game or watching the show. I also have a Pikachu tattoo. It's a girl Pikachu, so it's supposed to be me holding a little Togepi. When I had my daughter, I thought, oh, she could be Togepi, so it's like super special. Air Force Gaming, I think, was birthed out of COVID. A lot of gamers spent their time in Discord just looking for that sense of community, and Air Force Gaming is really bringing that home for a lot of people. A lot of airmen that are out there that need a bro to play a game with. I've made a lot of friends on Air Force Gaming already. But we just play games together, and Dead by Daylight is a game I'm pretty serious about, and I made Iridescent 3, so Staff Sergeant Fialo, you're out there. You're still Iridescent 4, boy. Just gotta step your game up. My name is, again, Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman, and gotta catch them all.
Well,
we are
guys,
back. We are back once again with your DAF Gaming League Spring Halo Championship live from Patrick Space Force Base. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casting? And I got my man Garrett Tools Cast. What is up, Garrett?
Hey man, I'm having a good time. We saw a pretty competitive match last time, and well, it's time to go to the lower bracket. We're hoping that some of those competitive matches continue on. I think, man, what we've seen really thus far, Tony, that the Air Force kind of stacked with the game and talent. I'm gonna say it, man. These guys look like they are all just supremely talented at the video games, and you know, I'm gonna say all the other forces probably gonna have to step up their game, because Air Force looks like they're out for blood.
Air Force Gaming definitely looking strong right now, and now they're gonna be fighting for their, tournament lives. We're going into losers bracket round number 1. We're talking Sweet Boys, and they're gonna be going up against Ascended, and that's gonna be for the right to play, I believe, against Buff Boys in that losers finals right now. So it's gonna be tough fighting for that tournament life. It's a best of 3, so you gotta put 2 on the board, otherwise you're gonna be going home a little bit earlier and definitely not going to San Antonio.
Ooh, San Antonio, the big ticket prize that everyone's looking for. Sweet Boys over there. Sweet Boys out of the Europe region, while Ascended out of Asia Pacific. So all these players either stationed in towards the Pacific or Europe, which is very cool to see that these guys, they're all over here in Florida at the Patrick Space Force base to play this tournament. And Sweet Boys in particular, this team out of Europe, man, they are exciting. Staff Sergeant Alexander Collins, aka Straight Trash. What a gamer tag, huh, Tony? Just Straight Trash. What a fun gamer tag to have. Staff Sergeant Boomer Duffy, aka Untamed. Staff Sergeant Trevor Wasson, aka Trev Nasty. And finally, Staff Sergeant Ryan Stead, aka Arcus, rounding out our Team Europe Sweet Boys.
And now we have Ascended. That's actually going to be Airman First Class Zachary Rask. Saw him earlier, aka Zook. He was absolutely going off. You also have Staff Sergeant Justin Newkirk, or All-Star. Also have another Staff Sergeant, and that's going to be Luis Diaz, or Grass. And then rounding us out, we have Senior Airman Angel Garcia, or one of my favorite gamer tags, Cryptic.
Ooh, Cryptic is a good one. Cryptic is a great gamer tag. I always like to see, I like to either promote the good gamer tags or, kind of meme on the bad ones. I don't know, man. Call yourself Straight Trash over there, Staff Sergeant Alexander Collins. What's up with that, man? You have to be confident in your gameplay. Call yourself Straight Trash. I don't agree. Let's see if he can change that name in this best of 3, though, because we're going to be starting on King of the Hill on Recharge, Tony. King of the Hill, brand new to the HCS rotation, added in season 2, and we're going to have to see how these teams adapt to the new game type. It plays a little bit different than King of the Hill has in different iterations of Halo as well. We're playing 2-4, and it takes 60 seconds inside a hill to cap a hill. We haven't really seen King of the Hill be like this before, so I'm really interested to see how these teams approach this game.
And then after that, you have Team Slayer on Aquarius. So not as new as King of the Hill, kind of an older staple to Halo Infinite, one of my favorite maps that we have on the circuit. And then speaking of new, if necessary, we'll see another map that so far that we don't understand the meta just yet, or still being defined, and that's going to be CTF on Catalyst. But here we go, your lower bracket semi-final match. It's either win and go into the finals or go home a lot earlier than expected. So much on the line here today, Garrett.
Yeah, it's all tournament life, and well, we're starting on King of the Hill, and what your key to victory really on King of the Hill is playing each hill as if you need to have essentially a straight line on it. I was talking to the G2 coach Callus the other night, and he essentially said if you can make a straight line through each hill, so for this hill at bottom mid, you'd want to have top A control and C plat control, and you essentially want to have all your players lined up, taking half of the map for yourself and forcing the enemy team to play from the opposite half. A little bit more counterintuitive to what we've experienced on other game types like Strongholds. Very similar concept in the way to score like Strongholds, but completely non-intuitive to how you'd be playing strongholds, right? So King of the Hill requiring some different skills to be used, a different meta to be developed.
So tough to control the entire map, but that's really what you have to do here on King of the Hill on Halo Infinite, and things are a little bit different than what you're probably used to, where back in, for example, Halo 3 was 250 points to take the win just by standing in the hill. You earn yourself points. Not this time. This is going to be a round-based system here, where literally if you're in there, you either take the whole base and earn 1 point, or you earn nothing. You can literally sit there for 90% of the hill and never put that final 10 seconds, and it was all for nothing. King of the Hill kind of ruthless here in Halo Infinite, and its first of 4 takes the win.
Ooh, camouflage is coming up, and this is the other important impact on this map. Getting this camo on your body and then getting out of this hill and using it as a roaming tool, I think, is very important for your success on this map. You can already see the camo trying his best to stay alive, but if you can get that camouflage and start expanding on the map with it and finding some free kills, that's how you can really soak up some time.
Great double kill coming in as we hop on board with Trev Nasty, able to get ascended right off of that base, and they're getting very close to capturing it. They have to play this. It looks like they're going to slide in there, try to get the final seconds needed on board with that boy Zook, but he's taking damage left and right, trying to play in and out, trying to get into that base, and finally it's going to be a 1-0 lead going for Team Ascended.
I've been loving the gameplay of Zook thus far. He's starting off this series 7-3. The mouse and keyboard player really making his name right now. I love to see how accurate he is with mouse and keyboard, because it can be definitely tough in Halo of how long the kill times are in this game to keep your reticle steady and to track those players. But Zook, supremely talented at this game. Glad to see that we have some mouse and keyboard players still around in the competitive scene. That being said, Sweet Boys, look at them get revenge on this hill, Tony. And this hill 2 on recharge is an absolute money hill. If you can get control of it early on, it's so hard to break into it, because look how far away you're going to be spawning. You're spawning all the way across the map, and you have no open sight line to get right into that hill. You truly have to work towards it, and that's why we saw such a quick capture from Sweet Boys in hill 2.
It's crazy because Ascended dedicated almost most of their resources to finishing off that bottom mid hill while Sweet Boys were setting up for the next one. And look at that. They end up tying up the game because of it. And somehow Sweet Boys able to break the setup that Ascended got their first hands on. And now they're working their way towards that hill. But it looks like a little bit of a stop in the action as Ascended have gone completely idle, probably signaling that we need to do some kind of reset here. Might be some kind of technical difficulty, but as of right now, from what we saw, tied up at 1 apiece, Ascended starting off hot, and Sweet Boys doing a great job of answering back.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what the rules on this reset are going to be. We haven't really had many King of the Hills resets in HCS yet, right? So we don't exactly know what the replay protocols are yet. I'd imagine at 1-1, the reset happened right at the beginning of Hill 3. Maybe we'll see a full reset, or we'll just see 1st to 3 Hills wins. But what's important about that is we're going to be going back in rotation, right? So Hill 1 and Hill 2 still going to be in rotation. And those 2 hills, we already saw how easy it is to get Hill 2. So you could come out, if you get Hill 1 and are able to set up for Hill 2, that's 2 easy points right away. So having that reset, getting yourself ready for this reset, going to be really important.
Yeah, one thing I noticed about King of the Hill and Halo Infinite is that I feel like I've never got blown out in King of the Hill so far. Like, I've never seen 4-0s. It usually always ends either 4-2, 4-1, or at least some close games. And sometimes when you get those 4-3s, things can get really exciting. So that must be, I'm still trying to get accustomed to the new rule sets here in Halo Infinite, but the fact that we're getting a lot of close games and less blowouts must be good for the ecosystem of Halo Infinite.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's every hill, there's this comeback mechanic in it, right? It's like they can get up to 50 seconds of hill time and you can still come back and capture that hill. You have that 5-minute timer. It continues ticking when you're not in a hill, very similar to how you would see Oddball be played, but with the strongholds mechanics of having to capture a hill. And it feels like it's like this ultimate game type that comes down. Now, Tony, I'm going to have to disagree with you a little bit. You say all your games have been really close on King of the Hill. I'm gonna say all my games 4-0 sweeps, baby. You know what I'm saying? I never lose a hill. It's all perfection for me, Tony. So I don't know what it feels like to be playing these close hill games, though. When we do have the best in the Air Force going at it, I'm sure we're gonna be having some closely contested hill games. On my end, though, baby, matchmaking, it's a breeze. That being said, it's gonna be a really tough match between these guys.
Funny because I literally just saw a tweet come out from you
Oh,
earlier
no.
saying that you just dropped 30
no.
CSR.
No, don't expose me like this, Tony.
During the break, you were playing a little bit of
Oh,
matchmaking,
no.
and you're on that negative 30 spree.
Oh.
But again, you 4-0 everybody. You're right.
You can't be exposing me on broadcast like this, Tony. I have a reputation to uphold. My 100% win rate that everyone totally believes I have is totally ruined. You're breaking the immersion. People are gonna think I'm a bad gamer now. Oh no, what are you doing, Tony? You're ruining my reputation.
I'm sorry. I apologize. This man, I've never seen with my own eyes. I've never seen this man lose a game in my life. With my own eyes,
exactly.
I have never seen it. But what I have seen is some incredible lockdown control on recharge. So why don't you walk us through some of the keys to success going into a map like recharge?
P2, hill 2 is going to be really important on recharge, right? Making sure that you're set up for the money hills right away. So the way that King the Hill works in Halo is a little bit different, right? You're going to have hills that are going to be way more contested than others, and you're going to have these quote-unquote money hills. Hill 2 and Hill 3, I would consider your money hills. They're the easier ones to hold. So Hill 2 going to be over at Long Haul, and Hill 3 going to be underneath the spawn point, which is bottom A, right? Those hills are a lot easier to hold. It's a lot easier to control the map from there. You can spawn them really far away. Now, if you are losing those hills, it's going to be really hard to get back into the game off hills like Hill 1 and Hill 4, because Hill 4 is this hill that it spawns literally in Repulse Tunnel, right? So it doesn't matter how much control of the map you have. It's such an open and exposed area that you're going to have this fight for it. It's gonna be contested. It's gonna be hard to hold. You have no cover to hide behind. So if you can play blow for blow on the contested hills, but when you get to those money hills, you have to ensure you get the capture, and that means giving up an earlier hill so you can rotate earlier on and make sure that you're set up for next hill. Then do so, right? Don't try to fight and contest for the scrappy time for those scrap hills. You need to be set up for the money hills at Hill 2 and Hill 3.
Well, it looks like not only are we going to see both of those hills come into effect, because we actually do have a full reset. So we're going to go back to route that one hill, which is a little bit of madness, a little craziness, and then like you said, that 2 and 3, which is a little bit easier to lock down, one being on the long haul side and one being on that A or elevator side of the map. One thing when I'm thinking about locking down any one of those sides, I'm thinking about getting my hands on that shock rifle. If you manage to break your opponent's setup and get a setup of your own, that shock rifle can be critical. And then on top of that, I'm also thinking about the repulse, because when that hill moves over to 4, down below the seaside where that repulse spawns, anybody that tries to flank from the back end can get booped right off the map. That Mind the Gap medal is probably one of the most satisfying medals that we have in Halo Infinite. So in addition to your positioning on the map, I can imagine that sandbox really coming into play, not only to break a setup, but also to lock one down.
Yeah, and especially in recharge, right? Another interesting tidbit is that most of the hills are on one side of the map, right, Tony? You're seeing if you put a line through like the through the mid map and made it do hot dog style, long little fold, you'll notice that most of the action is happening towards BR side, right? So that means if you're going for that shock rifle, you're most often you have to be careful about your timing, right? Because you don't want to spawn your teammates out in a disadvantageous position. So it makes that shock rifle play a little bit more dangerous. You're gonna have to be very aware of the influence that you're having on the map and not purposely spawning your teammates in bad positions. Although there are times on the map, like when you're going for Hill 2, where you're trying to break that hill, where glass control is going to be really important, and you're gonna have to see a lot of resources put towards glass, but at the same time having coordinated efforts on the opposite side of the map. And I think that's where you're going to see teams that are more experienced thrive on King of the Hills, because the coordination efforts that you have to have with your team in order to break hills is really important. Making sure that you're in the right positions, that you're not all stacking in the same area, and that you're pushing hills together but from diverse locations.
You saw the thumbs up on the screens of both Ascended and Sweet Boy. So what they're doing a quick little test when they jump in, make sure the audio's good, make sure everything's moving well, and then once it's good, that's when we'll actually start up the real match. So you saw the thumbs up. That means we'll be getting into this matchup very soon. As we said before, because it was tied up at 1 apiece, it just made simple sense to go into a full reset. So both of these teams will have to get 4 rounds. We're starting all over from that round number 1, and it's going to be King of the Hill still on recharge. Now, we've talked about that enough. No matter what, we will see a game 2, no matter what, and that's going to be Team Slayer on Aquarius. And while we're waiting for that for the game to start up, what are some of your keys to success when playing Aquarius?
So Aquarius is an interesting map, right? Because we don't have this power weapon utility that you're used to having in other maps, right? You just have the heat wave and the thrust to work with. So it's really important to play as a unit. And I think that's something that we're going to see in map 1 that we're going to have to see translated into map 2. And we can maybe get an idea of which team's going to reign supreme from map 1. But if you're able to coordinate your efforts and make sure that you're looking at the same things, that's when you're going to have success on Aquarius. It's about playing as a team, playing as a unit.
Absolutely. You can be one of the best individually talented players, and no matter what, if you're in a 1v2, you're gonna be at a disadvantage. Lunchbox once said, good players, they win their 1v1 gunfights. However, great players, elite players, the best players in the game, they don't get into them. They simply force these 2v1s. They trust in their teammates. They trust in that team shot, and that's what gets them forward. That's exactly what I want to see with both of these squads on both of these maps. When it comes to King of the Hill, especially an objective game type, team shot and speed is going to be key. And then on Slayer, where your only objective is to put 50 kills on the board, that team shot going to be so important. So I'm right there with you on both of these, on both of those maps. Now, when again we talk about the sandbox with Aquarius, what are some of the strongest things? When I think of Aquarius, I think of those 2 thrusters. That's what I want to get my hands on right away, because they can get you into a situation or out of a terrible one, and definitely give you an advantage going into each and every one of those gunfights that you find yourself into. What are some of the other keys when we're talking about the sandbox on Aquarius?
So the Aquarius, like you said, the thruster is so important because that helps you win your one-on-one skills. The other part I'd be looking at is that commando rifle and pistol that spawns on that map. If you have the control of the commando and the pistol, that's where you can really find opportunities to find outguns versus the BR, because the BR is consistent but it's slow on the kill times. If you can get a commando or a pistol, that's where you'll find opportunities to absolutely shred or melt someone. But the most important spot is hitting your shots with those weapons, and that can be a tall task to ask for players.
One of my favorite things to do with the commando and the sidekick is to almost treat it like a pseudo mangler. Like whenever we use the mangler, we have that drop weapon meta that comes into play. That's one of my favorite things to do with the sidekick. Sidekick commando, amazing at breaking shields.
Yeah,
not the best. I'm sorry, go on.
Oh no, absolutely. It's incredible at breaking them shields. That being said, Tony, we're gonna get this game up and ready to go. We're gonna go to a quick break while we get ready for this next match.
We are back with your DAF Gaming League Spring Halo Championship live from Patrick Space Force Base. Before we went to break, we actually saw part of game number 1, but some technical difficulties had us come back from the lobby, and now we are going to go back in with a full reset. It's King of the Hill on recharge, and Garrett, we talked about some of the keys to success on this map. We talked about some of the positionings that you want to take, going from hill 1 to 2 to 3 and then 4 and then back over towards the reset. At this point, it's all about execution. We know the game plan. Now it's time to execute.
Yeah, execution comes down to what reigns supreme, right? You can have all this theory crafting, all this, hey, this is what you're supposed to do. But when you're in game, what really counts is being adaptable and executing on your game plan, right? So nothing's ever going to go right. There's always going to be problems in Halo, whether it's a player accidentally getting killed in a spot they're not supposed to, or just situations arising where you have to make an adaptation play. Whatever team adapts best in this series will win.
Shots already going down. Sweet Boy's gonna lose 2 members almost immediately. Ascend really taking some control here in the early game, but nobody able to put a single point on the board. Finally, when a player on Ascended makes his way towards that capture zone, he gets taken out immediately. They need that full map control that you were talking about before they're able to commit to this hill.
Yeah, and it was an interesting play right there from Ascended, right? They got that hill control, but you saw them not have bottom A control and then force them out of that hill quickly, where they had to go repositioning, allowing Sweet Boys to make the hill a bit more dicey. And now you see a complete opposite situation where Sweet Boys did the same thing. They found the break, they got into hill, but they left A open, and that's where the pressure is coming from. If they want to see successful hill, they need to control both C platform and top A hill, the top A spawn. If they can get that, then getting hill time on this hill is going to be much easier.
Ascended trying to slide in there, getting a big triple kill. Does All-Star playing like an All-Star, playing like a superstar at the moment. He's 6-2, even has an assist at the moment, and looks like he's getting right over toward the hill. So not only is he getting those slays, but he's prioritizing that ultimate objective in mind, getting in the hill and securing that first capture zone.
So I mean, look at the time that they're racking up right here. Ascended doing a great job, but finally the break gonna come in from Sweet Boys, and now this is their chance to take control of the map. But you're seeing that once again, I think they're being just a little bit too passive on flipping the spawns on the map. If they can get towards A and C, that's where they'll have the most success. You see oftentimes fighting from those top positions at glass, which is where you normally want to be, right, in normal game types. But in King of the Hill, everything feels a little bit more counterintuitive to how you're used to playing this map.
We just saw another multi-kill on the board for All-Star right before we switched over to Untamed at the moment, going in for a challenge. Just barely missing that melee, but luckily his teammates have his back. The cleanup kill does come in, and still neither one of these teams able to take over this middle zone here. It is so tough. Again, you need that full map control. You need to be getting your slays before you commit to the hill, and as of right now, it is getting tough for both Ascended and Sweet Boys.
Alright, this hill looking like it's going to be going in favor of Ascended. Sweet Boys going to have one real last opportunity to break this hill, and that's not going to come happening.
First cap goes in, Ascend stealing that away, and it looks like counter to what we saw early, where Sweet Boys were able to get that early capture zone over towards round number 2. It looks like Ascended make their way in, and it looks like Gratz also having that energy sword, crouching, finally able to take down one slice and dice as Untamed goes down. But we are seeing cleanups across the board. Aruka's able to steal away one, and now going in for that full tower control.
Where we see the hill, the money hill. It's so easy to hold this, but they need to. Okay, no, there we go. We see the player in BR. They have the setup that they want, right, Tony? They have a straight line essentially through that hill, and that's what makes it so easy to gather this time.
Untamed able to take down one here. We do see some good time going in favor of Sweet Boys. Excellent use of the disruptor while his teammate comes in for the cleanup kill. Now we're on board with Aruka's, and Aruka's having a very important role. He has to make sure that nobody's crossing that mid-map without taking a few shots, or at least getting called out, as Trev Nasty gets the information and puts one quickly down.
Oh! Hey, well, the punch didn't go through, but the shot sure did. You can see they're winning this fight over towards Elevator, and this is going to be some valuable time for Sweet Boys right away. And you saw Ascended, they won the original hill, right, the scrappy hill, but now both Hill 2 and Hill 3, Sweet Boys have had the position right away. These are what your quote-unquote money hills, right? These are the ones that are easy to defend. So they're going to be able probably to go up 2-1 right here, but we're already seeing Ascended find their break.
Ascended climbing into that hill. Shock rifle in the hands of All-Star. This is going to be crucial for them to hold on to this bottom elevator side. All-Star getting a big pick with the shock rifle. Shot starting to rain down as Zook gonna be a high IQ play, back down, try to play his life, but Sweet Boys are continuing to find slays on the board. Nades go in, all 4 members go down for Team Ascended, and now you're seeing Sweet Boys once again take control of that bottom A side. Before that technical difficulty that we saw in version 1 of this game, we saw this game end up tied up at 1 apiece. This is exactly where we ended up before that reset, and this is exactly where we find ourselves again. Sweet Boys locking things down, straight trash, not looking like trash whatsoever in that gunfight. He's able to get a crucial kill. Aruka's following it up. 3 out of 4 members going down for Team Ascended, and because of that, Sweet Boy steal yet another hill. What started off as an early lead for Ascended ends up with a recovery coming back for Sweet Boys, and they're right back in the hill. All-Star getting another big kill off his screen here. On board with him is 11th on the board. Him and Cryptic able to put 21 kills. Aruka sliding in. Excellent movement coming out of Aruka's able to steal away 1, but cannot find the double kill. Still 17 and 10. 8 assists coming out of Aruka's, really starting to make some plays. It's a 3v3 scenario, and Sweet Boys still having control over that hill, and it looks like they're breaking through once again. Ascended are on their back foot as Sweet Boys are starting to take control.
Oof, and this hill, it's gonna be so tough to get this one right, Tony. So many exposed lines of sight right here. It's going to be so important to get that top glass control so you can watch the mid map, but also having someone towards that C plat so they can watch those pushes, and then probably set your last person up towards BR to check for those flanks.
Ascended able to find the slays they need to slide into that hill as they put Sweet Boys 2 down. You see them try to catch an angle, and Aruka's able to take the 1v1 and finds himself a kill. Ascended now sneaking through the back door, gets the flank. Swordplay comes in out of Zook, and once again, Ascended coming in for that zone. It's not over yet. It's not in the hands of Sweet Boys just yet, as Sweet Boys have just gotten fully wiped, Garrett.
Oof, and this is an opportunity for Ascended to get valuable time, but they're gonna have to deal with one last push. All-Star throwing down that great nade, and that's gonna alleviate this pressure, right, for them to get this hill, and now tying it up at 2-2. But great job relaying those numbers into an execution on getting valuable hill time, right? Playing that numbers game and ensuring that they're in the correct spots to play these hills.
Ascended striking first, a great recovery out of Sweet Boys, but after all that, we are tied up at 2 apiece. There's still 2 more points needed for both of these teams, and Sweet Boy's gonna find himself in that hill first. Excellent shots, and I love that play out of Straight Trash. He hops into that hill immediately, allowing Trev Nasty to get out of it with the camo, and Gary, you know he's gonna try to make some plays with it.
Ugh, camo gonna be so important right here, but check out this time that Sweet Boys has been able to get on this hill 5 rotation, right? They've gotten it over halfway, essentially 3/4, without having any time given to Ascended, which is insane because this hill is so tough to hold, right? You got really open sight lines towards the hill. It's very tough to hold. Sweet Boys getting 3/4 of the time right away is very beneficial to them, because now they can relax a little bit. They can spend a little bit more time pushing into this hill, coordinating their efforts to take down this player towards Needles.
Straight Trash able to get the big pick, but he ends up getting taken down as well. All-Star finds himself in a 1v2 gunfight, and I may not be good at math, but that's not the equation he wants to be in. Untamed ends up getting the double kill. Grat's gonna equalize the situation a bit, but once again, Sweet Boys finding the slays, finding the positioning, and Ascended still have to fight their way off the spawn, Garrett.
I love the coordination that we're seeing from Sweet Boys. Although they're going to lose the hill for a little bit right here, we saw players jump out of hill to ensure that they have 1v2 fights. Those are the kinds of heads-up plays that'll make the difference in this game.
I mean, tell you, his gamer tag is Straight Trash, but that's just a lie. That's just head games. This man's playing reverse psychology. He is anything but trash. 19 kills, 11 assists, even Untamed putting some excellent damage in, but all of Sweet Boys are collapsing on Ascended, and because of that, they steal away yet another base. We're back to zone 1, back to how we started. Ascended very good on this middle hill, but Sweet Boys are 1 capture away from taking game number 1.
And be weary of that rotation that we just saw made. Got his way all the way back towards back C, opted to go back towards that tower, but what that's essentially doing is flipping the spawns in their favor. Now Ascended being 3 down, you can see they're spawning all the way on top glass at Pipe Room. Now they're gonna have to fight through the crossfire of Sweet Boys. This is valuable time that they're gaining right here, and you can see every inch of the map is so tough to take from this position.
Ascended are in trouble. They need to find an answer. Sweet Boys have already passed the 50% point mark of taking this middle hill and game number 1, but still Ascended find themselves 2 down. Sweet Boys once again putting in that work. Finally, All-Star able to get the pivotal kill, and maybe that's the kill they need to break this setup that Sweet Boys have locked down here.
And finally, Ascended able to get that break, and now it's gonna be do or die. You can see them already starting to expand out. It's not that important that they get actual time right here, Tony. What's more important is that they start setting themselves up for the spawn control, and you can see they left A open, and that's exposing their entire flank, which Sweet Boys immediately took advantage of to get into this hill and try to finish this fight.
But Ascended doing a great job of answering back. 2 down immediately, but Straight Trash trying to throw the fisticuffs. These hands are rated E for everyone. 2 down for each of the teams, and it looks like Cryptic tries to steal away some cheeky time, but ends up going down because of it. Camouflage up now in the hands of Sweet Boys, not able to activate it. It looks like 3 down goes Sweet Boys. Ascended once again, finding the Slays, getting right into that zone, but they need to secure a second round of Slays. Sweet Boys are coming right off of spawn.
Yeah, and Sweet Boys is a great play. That last player staying alive, ensuring that his teammates came up to come help. You're still getting the A spawn, so you have immediate access to this hill. You have one good push left. You don't need to freak out and get into that hill right away. Just play your lanes, get the Slays, and the overkill to win the game. Patience truly is the virtue. An easy overkill for the win.
My man, that's how you stamp your ticket into game number 1. That's how you end the game. And overkill, 31 points, stealing those final seconds away. Game number 1 going towards Sweet Boys. And I apologize to my grandma, because I promise she made some excellent apple pie. That was my favorite dessert, but ain't nothing sweeter than that victory coming out of Sweet Boys. 1-0 and 1 win away from moving to your losers bracket finals, Garrett.
And not only winning that game, but doing it in the fashion that they did, right? The overkill to win. You saw the pop off at the end. It gives you a little bit of momentum. It gives you some wind in your sails. You're going to be doing so much better in game 2 because you're able to clutch up, ice out for the win. And if you're Ascended, that was so close, right? You were getting yourself contesting that hill, but at the end of the day, you just got to be a little bit better on the spawn control. The reason why Sweet Boys was able to keep that hill so dicey was because they were consistently getting that A spawn. If they just tweak a couple things, I think we're going into hill number 7 to see who wins. Instead, hill 6 able to be the win for Sweet Boys.
And Garrett, I'm a true believer when it comes to momentum. And as of right now, Sweet Boys have all that momentum on their side. They're going into Team Slayer on Aquarius, and they're going in confident. King of the Hill, very new to Halo Infinite, coming right in off of Season 2. But Slayer on Aquarius, this is a staple. We've played this thousands of times in the short months that Halo Infinite has come out. As of right now, Ascended on the ropes. Sweet Boys are very much in the driver's seat, and this could be ending 2-0 right here, right now.
And what this is really going to show is what Ascended's ability to play through adversity is, right? Everything went wrong towards the end of that game, nothing going in your favor. How do you respond back? Do you stay lying down, or do you get back up and you start swinging out the gate?
Ascended have shown us that they can find the Slays that they need. They've shown that they can win some of these pivotal individual gunfights and even utilize that teamwork that's oh so necessary here in Halo Infinite. Now it's time for them to put it to the test. They're up 2-1 at the moment, so the early game going towards them. Nades start to go in. Cryptic finds himself yet another kill, so Ascended doing everything they can to bounce back here in the series.
Yeah, already starting to find the equalization in the match, not letting Sweet Boys keep that momentum, playing tooth and nail for every part of the map. And the other thing I like to see right there is the commando rifle in a player's hands. That commando rifle going to be very interesting. If a team can get that and start using it to its best of its ability, high risk, high reward style play, you can see a team take over the game, because that thing absolutely shreds when you hit your shots.
We saw the defense coming in from Sweet Boys in game number 1, but sometimes a good defense is an even better offense. And Ascended, very good at breaking setups. Ascended, very good at getting aggressive, and you're seeing that right here as they're fighting for the mid-map control. Straight Trash will be the first one to go down. Gratz ends up pulling off a beautiful double kill. Luckily, Arculus was there to slow them down and end up getting that one kill to kind of equalize the situation, but still, Ascended's offense is just too much even for Sweet Boys defense.
Oh man, this is exactly what you wanted to see from Ascended, right? They're firing on all cylinders. Take a look at that kill column, all of them getting involved in the fights. Exactly what you want to see from this team to respond. And now Sweet Boys having to do a little bit of playing on their back foot, something that they weren't too familiar with in game 1.
Ascended double the enemy's team score line right now. It's 14-7 with a little less than 10 minutes on the clock. We've only seen about 2 minutes of gameplay, and Ascended already having a firm grasp here on Aquarius. That boy Zook doing an excellent job of staying alive. He's always all the way down to one shot, but he's still finding angles to support his teammates. Mind you, Cryptic was able to get away with the camouflage.
And this is a big camo, right? Use this to the best of your ability. Find the angle. Get the triple. Those are the plays that you need to make with the camouflage. You're putting the game in your hands when you put that on. Perfect positioning from him. Collapsing with the team as well. And that's what's really impressed me most with Ascended, is you can tell they're truly playing as a team unit. They're collapsing together. They're making sure that they're taking fights together. There's none of this relying on your one-on-one individual skill. It's all about how you can play as a team.
Beautifully played by Ascendant, especially on the back of that camouflage, but they are not done yet. Straight Trash getting right into the action, able to take down one, but can't find the second. Cryptic ends up finding one. Now going in for the challenge. 3 down goes Sweet Boys, and once again, a double-digit lead going towards the boys in blue. We may be seeing an elimination game number 3.
Oof, man, they are just starting to run away with this game, getting double digits now as they get the lead to 10 kills. And now you're playing a dangerous game of your Sweet Boys. You don't have that much time to get back into this game. You have to make this competitive within the next 5 to 10 kills.
Another slay going in favor of Team Ascended. Straight Trash trying to stay alive here over towards the bottom side of the map, but ends up getting spotted. This is where he wants to be, so he's going to back down towards his teammates. While all this happens, Camouflage ends up coming up, and Untamed, the only player able to sneak away with that. You have 2 players here on the car side. They end up getting both of the players down, including that Camouflage. Big plays coming out of Ascended to find the slays, despite not getting their hands on the most important equipment on the map.
Ooh. You can see that player having to drop out of top mid position. You can see Sweet Boys' BR is starting to heat up a little bit, but you still have so much to overcome. But if they are going to get this job done, it's going to be because of this camouflage right here. But a quick burn, and that's exactly what Ascended need to get done. They prioritize finding that camouflage player, isolating them away from the fights, and neutralizing the threat. Those are the plays that help you secure your finish. And although you're going kill for kill right now, you're not on that great killing spree that you were on before. All you have to do is go 1-for-1 trades, and that's exactly what they prioritize, neutralizing that camouflage and keeping their lead.
Around this time in game number 1, it was Ascended struggling to try to find an answer. This time, it is Ascended going into the end game with a firm grasp on this game. They are looking like the favorites. They are looking so dominant here on Aquarius. We are almost at the 40 kill mark, and they still have a double-digit lead. I don't want to say it's impossible for Sweet Boys to come back in this game, but it's certainly looking improbable.
Yeah, you're going to need some coordinated efforts. You're going to have to find a full team wipe and then start working the spawn kills. That's the only way to get back into this game. The last thing you can do is afford to go trade for trade. You have to find unanswered kills. Start splitting these spawns. Start asserting control of the map and the spawn manipulation.
Camouflage coming up once again, and although Ascended haven't found their hands on the camouflage, they've been doing very good at eliminating it from the map. Grad's going to prioritize that thrust that we were talking about before. That can be so important in these gunfights. And finally, Aruka's finding that angle over towards the camo. Thought he had a frag. Thought that frag was going to go a little bit further. Sadly, it did not, but he wasn't able to get away with the camo. 43rd kill has been achieved by Ascended, and so is the camouflage in the hands of Cryptic.
Yeah, that camouflage can often feel like a dagger in the back. With only 6 kills left to go, it almost feels impossible for this Sweet Boys roster. Ascended looking to push us into our first game 3 of our tournament.
Excellent melee kill coming out of Zook, trying to find that final 3 P2 control in the hands of Ascended. We talk about having that top map control. We talk about looking down on your opponents and controlling the mid map. That's exactly what Team Ascended are doing and have been doing all game, having 3 players in double-digit kills, even one having double-digit assists. That is telling you the story of how Sweet Boys defense just haven't been enough from that offense coming out of Team Ascended.
Only 2 more left to go, and while you can see this collapse coming in from Ascended, they are smelling the blood and they know how to get the job done. They find those final 2 kills, and you can see feeling confident, getting back into the game. And what I noticed the first time, Tony, is when they lost that game 1, they really were getting down and they were talking about what went wrong. They weren't letting it linger too much. They were saying, okay, these were our mistakes. This is what we need to fix. They obviously took that approach into game 2, fixed what needed to get fixed. And now the coveted game, all important game 3 to determine whose tournament life stays alive.
Some synonyms for the word cryptic are enigmatic, mysterious, confusing, and mystifying. I can't say the word, but all I know is that my man Cryptic is anything but that. He's been explosive on the map. He's been out there. He's been in the face of his opponents. It's been so unconfusing finding out what he's trying to do on the map. He is trying to slay out the enemy team. Did you see that score line coming out of him?
Enigmatic.
Enigmatic. Oh.
There we go. You got it. That'd be a great gamer tag, by the way. Enigmatic. Oh wow, Tony, you got me doing it now. Enigmatic.
It's tough.
Oh my, a little tongue twister for you guys at home. I hope everyone just started saying the word behind their screen. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if you want to take a second, sit down and just say the word with us. You know what I'm saying, Tony? Let's get them all. We're gonna lead an exercise. Ready? We're all gonna say it at the same time. Ready?
Okay.
3, 2. Okay. On after 1, right? So 3,
okay.
2, 1. Enigmatic.
Ooh.
I don't think that syncs up.
I'm still struggling. Catalyst game number 3, the newest map that we have here in season 2. It's gonna be Capture the Flag. We've seen this map before, but we've only seen it on Slayer here on stream. We have yet to see Capture the Flag on it, but it looks like Ascended. They're pretty good on it. They get themselves an overshield. They get themselves a skewer. Ascended already getting early map control.
Ooh, well, you can already Ascended going down right there, and you can see I like this pressure that Sweet Boys is applying into this back base. They're doing a 3-1 split. They're trying to coordinate their efforts and find these kills on the flag, and that's exactly what they're able to do. Now what will be interesting is how they coordinate these runs, and you can see opting to take this back towards the sword side. And this is what's going to be interesting to me, Tony, is I believe 90% of these flags, they should be run through top mid. Although it's a little counterintuitive, right? It's the most exposed part of the map. It's so fast, and I think that's where you're going to find a lot of your opportunities to get quick flag caps.
Yeah, I mean, if you have those numbers, I mean, they should be going towards top mid. It looks like they're electing to go towards that skewer side of the map here. Energy sword in the hands of straight trash, but he wasn't able to use it. He got taken out on that one. Meanwhile, Sweet Boy still trying to inch that flag forward, and finally Ascended able to wipe, come in for the cleanup, return that flag, and now we should see Ascended try to convert that defense into some offense here.
And you're seeing what flag really plays like on this map for really the first time, and you're seeing how it can be very intensive on getting the flag back, right? You're gonna have to slay out multiple times unless if you find that timing for a top mid run. If you go left or right, you know for a fact that other team is going to get up and they're going to have a chance to slay out once again. So making sure you find those correct timings, that you find the ability to move that flag when those players are down. Those 8 seconds of reprieve are where you're going to find your opportunities to capture flags.
Cryptic was doing an excellent job of prioritizing his life, but ends up going down here. Meanwhile, that boy Zook, 8-1. Man's absolutely going off at the moment, and not only is he slaying out, but he even has the flag. And you talked about how important those top mid runs are. Zook is able to get that flag across the map over towards the base, has barely been touched. Finally, when the shots go in, he already has that flag in, and that's gonna be a 1-0 lead going towards Team Ascended.
Yeah, Zook looking mighty fast over there, man. I love to see those runs. One thing to note about Zook and Cryptic as well, because I believe they're both keyboard and mouse players, is that this map's really going to benefit them, right? Really long sight lines, and that's where keyboard and mouse has its advantage. If they can make sure that they keep their sight lines long and that they're getting team helps from those long positions, that's where they can find their advantage. It's very easy to out BR a controller player from a long distance.
2 down for Team Ascended. Sweet Boys taking height immediately. Straight trash. Gonna try to get into the flag early, taking that perimeter that you want to see, but there's 2 in front of him. He has Zook able to put him down to 1 shot. Finally finds that headshot kill, but with that momentary lapse of timing, it looks like Sweet Boys are gonna lose that opportunity to pull the flag. Ascended have been able to wipe them out of their bases. Only 1 more player left for Sweet Boys, and he has nothing to do but to back down and wait for his spawning teammates.
And Cryptic made a massive play in that back base, right? Although he was last alive and it looked like it was going to be a flag cap for Sweet Boys, he managed to stay alive and milk his life. And that's what's most important. When you're able to play your life for longer than anyone expects, it slows the timing down in the opposing team. They weren't able to deal with him in time. He was able to get a trade before everything went down, and that essentially stopped that flag grab before it could even happen for the side of Sweet Boys. But look at them once again responding with a quickness, Tony.
I'll tell you, I believe it's Arukas RS that we have on screen right now, and he's really been impressing me with his gameplay. He's been that leading slayer coming out of Sweet Boys most of the time, and it's not just his shot. His movement is really good. The way he's able to get out of these terrible situations, the way he's able to use his movement to stay alive, he has been a nuisance towards Ascended. And while this is happening, he not only is getting the slays, not only is he staying alive, but he also has that flag all the way towards his base, and we are tied up at 1 apiece with a little over 7 minutes on the clock.
You're seeing why those top mid runs are so important, right? Even if your team doesn't have the numbers advantage clearly, if you can force out the side spawns and keep them distracted, the top mid run is so fast by the time that they're able to react, you're already in your base capturing the flag.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, this is game number 3. This is do or die here in the lower bracket semifinals. Either you make it to the finals and contend for the grand, or you're going home early. Both of these teams want it. Both of these teams want to go to San Antonio, and they just 1 step closer with a win here on Catalyst.
Yeah, this is by far the most competitive match that we've seen yet. These teams going back and forth in each game, but the flag is now out, and this is where you're going to have to find your best opportunities. How do you coordinate your pushes when you don't have clear numbers? And so far, it looks like they're having trouble getting that flag away, as the recovery is going to come in quickly for Ascended. And that's what's most important, right, Tony, is ensuring that you're playing your numbers game. You can't be pulling out flags when you don't have them 1-2 players down at minimum, because you're going to have to fight right off that grab. And we saw how easy it was for Ascended to get that return, and now trying to run the flag of their own.
2 down go. Sweet Boys and Ascended are looking to take advantage here. Shots going down for straight trash, having that overshield in hand, takes down Grant, almost able to get the double kill, does get the assist, which is almost just as good. And while that happens, Sweet Boys stealing away the skewer and trying to steal away map control once again.
Yeah, and it was a similar problem for Ascended, right? They did a great job playing defense at their side, but they got a little bit overzealous on getting that push. They still need to ensure that they have the timing, and that timing comes from getting kills on the map. Every respawn is 10 seconds long. When you get a player down, that's 1 less BR that can be trained on you. You find your wins in those 10 seconds of reprieve of those players being down. It's so important to execute when you have numbers advantage.
Well, Ascended executing some defense, trying to clear out Sweet Boys from their base. Excellent shots coming out of All-Star, but I love the patience to play around this wall to keep as much shield as possible. That led him to get the assist. Now the flag is going in the hands of Ascended, and that flag is going its way towards the mid-map. You talked about how fast these mid-map runs can be. All-Star getting it towards.
All-Star. Looks like they might have had a lag out, Tony, and that's just a devastating one. A flag was out and ready to go, and unfortunately there's a crash or something happened, so we're going to have to get back into that reset. And that's a tough one to look at because All-Star had that flag out. He was ready to get going.
Yeah, it was tied up at 1 apiece, and who knows if All-Star was able to get that flag towards mid-map, either two things would have happened. Either he would have been able to run it home free towards his base, or he might have been melted by the other players on the opposite side, and sadly, we're not going to be able to see what would have happened. Either way, when it ended, it was tied up at 1 apiece. Ascended did have a bit of an advantage, but Sweet Boys were coming right off a spawn. That's game number 3. This is an elimination game. There is so much behind this game right here. Like we said before, the winner is going towards that loser's finals to play towards the grand finals. Sadly, the loser will be going home a little bit earlier than expected.
Yeah, it's a tough tournament, right? And I think what we've seen, Tony, is that every team has some talent to be shown off. And it's going to be a shame that 2 of these teams aren't going to make it to San Antonio, because I think all 4 of them really showing that they could be deserving of a spot, and that some of these teams could take that next level, get themselves to the next echelon if they are able to have some of these pro coaches that are going to be at San Antonio train them through that combine.
It's so valuable to be able to learn from some of the best. You know, we're talking about, Cloud9's coach and, Hoaxer. We're talking about Optics coach and Lunchbox. So much information can be absorbed from them and to be taken into and to make you a better player and ultimately a better team. I'm right there with you. I would love to see all 4 of the teams go to San Antonio, but sadly, we're only sending 2. And we already know one of them that's already in the grand finals right now. Command Station and the boys, they've been playing excellent. We're trying to find out who's going to be that second one, who's going to make it into the grand finals to not only contend for the winner of this tournament, but also to make it to FORCECON.
Yeah, FORCECON is going to be so much fun, guys. If you're not aware, next week, just next weekend, we're going to be at FORCECON in San Antonio. All of the Armed Forces branches are going to be there, and it's going to be a fight to see who is best. I can't wait for next week in San Antonio.
I can't wait for next weekend. I also can't wait to get into game number 3. But before we get into that, we're going to go into a short break. And when we come back, we're going to have game number 3 of your lower bracket semifinals.
Minus B, clearing B. Captain B.
I got shot from right side street.
Minus 3.
No
Right here.
eyes.
He's upstairs. Minus. Give me the last one. Where's the last one?
Major Chris Walsh, stationed at Pope Army Airfield in conjunction with Fort Bragg in North Carolina. We have a sim racing community in the Air Force Gaming Discord. We kind of get together and do races. We have some leagues that we participate in now. It's not as official as a formal competitive team anymore, but the guys all, pretty close knit, and we still race together. Once you get into the more serious racing games that are really trying to replicate what real world racing is like, that's when you kind of get into games like Assetto Corsa, iRacing, which is on PC, real world race car drivers that are professionals all the way up to Formula One. You can meet these same guys online. That's the cool thing about it is, I've raced against Max Verstappen a few times and Lando Norris, who are Formula One drivers. I used to race motorcycles. It's kind of where my real world racing experience started. During the pandemic, I got involved in sim racing because I had an ex-teammate who was a skeleton athlete who works for iRacing, and this was just a snowball effect. I literally went from the sim to a real car kind of within a year. I went into professional racing. So I've actually raced at a professional level and took third place in my first weekend in a car I've never driven, and that was partly all the preparation I did in the simulator beforehand. I think the cool thing about gaming in general is just kind of how it creates a community that you kind of access all the time, no matter where you are. That was something that this nonprofit called Operation Motorsport decided to utilize, and they have a sim racing league that they do, and their focus is to support, disabled veterans in the U.S. and Canada who are transitioning to civilian life and helping them find a new sense of purpose and community. And motorsports for these individuals is that thing that helps them, and so all the guys from Air Force Gaming on the sim racing side are involved in as well. It's a pretty cool opportunity to just stay in touch with people and help them through tough times and give them that thing they look forward to every week. Air Force Gaming has done a great job staying linked in with them and being there and present at their race events online and engaging with that community. My name is Major Chris Walsh, and you can catch me racing online at my Twitch, Walsh USA.
We are back once again with your DAF Gaming League Spring Halo Championships live from Patrick Space Force Base. Why not be reckless? AK Why Not Be Casting? And I got my man Garrett Tools Cast, and we're coming back to game number 3 of your lower semi-finals. So much implications on the line here for Capture the Flag Catalyst. The winner moves on into that finals. The loser sadly will go home a little bit empty-handed.
Yeah, when we left, it was 1-1 tied at 5 minutes remaining in the game. We're trying to keep the game state as close as possible. So we're going to run back into this. It's going to be tied 1-1, and there will also be 5 minutes on the clock as well. So we're trying to repair the game state as much as possible. Now, unfortunately, there was a flag grab when the crash happened. That's really unfortunate, but hey, if you were able to pull out a flag one time, well, it shouldn't be too hard to do it again, right, Tony?
I'm right there with you, and yeah, only 5 minutes on the clock. So really, I mean, really that speed, that quickness, and opening strategy going to be so important here. And we're starting on board with All-Star going down early for Ascend, but it looks like they might have been able to get away with the overshield.
Ooh, and you're seeing the melt out of Zook, and that's what's so important, is ensuring that you're not falling into exposed positions with outnumbers. You have to be weary of when you can and can't push, and you can already see Ascended getting punished for those early deaths as an early flag grab for an overshield player is coming out. This looks like a great opportunity to put a flag on board.
Aruka's losing that overshield, but winning the 1v1. Sadly, Zook gonna come in for the cleanup. There's only one more player to deal with, and looks like he's going to be taken out. So 3 down go Sweet Boys, and now Team Ascended are gonna have the opportunity to play some offense of their own. Zook already finding the kill cross map onto Straight Trash.
You can see the pushes coming in. Ascended trying to get through, but they're going to get stopped short, and you can see the coordinated effort of Sweet Boys and Ascended both trying to get into these bases. I've been enjoying how these teams play as a unit. I don't think we've seen very many individual or quote-unquote rogue pushes throughout the game. We're seeing these guys clearly with good communication, coordinating their efforts, and that's why we've seen both of them been able to capture a flag already in this game.
Trev Nasty looking to get into an individual gunfight, ends up running into 3 players. Luckily, his teammate coming in for the bait and switch. They're able to take down 1, but it looks like Ascended are starting to push up. The double push coming in, taking that perimeter, pushing Sweet Boys back, but haven't found the slays just yet. We still have a 4v4 scenario just like that. Gratz ends up taking down 1. He's going to be cleaned up by Aruka's. 2 down go both of the teams. Everybody fighting for that map control.
And the one thing I'm noticing from Ascended is, yes, they're pushing together, but they need to separate a little bit more. We saw a 4-man push on one side, and you're seeing it once again. You see all the players from Ascended pushing the same lane. Now, this push can become hyper effective if they coordinated efforts from across the map, if they had one flanker. If you get free shots into the back, that's how you find yourself easy kills, and that can translate into easy flag time. That being said, Ascended have been able to push into this base. Now it's about getting this flag back, but they don't have control of their own base yet. There's players lurking in the darkness ready to contest this flag.
Ascended utilizing those numbers to get the slays and get the early pull. We do see Sweet Boys overextending, but they're being met by heavy resistance by Ascended. The first flag cap is going to go in. 3 down once again for both of the rosters, but it looks like in less than 2 minutes, Sweet Boys will have to find the cap. Otherwise, they're going home.
Yeah, pressure on Sweet Boys. They're going to have to find a response in a short time period. And I like this push. You see them getting them 3 up into one spot, and they're going to have to coordinate a flanker at some point. I think they're doing a wonderful job at it. You see the flank coming through. That's the first kill. That rings true. The second comes in. A great coordinated effort, and now it's up to Grass to stop this push. He's behind him. Oh, my God, the 180 sword. Oh, my. What a play.
Double kill coming out of grass wasn't enough. That player turned around, slice and dice, goes in, and Sweet Boys having that flag, but not running it up the mid. Instead, electing to run over towards this sword side of the base. If they can find the round of slays, this could be it. But Cryptic finding the backside of Untamed, stopping that flag cap towards mid-map. But
No!
No. That's not a secret tunnel over to victory. That's falling off the map. He's hitting the black screen.
I didn't know Clayster was in the Air Force, man. Just jumping off the map like it's no one's business. Oh my, yo, that sword just missing, and this flag return is going to be coming in. But you can see how Sweet Boys are trying to contest that flag. But unfortunately, one too many slays didn't go in their favor, and they just weren't able to apply the pressure needed on the map.
2 down once again for both of these teams. Untamed gonna run right into Zook. Little does he know that Zook has the sword, putting his 12th on the board with it. And now we should see a flagpole coming on both sides here. 12 seconds on the clock, but luckily Sweet Boys has the flag off, and that'll force sudden death. If Ascended are able to get the return, that'll end the game right there, even if they have the flag in hand. Sweet Boys finding the 3 down, still having that flag forward. A little bit of a fumble, but the reset comes in, and it looks like Team Ascended are trying to get across the map. They're trying to stop this. The shots go in. Arukas finds one, but it's not gonna be enough.
Wow,
Sweet
we're going
Boys end up
OT.
punching that flag in, and we are going into overtime.
Oh, that's a crazy change of pace. Oh, I did not see that overtime coming, but they got the job done at the last second, and it was because they were able to find the correct lanes to push. They found the weaknesses in coverage and were able to get to that back base before Ascended were able to deal with the pressure.
Straight trash getting right over towards that base. It looks like Zook taking some heavy damage, turns around, gets the melee kill, goes in for the challenge onto the sword player. His teammate, well, now watching both ways for crossing the street, runs right into the sword, but luckily Gratz was able to get the kill. Ascended now have that sword. Zook is now making plays once again, getting another kill with it. 15-6 is Zook, largely because of the energy sword play.
Trying his best to stay alive, and you can see how the pressure can mount on for a team. Sweet Boys trying their best to play defense right here. These next few kills are going to be critical, but it's the cross map shots that are stopping players from being able to push out of the base, and it's going to be up to Zook with that sword to make a play. But you can see how Sweet Boys are keeping themselves away from that sword player, playing on the opposite side of their home base. But while all this is going down, they just haven't been able to expand on the map. Sweet Boys are going to be in danger right here.
The master of the energy sword. Finally, Sweet Boy's able to get it out of the hands of Zook. You cannot allow him to run this map with the sword. 2 quickly go down for Team Ascended. It looks like Cryptic doing a great job of getting the assist, but can't find the kill onto the second one. All-Star going all the way down to 1 shot, and he's going to be hunted down right off of the map. Beautiful plays coming in out of Sweet Boys to defend this base, and there's only a little over 3 minutes on the clock for either one of these two teams to find the cap, and Skewer already coming into play.
Yeah, Zook with that massive defensive play, game the Skewer back for his team. The Skewer so important in this game if you want to keep the pressure up, right? 1 shot, 1 kill, no matter where you hit. You can hit the tippy toe, it'll get you that kill, and most importantly, it can neutralize an overshield in 1 shot.
This is game number 3. We are in overtime. 1 flag cap will decide this series. This has been the closest series that we've seen, not only for today, but this entire weekend. 20-7 still is Zook finding kills left and right. Zook leading the charge, having 3 players push over toward the left side. Skewer finds 1. Arukas ends up getting the kill. All-Star gonna answer back. 2 down once again for both of the teams, but Ascended are trying to play some offense. They're trying to clear out this base. If they're able to get 1 more round of slays, that can be a flag pull.
And you can start to see Ascended pushing through top middle, trying to find more pressure into the base, but a huge win from the side of Sweet Boys, and that's going to alleviate this pressure. And now they have a minute 50 to try to get back into this fight, but they've just been struggling on getting outside their base. Ascended consistently pushing forward and finding kills to keep Sweet Boys on a defensive foot.
Sweet Boys defense has been so tough throughout this entire series. We saw how important it was when it comes to King of the Hill, and we're seeing it here on Catalyst as Ascended are trying to get into the base. They're finding the slaves, but they're not able to pull the flag, and that's because of the coordination and the defense coming out of Sweet Boys. And now Aruka's taking top mid immediately. He sees some of these power weapons coming up. Those are going to be crucial for either one of these teams to get the early pull. Only a minute on the clock here, Garrett.
This has really been the first opportunity we've seen from Sweet Boys since the overtime to make a play in the base. Oh no! A critical miss with the skewer. They could have stopped that overshield in time. Instead, the overshield could come back to haunt them as we all of a sudden see the map start to go into a precarious situation. Both teams fighting for the map presence, and you're just desperately wishing he had that skewer back, right? If you were able to hit that skewer shot, get that overshield for your team, you're talking about a huge shift in momentum, but suddenly a flag out and away and already halfway.
Cryptic using the sword to get a bit of a faster run here, gets it all the way across the mid, ends up getting towards his base and not being touched whatsoever. That's gonna be it. Team Ascended gonna steal it away in overtime with less than 30 seconds on the clock. They are going to your elimination finals.
Zook with the clutchness. Cryptic with the flag at the end, but 25 kills, and you can see how much it meant for them. That's truly going through a war of attrition. One of the longest series that you can play in a best of 3 right there, and they clutch it up at the end. But you gotta remember, we had a reset in game 1. We had a reset in game 3. Game 3 went to overtime. They've been at these stations for a minute now, and it just shows how Ascended were able to keep playing at their highest level even throughout all those delays.
Wow. Team Ascended coming out when it matters most. It was a best of 3 series, and we saw a 2-1 victory going towards them, but it was anything but easy. They had to fight for every kill, fight for every objective cap. It went all the way down to a game 3, and then even going to overtime, in 30 seconds of that overtime on the board before Ascended were finally able to end it. That had to be one of the best series of the tournament, Garrett.
Oh, of the weekend, right, Tony? I mean, just close every single time. Those objectives were so great, but now they're going to have to go up against Buff Boys, who went undefeated during the regular season and have only lost to the Halo fanatics of Air Force.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for Ascended as well because, you know, on top of that, they actually lost 0-2 to this very team that they're going to be matching up against in the finals. But I will say, we saw the same exact scenario happen yesterday where UNSC fell 0-2 to that very squad, then come back, get their revenge, and make it to the grand finals. It is not over yet.
Yeah, it's never over when you have more opportunity to play, but they're going to have to clean up some of those mistakes. They're going to have to play their style Halo just a little bit cleaner. Remember, all the way back in map 120, we saw some simple mistakes that caused that game to slip away from them. If they can clean those up, then they're going to be in a great spot.
Well, you know, we talked about the game. We saw with our own eyes, but we got to talk to at least one of the players. I think we're going to bring in Angel here for an interview because we got to know what was going on through your head throughout that entire series. Game number 3 and overtime, you must be feeling good.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic game. Sweet Boys put up a great fight. You know, just our team, we were just more composed in the end. We knew how to play our routes more. You know, it's not a map that we typically play, so it's kind of a little weird. But we figured it out. It took us a little longer than we wanted to, but we pulled through in the end.
Walk us through that last game of game 3. You know, you guys are in overtime, 30 seconds left on the clock. How'd you guys get into that back base? What went right at the end? And weren't you running that last flag, Cryptics? I mean, you were out there with the quickness, man. You've been practicing those flag runs.
Yeah, no. So what was going on was I'm pretty sure I think it was left side. I saw all 3 of my teammates call out that there's 4 of them over there. So I just saw the opportunity. I took sword and I ran down. And by the time I was in their base, nobody was there to contest me. And then by the time they were ready for me, I was long gone. I was way across that bridge. You know, I've just gotten a lot better pulling flags, and I'm mainly the person who pulls in TTF, so it's natural for me.
Especially when you had that sword in hands, man. You were lightning quick going towards top mid. That was absolutely insane. Now, let's be honest. You're going up against the very team that beat you 0-2 in round number 1. Are you feeling confident? You feel like you can come back in this rematch and beat them out here in the elimination finals?
We definitely feel confident as a team. You know, I know they're a fantastic team, and I've learned a lot from their team especially. But you know, we'll leave it up to the gun skill to gun skill. You know what I mean?
Lay it down on the map. That's what I like to see, man. I want to see you running some more flags. I have objective orientation. Like you said, when you saw 4 down and you made the connection, like, hey, this is open, I'm going to go grab it. That's the kind of stuff that I expect to see from you in this next series. Before we let you go, though, anyone you want to shout out, any special thing that got you here?
Yeah, I want to shout out my teammates especially. Obviously, they're not on camera, but they're the reason why I'm here. You know, I can't be here without them. And I also want to shout out my beautiful wife who's at home, taking care of my dogs and allowing me to be here in the first place. So I can't be here without her.
Love it. Well, you have a good one, Angel, and good luck to you going into that elimination finals. You are 1 win away from making it to the grand finals and making it towards San Antonio. Good luck, man.
Thank you very much.
I like that. I like that interview. Yeah. A lot of energy, real good guy. You can tell and whatnot. Had to thank the wife. You know, hey, happy wife, happy life out there taking care of the puppies. So this way they can come in and slay out and make it towards San Antonio. I'm rooting for the boys.
Hey, I'd love to see an upset. That being said, there is a juggernaut in their path that they're gonna have to deal with.
Well, deal with them. They will have to do. Because coming up next after this break, we're going to have the elimination finals. Winner of that not only makes it into the grand finals, but makes it to FORCECON in San Antonio, where we'll get to see them live. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to have that matchup right after this break.
Hi, I'm Cadet First Class Christopher Chua, and I'm at the United States Air Force Academy. So I'm a program manager for the Air Force Gaming Academy, which is a startup sub-brand of AFG at the United States Air Force Academy. We kind of manage our own little bubble at the Air Force Academy to host tournaments, create a community, and manage them. At USAFA, we're gonna create kind of a community that's mirrored after AFG. It's just like a community for people to get together who all share a passion for gaming through tournaments, competitions, or just hanging out with each other. We hope to incorporate AFG Academy into AFG to give cadets exposure to and allow them to connect to active duty Air Force members and Space Force members for either mentorship or just to get to know people. Being a part of the Air Force gaming community has allowed me to connect with people I really thought I'd never meet. F-22 maintainers, chiefs, generals, people that you'd never really interact with as a cadet, and it's allowed me to grow and receive a lot of mentorship. I hope that through developing Air Force Gaming Academy and being a part of Air Force Gaming, to just practice my leadership and really connect with people all across of our Air Force. Because there's so many of us, but through our passion for gaming, it really allows you to meet people and get to know them on a closer level. I hope the Air Force gaming community continues to grow and attract new people from all over. It's really about the community aspect, and since we're all a part of the Air Force, everyone can take advantage of the resources that are a part of the community. This was Cadet First Class Christopher Chua. Let's go Falcons.
We got people back.
I was ready to start swinging. I'm about to be one of them.
Why? We have the CC they dream of. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Of saxophone madness.
To bring you this.
Of saxophone madness. Saxophone madness.
If she don't know what happened, then I might call that tragic. I misplaced all my matches on my way to that address. Take it slow, slow, slow. Take it slow, slow, slow. Take it slow, 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 slow. Take it slow, slow, slow. So please don't judge my actions. I've learned my way through practice. I misplaced all my matches. I'm on my way to that address. Take it slow, slow, slow. Take it slow.
Welcome back to the Department of the Air Force Gaming League Spring Season Halo Championships. My name is Lauren, joined here by Seymour and Colin, my good friend. What we have brewing is a good old-fashioned tale of revenge.
Good old tale of revenge. We saw the exact same thing yesterday in the Space Force Gaming qualifiers, and now we get the same thing over again. We take a look at the bracket and we can see the story that we have, because you and I mean, we've seen it. We didn't get to see these two teams. It was Tony and Garrett who casted over them in the upper semifinals, best of 3 between Ascended and Buff Boys the first go around. And Buff Boys, they came out, they showed their worth, and they made it look good. Now, a chance to get revenge. Like you said, Ascended getting a 2-1 victory over Sweet Boys in the lower semifinal. Their chance was gifted to them now to take down Buff Boys for another try.
You know, Colin, I'm glad, man. I'm glad. After this entire weekend, that's the first time we're getting a chance to see a number 1 on the screen. That was a crazy game, number 3, between two hotly contested teams. Ascended, I was cracking up at the end of the last game. I was like, Crypto just got to take the flag clear across the map.
You said it looked like he was playing a single player at the end of that, the way he just ran it across there. I said it looked like he just completed his quests and he was able to finish the job.
I mean, he leveled up. He ascended. I feel like he should have made that one. Yeah, got him. We got him. Coming up on this next match, though, it is going to be a revenge tale. It is going to be Team Ascended taking on the Buff Boys. We got both squads lined up here, ready to go. Now, one of the things that I am most curious about here is the concept of mental fortitude and endurance. Buff Boys, they've had their own journey to make it here to the lower final, but they've had a lot of time now to rest, recalibrate, think about their strategy, recharge, and be ready for this match, whereas Ascended is coming off of the longest match we've had all weekend, and they're getting thrown right back into the Lion's Den. So I'm hoping that they have the energy to keep things going, but the Buff Boys, man, I know they're ready.
The Buff Boys on screen from Mino Air Force Base. You look at First Lieutenant Nick Nixterox Gutierrez, Airman Aiden Charms Van Order, Senior Airman Austin Gandalf Snyder, and Airman First Class Jordan Gangstas Samuel Esquivel. I mean, this team, they have made quite the name for themselves this weekend. Looking at like the fan favorites going into this qualifier, but Air Force, they shut them down. They shake the nest, and let's see if they have what it takes, to get angry, to look for revenge of their own and make it all the way back into the grand finals.
Team Ascended not to be denied themselves. You got Airman First Class Zachary Zook Rask, Staff Sergeant Justin All-Star X Newkirk, Staff Sergeant Louis Graffs Diaz, and Senior Airman Angel Cryptic, the running back of the team, Garcia. Now, another thing that I think is really cool about Ascended is that they are also in that illustrious club of getting through the last call qualifier without dropping a single round. So this is a team that also has come into today with a ton of momentum, a full head of steam in their own right, and they're getting their one last opportunity to show what they have against some really strong competition. They just came off of a really long match. I know they're ready for this challenge.
Well, you talk about you want to see mental fortitude. I want to see resilience out there from this Ascended team, because that Buff Boys are going to bring the aggression, the COD player mentality. They want to rush Blitzkrieg their way right through the middle of the map. Well, I'm looking at Ascended to weather the storm, figure out a way around that, and deny them of that opportunity. And when we look at the map sets, I think that this is a great opportunity for them to really flip the script on this Buff Boys roster. You're looking at Streets, Aquarius, and Recharge. A lot of utility inside of these sandbox for them to use to shut down that aggression and really slow down the pacing, especially starting off on the Streets. When we're looking at that, you have the Stalker Rifle, you have the Sticky Grenades, the rocket launchers, as well as the Bulldogs. And if Ascended can get their hands on those power weapons, Buff Boys, they have to be careful about how fast they're really playing.
You got to look both ways before you cross the actual street on this map. And I think it's perfectly apt that we are going to the streets for a revenge tale quite like this. I think no matter how game one goes, though, the Slayer map is where we're going to see the Buff Boys really shine. So if I'm Ascended, you know, obviously every game, every moment of this best of three is going to be important. But I do think that there's a really strong emphasis for Ascended to take game number one, just because Slayer is such a strength of Buff Boys and their playstyle. This is a team, you know, based on just raw talent. They've brought their COD ability over here to great effect. And the advantage that Ascended has is that they can potentially outplay their opponent if they have more experience on the Halo Infinite front. But we're getting into game one, lower final. One team moves to FORCECON next week. The other one watches on, so there's a lot on the line.
On the line here already. Rockets in the hand of Gangsters. Quick 3 down. Zook all of a sudden looking around to where his teammates have gone, as it's going to be early time for Buff Boys inside of this hill. They're going to gain as much progression as they can. Just a reminder, 60 seconds to capture this uncontested. So Buff Boys looking to get this one done fast. Zook going to open things up. Nades are going to ring out, force Buff Boys off of this hill. And even doing so, now they're going to be walking on in right into the trap that Buff Boys has laid. And it's going to be a quick 3 down. Zook, last one alive once more. Trying to stay alive, but he's just not going to be able to make it happen.
A cinematically thrown grenade forced Nixterox off of the point, but I really love the heads-up play to wrap around and become an element once again, helping take that point back. And right now we see Buff Boys on the way to picking up their first point of the game.
Still in control. Somebody's got to touch soon. Cryptic, very low, no shield. Still going to find his way in. Over the wall is going to be in grabs, but clean shots indeed out of the Buff Boys. And they're going to be looking to put this one away now. However, All-Star slipped into tires. He's going to get eyes on, relinquish that pressure for now. Actually flip the script in Ascend's favor. Now let's see if they can really push Buff Boys to the edge of the ropes right now, as they have their chance to start getting progression of their own.
The casual clunk to the back of the head as you run by. Make sure you check the corners before you go browsing the streets, my friend. Clean kill there. And right now, we are seeing an opportunity for Ascended to really establish themselves in game number one. 2 down on the side of Buff Boys. Ascended hanging on to the position, racking up those points. They could steal the first of the game.
The Spanker again in the hand of Gangsters. Oh, it's going to be Nixterox with it. Rails off the first shot. It's going to deal the damage, but the finishing blow is going to be a Stalker Rifle all the way from Charms. And it's a full 4 down once more from Ascended. It's going to give up the first hill over the way of Buff Boys with a clean break, and they're going to have the opportunity to transition over to the second one as well. Zook, the only one in a position to punish, the only one to slow things down. But as he falls, as his team falls, Buff Boys, they're going to keep the pressure on.
Buff Boys pulling out all the stops. Ascended was like, man, they're throwing rockets, grenades. They don't want us on this point, guys. They seem pretty upset about it. Yeah. Buff Boys back in the saddle, back with the first point of the game. Gandalf saying will be back here before you know it. Going up the steps, Nixterox finds out the hard way that there's a gun waiting for him.
Sentinel Beam not able to find the kills. Ascended, they get a little bit of momentum, and it brings them a long way back. Onto the zone they go. Russian going to be taking their way now. You see a little bit of forward aggression out of Zook. He's looking to keep the pressure on to these respawning players, but Cryptic back turned, cleaned up with a sensible beam, microwaved, you'd say, in doing so. And that's going to be the nade spam now from the rest of Buff Boys, trying to find their way on in, holding back the lines of Ascended. Flying out they go, Bulldog in hand, barreling on in. It's going to be All-Star, but that boy Zook makes his way in, finishes the job, and Ascended, they hold on.
I knew we would get fireworks and added his best of 3. We're getting that early and often here. 2 down now on the side of Ascended. Looking through the eyes of Gangsters, who's really solid on his mid-range shooting, but so is Ascended. They answer back. Send him back to the respawn.
Triple kill. Triple kill out of Nixterox. He's 10-4. Quite the start to this King of the Hill. As Buff Boys now still holding on to their lead into the second hill. Wanting to carry the lead into the map all the way up to 2. But a nice barrage of nades from the Buff Boys is going to relinquish some pressure away from these Rockets. Picked up again. The Rockets going to hit the mark. They will. R-Star goes down. Power weapons once again in the hands of the Buff Boys. And look at this. They're playing for the long game. They've already hit the rotation on par with Ascended's respawns. They forced them out of their situations. They forced them out of their comfort zone. And Buff Boys rotating over to Hill 3 and using the Rockets to find another 2 down.
We like to play the game fast, says Buff Boys, and you are seeing exactly that. 2 points, and now they're on the horizon of getting a third straight unanswered from Ascended, who seem to be falling behind in overall pace and rotation. Are they being overwhelmed right now?
It seems a little overwhelming, even from my point of view, just casting this. But Ascended, they need to find a way to put a halt to this snowball that we're seeing out of the Buff Boys on Streets King of the Hill. Look at this position from Charms. He's going to have a full rain on the middle of the map. Turns away because he knows pressure is coming from his right shoulder. Swings around the corner, finds one. Shots in the second, but the nade from Zook coming to the rescue. Cleans him up. Still pressure in from Buff Boys. Cleaning up the table is going to be the rest of the team. And another 3 down is going to spell 3 points for Buff Boys inside Streets. One more hill is going to spell the end of map 1.
Buff Boys are rotating around like they have 5 players on the map. It just seems like Ascended, anytime they try to group together, they try to start making a play, there's just someone there from the red team ready to stomp that out. I'm very impressed with Buff Boys' ability to just control this map. It's not just outright slaying. They're playing a well-coordinated game. They are ready to play, but Ascended, could this be the late game surge they need to start getting some points in the game?
This is the latest of the late game surge that you can get, Albert. And Buff Boys to get right back into the mix. Holding on to this hill, haven't given up a lick of progression over towards Ascended, and another set of Rockets are going to come up. Cryptic picks them up, looking to utilize the Rockets now to break the hill right away, but All-Star gets shut down. Shots ringing out from the Buff Boys. Nades trying to take out this last player from the hill, but can anybody touch? No, they can't. So Buff Boys, they pick up the 4th hill, 4-0 sweep, map number 1, and lead the series 1-0.
Buff Boys are playing like we were talking about the wrong revenge story. They're like, no, we want revenge on Air Force. We need to get to this lower final to get back to grand finals, because they are playing out of their minds right now. They look extremely determined. It is not just arcade style cowboy cavalier play we're seeing. We are seeing, I know that they call themselves COD kids, but we're seeing a Halo team right now. We are seeing a team that is playing Halo Infinite, not just at a fast rate of speed. It's not just raw talent that they're leaning on. That they are playing like they are executing solid strategy. I love the evolution we're seeing here right now.
Well, Buff Boys trying to figure out a way back after that loss to Air Force, and it looks like they're right back into their dominant playstyle that we saw back inside those upper semifinals. But moving on, we get to that Slayer, and this is where you really had your sights set against Ascended, Albert. You know that Slayer is a very strong game mode for Buff Boys to be playing on, and the fact that they were that dominant inside the map 1, that controlling inside of King of the Hill on Streets, it's a scary sight to be going into a Slayer now on Aquarius. You have the Heat Wave, the active camo, pulse rifles, commando, and sidekick, all weapons to be picking up around the map, and that's not even at the end of it. You also have the dynamo grenades to watch out for, so many things that Buff Boys can control the pace of this game with.
And this is the situation I was really hoping for Ascended to avoid, because, you know, we've seen all day Buff Boys' ability to just run over any team that's not ready for their overall pace of play. We're jumping right into Slayer here. Ascended need to get the 50 kills before Buff Boys do if they want to keep their hopes alive. Otherwise, Buff Boys will be advancing on to grand finals and will be advancing to FORCECON.
They're one map away from punching their ticket to San Antonio, but you can see Ascended off the break. They're going to go 3 for 2, hold a small lead for now. All holding on to the same side, the blue side of the map. Buff Boys, though, with top control. Charm's going to jump down, a little 1v1, but to the rescue, you can see Buff Boys kind of caught in the middle of everything. Ascended has eyes on, still losing out on these gunfights, though. Buff Boys thriving in this situation, this high-pressure, high-intensity situation, just favoring them again and again. All-Star gets cleaned up by Nixterox, and now we're tied 5 apiece.
So far, I would say Ascended's doing an incredible job of just keeping up pace. Their strong opponents, Buff Boys, ready for the drop down, but oh, surprise! I got a melee button too. Look how that works.
I can do what you can do too, you know?
Look, yeah, it's pretty neat. Good idea. Let me try.
See, the
9
hate wave
kills to
comes
7
out.
now. Ascended's actually breaking away with the lead here. That is huge for them. I love it.
It is, but you can't expect Buff Boys to stay rolled over for long. You can see now trying to finesse his life. Gangstas has a little bit of help from Charms. Garth's going to get beat down as well. Off the respawn, Ascended inside that yellow base. They flood on out the same choke, and with the team shots, they're battling their way out, but here come the dynamo grenades to make things up a little bit. You can see Ascended forced into the backline. Buff Boys surging on forward. Charms about to be cleaned up, and Buff Boys take their lead 14-11.
Just the melee shot doesn't need it. Continues to be a problem all across the map. Nixterox seems to do really well with finding these flanking opportunities. Steps down the wrong hallway that time, though.
Ooh.
It's going to be 17-13. Buff Boys have wrested back the lead from their opponents. Ascended need to step their game up to catch back up.
Gandalfson picks up the camo, goes incognito. Chance now to really push their lead even farther. Ascended holding hands inside of their closet. It's going to be trades back and forth. Buff Boys okay with that. 18-15. Here comes Camo. Gandalfson into the mix. Charms to help him out. Full frontal aggression right into the base of Ascended. It's 2 down. Make it 3 down clean. And their lead just keeps on growing. You have to give it up to Charms right now. 7-4, having quite the map.
Buff Boys continue to press their foot on this accelerator. Ascended seemingly struggling with keeping up pace. 22-15 right now. Following through the eyes of Gangsta, steps around the corner and finds a couple of blue players waiting for him. Ascended are happy to pick up their 17th kill, but they still have a lot of work to do.
See Ascended trying to grab their spade to dig out of this hole, but every single time they do, Buff Boys seize the opportunity to collapse as one and use their numbers to overwhelm, to bully their opponents. And in come Ascended to the aggression, immediately dissuade. Cryptic's gonna go 1-for-1 off screen. And with that Planter's control, Ascended, they have the means to really push Buff Boys against the ropes, but they need to start finding these kills and start dealing the damage. And every single time they do, there's always 1, maybe even 2 Buff Boys to answer the call.
I think Ascended, they just need to try to contain Buff Boys, and I understand that is much easier said than done, but it just feels like anytime Buff Boys can turn this into an out-and-out brawl, that is when they shine their brightest. That is when they're their strongest. So when you can force Buff Boys to play Halo Infinite and not just raw first-person shooter team deathmatch, that's when you're going to have the most success. Buff Boys, though, they're having the game go out exactly the way they want it to right now.
And you can see that Ascended, I mean, a lot of consistency across All-Star, Cryptic, and Zook, but Grass, 3 and 8. 7 assists, so really putting up the damage for his team, but hasn't been able to clean up these kills and, you know, giving away his lives in doing so. And you can see Buff Boys always seizing this opportunity, once again collapsing into the base. It's a 3-on-2 inside the zone. You see nice shots onto Gangsters, will be able to shut him down, but the cleanup crew is the next up to the chopping block, and All-Star manages to find one before getting out, making the best out of a really bad situation.
It started to look grim for All-Star, but they managed to hang on, pick up a couple of kills, all important. Only 14 left for Buff Boys to close the series out. Only 24 kills for Ascendant. Make that 25 now. They have some catching up to do.
Can they make it to a game 3? Albert, it's quite the test right now. Quite the trial against a well-seasoned Buff Boys roster. But that's a great usage of your team shots. All 3 players overwhelm Gandalfson inside the blue closet. Looking to work together now to push out of these zones. But Zook on the opposite side, staggered out just like Gandalfson. But on the opposite side is going to really put Ascended in a situation where they don't feel comfortable leaving this blue base yet.
Ascended's running out of opportunities to trade. They really need to start coming away with clean kills, try to catch back up. 42-29. It is starting to further and further slip away. Buff Boys further and further getting closer to realizing their dream of making it to FORCECON, to making it the grand finals, to take their shot. Team Air Force, Ascended, they are running out of time.
44-29 on screen. Gangsta's looking for his way in all the way on the flank right now. Can he spot out these players? He's going to have an assist. The shot back smack
clunk
onto Zook. Flank pays off now. 46-29. 4 kills remaining, and Buff Boys are going to Texas.
Gangsta's like, you're going to need a new helmet after this one, buddy. Got the shield picked up. 46 kills, 4 left for Buff Boys to close this out. Following Cryptic, tries to get some shots, but the quick turnaround, Charms is like, nah, I'm alright. I'm going to stay alive if you don't mind.
Ooh.
1 left.
Shots from All-Stars. The back smack onto the necks. All-Stars making some pretty heads-up plays, but it's just not enough in the end. Buff Boys get it done. They punch their ticket to San Antonio, Texas with a win on Aquarius Slayer 2-0 over the likes of Team Ascended from Asia Pacific. And Albert, this Buff Boys roster, it seems like they have found their pacing once again.
I think that the time they've had to really adjust, think about how their match earlier went against Team Air Force has really paid off. I think we saw some really solid adjustments out of them. Of course, the offensive capability, I knew it was going to be there from the very beginning. But one of the things I thought was the most impressive for me was on game 1. Their ability to retake the point, just timing their grenades well together, that was the indicator to me that they weren't just trying to play, COD with a different skin on. They actually did consider the strategy of Halo Infinite, and they were really executing on it. So I really do like the evolution that we've seen out of this team.
No, I've seen a brand new playstyle in this matchup from Buff Boys rather than what we saw against Air Force. It seems like they learned a little bit of a lesson and they took it to heart, and they're looking to make a change going into the future. And that change, it's worked out so far, but I'm curious to see how it matches up against Air Force, the team who just swept them quite easily through that upper final. And if they can change things up, maybe find a way in, you'd look at them to hopefully make a different story going against Air Force. But at the moment, Buff Boys, they win out on their lower final. They make it to the grand finals. They qualify for FORCECON coming forward. And you're right, this evolution, it has made an interesting story so far from Buff Boys.
We're going to get the opportunity to speak with Gangstas of the Buff Boys, looking swole as ever, making their way into the grand finals. Gangstas, congratulations on your victory. Very impressive stuff across the board. All right, let's bring them in. Let's have a conversation. I want to really pick your brain about some stuff here, because again, I was really impressed with your overall team fight capability against us as a team. You brought a lot of your COD flair into Halo, and I was just curious, between the match we saw you in earlier against Air Force, what was the conversation that you guys had to be ready for this matchup that we just had now?
Honestly, I think we weren't flying as a team as we normally play, and that's how I like to play. That's the only way I find the game, honestly, any sort of fun, is holding forward, which whether that's good or bad, but I don't know, that's just the way we play, or I play rather. So I think in the next series we play, we'll definitely look to improve on that rather than making separate pushes or whatever it was.
It's crazy because that's how I like to play too. The only thing is, it looks like it's working for you guys, and for some reason, it doesn't work when I do it. So,
Yeah, it just depends.
maybe I'm going to have to learn from you a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
But going forward, you're looking at Air Force coming up next, Gangstas. And do you think that this small change that you guys have made into the lower finals is enough going into the grand finals? Or are you guys still looking for some way to change it up?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely changes the whole game when you push as a team rather than you get squad wiped one by one. It's a totally different game. It's like the most team-based game I've ever played. So obviously, if the teamwork's not there, then you're not really doing anything on the map.
Airman First Class, a question I have for you. Outside of the scope of just this immediate game, you are making history. You have now confirmed your spot in going to FORCECON next week and taking part in the first government-recognized esports competition. How does that feel to be there?
It's pretty awesome. Like I've only ever been to one other LAN event besides this one, so I'm super stoked on that. And then for this to be history also is really cool, and everyone being involved is super cool as well. So I'm excited for sure.
I'm glad you and the team were able to. Yeah, go ahead.
And celebrate, this victory of qualifying. Is there anybody back home that you'd like to shout out real quick?
Yeah, I think my wife's watching actually, so shout out to her and my mom.
Love the
Good
family.
choices. Good choices.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Airmen First Class. We'll see you next week, and we'll see you in upcoming grand finals. Talk with your team, get ready, and we'll see you in action here momentarily.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
I like to hold forward.
Me too. Me too. I'm saying, Albert, I wish it was that simple when I'm playing my ranked games in Halo, but it's just, it's not always going to work out that way. And I'm a little bit afraid going into the grand final for that mentality, but, it seems like they've really learned their lesson, realized the team play that is needed to coordinate in Halo, and I would like to see a different scoreline going into that grand final.
We're going to find out momentarily. What an incredible day we've had. Air Force was able to take out Sweet Boys 2-0. Buff Boys, after that, were able to have a 2-0 victory over Ascended. Air Force and Buff Boys, the unstoppable force, the immovable object. At the end, the object did not move. Air Force was able to take them out in the upper final, and they are in grand final. Sweet Boys had our first game 3 of the series, but we did see Ascended win 2-1, and now we're moving on to the grand finals. We're going to take a short break before we go, though. I do want to take a moment to say congratulations to the players that have made it to FORCECON. We're going to be switching out cast here momentarily, so I just want to say thanks to all the players, thanks for everyone watching, and thanks for production, because you guys have been handling all the issues and things like champs. I think things have gone incredibly smoothly, so props to you guys. I just wanted to say that. Colin, you got anything else before we jump out?
No, I'm excited to meet everybody going into FORCECON next week and see how all the teams match up against each other. It's going to be an interesting one so far. It has been a great day of Halo, lots of competition in the grand finals. It's one that you folks don't want to miss. And like Albert said, we're going to go on a break, get a little bit of caster musical chairs going. When we come back, Tony and Garrett are going to be bringing the action on that grand final. We'll see you there.
I am Master Sergeant Helena Cox, and I am currently stationed at Cannon Air Force Base. I started gaming when I was young, starting out on the Super Nintendo, and then I got into N64, so I was a console gaming until I met my husband, and then he introduced me to PC gaming, and I haven't gone back. He got me into an MMO called Mabinogi, and we actually played that for several years, and that was my first introduction into MMORPGs. I am the Elder Scrolls Online Gaming Ambassador, and I'm also on the innovation team because it ties into what I do for the Air Force now. The innovation team is a group of individuals that are working together to build a network for anybody who has innovative ideas for the Air Force or Space Force, and be able to easily support them in any of their endeavors. The MMO Ambassador team is a group of individuals representing a variety of different MMO games. It's a smaller community because we're not highly competitive. Now, each game does have some of their own kind of competitiveness within them, and so we work together to support each other's games and grow that community just as a place to go and enjoy a game, not necessarily be competing for anything. When I first came into Air Force Gaming, I thought it was nothing but competition, so I was ecstatic to find that there was actually an MMO community within it, and I think it's something that we should share a lot more, that we aren't just competitive. We do have simple events related to the MMO games where you can just come and play and hang out with each other and support a team through a raid. This has been Master Sergeant Helena Cox, and this one says she games. This one did not say she games well.
Hey guys, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams, stationed at Luke Air Force Base, and I'm currently active duty Air Force. With Air Force Gaming, I'm the Destiny Ambassador. What that essentially means is I plan events. For the player versus environment aspect, I teach people how to do new activities inside the game where they typically wouldn't have a community to create and join. At least once a quarter, we do our PvP tournaments to facilitate more community growth. Some enjoy PvP, some enjoy PvE, some enjoy a mix. So my biggest goal is to get them to all be on the same playing field and to all be able to enjoy the game. I actually had a couple airmen hit me up at work who were like, hey, I need to do some raids and I heard you're something of a Destiny guy around here. And I brought him into Air Force Gaming. These guys were shy as all can be. They weren't the type that you would typically expect to find a community so that they can play with them. And I was able to get these guys in on their first raid event that they'd ever done. And just being able to be a part of that journey was awe-inspiring. What's special to me about the Destiny community, it's quite literally a community I've had to build from the ground up. From starting with 15 people, we've now reached over 300 members. For me personally, it's seeing the Destiny Discord chat just blow up. Anytime I wake up and I see that Destiny chat just going at it with people just talking strats or just having a good time in general, that makes it worth it to me. Well, again, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams. You can catch my Twitch handle right here. Pick Me, where you see all the Destiny community action at its finest. Make sure to hit us out on the Air Force Gaming Tournament website as well. Hit me up in the Discord at P1CKM3-6826.
We're not done yet. Going shot.
of your sticks and stones. You throw them my way to make a point, but I don't have hollow bones, so you'll never take away my voice. You used to be like home, but now the whole place is so destroyed, and I'll survive on my own. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than what you wanted, even through all the times you burned me down. I'll keep rising from the dust. You used to always say words that were laced with poison love, and you thought I'd always stay. Guess it turns out push came to shove, we'll never be the same. You take the dig, I take the jump, I finally found my way. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than what you wanted, even through all the times you burned me down. I'll keep rising from the dust.
colder when you're frozen over like I am. like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
It's time for your grand finals here in the DAF Gaming League Spring Halo Championships, live from Patrick Space Force Gaming, and I'm so excited to be here. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be cast? I got my boy Tools Cast. It's grand finals time.
Ooh, grand finals time, and we've had one heck of a tournament here. This has been an insanely talented bracket. Just 4 teams, but they've been so close in skill. Although you see a lot of 2-0s there, I think everything has been fairly competitive today, Tony, and we're seeing some great talent out of the Air Force.
That we have, and we're taking a look at the bracket here. Air Force undefeated on their way here to the grand finals, and because of that, they're gonna have a 1-0 advantage over Buff Boys. We just got a 2-0 victory to make it here. They're very warm. They must be feeling good, but Air Force do have an advantage. It's a best of 5 series. If Air Force take 2 games, they're going to be your champions. Meanwhile, Buff Boys will have to put back-to-back games on the board. And we're starting off with King of the Hill on Streets.
King of the Hill on Streets is going to be a tough one. You know, there's a lot of open hills, not a lot of money hills on Streets. Hill 1, Hill 2, very contested hills. Hill 3, also going to be a contest hill. Hill 4 is the first money hill that you'll really see in rotation. That's the hill towards Cafe. So you can look to see Air Force really come out here strong, and they can find the slaying prowess early on and gain control. Well, that's where they'll have the best opportunities in this game.
Well, game number 1 is on the way here. Rocket launcher, drop shield. You even have a bulldog and stalker rifle to fight for, and it looks like Air Force not wasting any time whatsoever, immediately putting Buff Boys 3 down.
Immediately with that answer back, we saw Gados get straight up into that hill right away and try to find the picks over yonder, but because of a well-timed switch from command station, she took him down, and now you can see all of Buff Boys spawning towards Cafe, and they're gonna have to coordinate a push to break into this hill.
Schlags currently 4-0 to start the game off. Command Station even putting 3 on the board, but Gangstas answering back, taking down Trey Try, going in for the double kill, earns the assist, but still numbers going in favor of Air Force, and they're going to utilize those numbers, going to utilize that numbers advantage to take over this hill. They continue to fight here on the B Street.
And this is the spawn that they wanted, right? Air Force is going to be able to go collect that thruster right back off their spawn, keeping control of as much utility on the map as possible. You can't let him get away again. All of a sudden, oh, command station, she was able to finesse her way away from those fights. But it shows how important it is just to finish your kills in this game. You can't afford to let these players stay alive for longer than like 3 seconds after their one shot.
Well, we are starting to see Buff Boys start to show some life here on here in our grand finals. They got the slays that they need, putting Air Force 3 down. They immediately went after that hill, and now they're continuing to apply pressure. The bad part is that it's cutting right back at them. Air Force were ready for the challenge. They take it. They get a full squad wipe and back towards the hill, and you see that timer over toward the bottom of your screen. Air Force are about to take the first cap here in the game.
And look at that rotation from Air Force, right? They coordinated their push to break into that hill, but notice how they're already setting up towards C. They're getting ready for that next hill. Although they don't have the power weapons, they are in the correct position, which will make this hold a lot easier. They've already taken care of the rockets and the shotgun. Now it's just about playing off each other and trying to keep the spawns in your favor.
Capping that B Street base and then immediately setting up for the C subway side. I mean, they playing like they got somewhere to be over here. They're playing as fast as possible, trying to speed run through this grand finals. Luckily, Buff Boys immediately coming off a spawn and making their presence known. Those are some excellent slays going in for the challenge onto Command Station, but Command Station ends up taking them down despite being weak. 2 down go Buff Boys, and here come Air Force looking to break the subway side setup.
You saw how Air Force are coordinating with each other. When they push, they all push at once. See them taking the 2-on-1. They don't want to isolate gunfights and give them opportunities just to win one-on-one fights. You'll always notice Air Force roaming as a pack, always having each other's help, and it's going to be making a difference in this game.
8 kills apiece out of Posey and Schlags. On screen is Posey with the bulldog, ends up putting the shotty to the body. That's gonna be a killing spree. Not done chasing down the one-shot player, but it looks like Gandalfson was willing to take the challenge, ends up getting the kill, but it's not stopping Air Force from pushing forward. Buff Boys immediately take the hill, but they're already feeling the wrath of Air Force, utilizing that bulldog once again.
I think it's just showing you how hard it is to capture some of these hills, right? We talked about how there's not really that many money hills on this map. There's a lot of open sight lines into the hills, especially on this one, right? Because you want to have like B and A control while you're in hill, and maybe try to force towards cafe because of how open the middle map is. You need to have control of the middle map. Try to force them to come in from either B or from the cafe side towards purple. If you're allowing the middle map to be open, it's going to be much easier to contest and lay down damage into that hill.
Buff Boys coming off really well here on the subway side. They're almost done with taking their first cap and maybe tying up the game. As I say that, 3 out of 4 members of Buff Boys end up hitting the black screen. Air Force not only able to clear out the subway, but also able to get into the hills themselves. And now they know exactly where Buff Boys are spawning. Now they're anticipating the pressure coming in. Their reticles are ready. Kills are coming in left and right. A killing spree has been attained, but Buff Boys are still able to break through once again, Garrett.
Yeah, great coordination effort from them, and it just shows you how Air Force was relying a little bit too heavily on their individual gun skill on that hill. They needed to have more presence towards the push that was coming from driveway. Instead, they relied on a one-on-one fight that resulted in a trade out, and when those numbers went away, that's where Buff Boys took advantage. Now we're back towards hollows. I think this is a hill that Air Force are going to feel a little bit more comfortable on. It's a little bit more intuitive on how to play this one, right? It's the hill over towards bottom C. It feels counterintuitive to how you're playing it on other maps. This one, very much the same. Just try to expand on the map and force a bottom C spawn.
Tied up at 1 apiece right now. This is a critical point in the game, a swing point to swing that momentum in your favor, dictate the pace of this game. And right off the rip, Air Force able to find the slice and the rocket launcher. 3 down once again go Buff Boys. Air Force going to utilize that numbers advantage to not only soak up all of this hill time, but to get that information on where Buff Boys are spawning, where they're pushing from, and block them off. And watch every choke point on the map. Command station starting off with an early pick here, and that's not going to be good for Buff Boys.
And notice how how Air Force started to rotate themselves towards cafe, towards the back end of that hill. They're trying to coordinate themselves for the money hill. This one is the best hill to get because you can try to force this red room spawn like they did. They're going to have to push all the way through into PD just to have an opportunity to mount a push into this hill. And as you can see, all of Air Force set up just to immediately find these kills. And before you can even get a challenge on this hill, they've already surpassed 3/4 of the time needed to capture.
We had to get my man Posey on screen. 19 kills, only died 9 times, 11 assists on the board. Posey is absolutely going off. We caught a glimpse of him as they steal away that purple street hill, and now Air Force, they're just 1 cap away from taking game number 2 and going up 2-0 in the series, Garrett.
This hill is going to be a tough one to break out, right? We're talking about being in the bottom middle section of the hill. Now, I was talking to Callis from the G2 roster. He coaches them. What he was saying is you want to try to force them into PD or red room, but you have to control A and C, and you're seeing that presence already from Air Force. Notice how they have a player towards A and C. It's forcing them to take a route towards B stairs or tires or potentially cafe, and what that results in is an easy pick, and before they can even get to Posey, he dices them all up. A triple kill and new rockets for them as they look to secure their final point.
Posey is absolutely taking over here. They are so close for taking this game, and largely because of this man on screen. 24 kills, 12 assists, rocket launcher in hand. As soon as Buff Boy trying to slide in, he gets yet another multi-kill to clear them out. Full squad wipe going in favor of Air Force, and they're just seconds away from taking the game.
Oof, they just need to get one more round of slays, and well, you can see they're coordinating their efforts towards purple. Wow, Buff Boys get into this hill, and this is an opportunity for Buff Boys to keep holding them off, but you're gonna have to find this individual slay.
Another 4 down go Buff Boys, and that's gonna be it. Air Force putting 4 caps in that King of the Hill, only losing 1, and that was that Subway side. The rest was all them taking that game, making it look easy, and they are 1 win away from taking the championship.
Man, you can see just how much effort these teams are putting in. Air Force just playing a perfect half of King of the Hill. I thought the way that they played that second half, you couldn't ask for more, especially with how they coordinated their efforts on that last hill, right, Tony? They were separated on the map, both A and C, forcing out the tertiary spawns towards B, and it was just working like a charm. It presented an easy triple kill. It was allowing them just to cycle through the spawners and get easy time.
Well, I still think Buff Boys did a great job of answering back with some of the pushes that Air Force were trying to create going into Slayer on recharge. I think I saw enough to give Buff Boys a chance to be able to answer back, maybe to put a win on the board. This is not going to be an easy sweep for Air Force, especially when the only objective on Team Slayer is to put 50 kills on the map, take the capture the flag out of it, take the hill out of it. All they have to do is stop Air Force from dictating the pace in the game, and instead play their game, play Buff Boys type of game, and maybe they can steal away this game here.
Right, Slayer's always the great equalizer, right? There's no more objective to orient the flow of the map. As long as you can get kills, as long as you can keep your deaths low, you're going to have opportunities. We know the individual talent is there for this team. They just need to put it together to take down this juggernaut of Air Force.
And luckily with recharge, it really allows you to get really creative with some of the power weapons and the power-ups on the map. Like, we all know the map is going to run through camouflage and shock rifle. What happens when those weapons aren't on the map? That's when you got to get creative with that grapple, get creative with that repulsor, mind the gap, chuck somebody right off of the map, or utilize that grapple as soon as you go one shot to get out of a terrible situation, or combine that with the sword and start flying at your enemy. I obviously think, the sword, camouflage, and shock rifle are really powerful, but to me it's about how you utilize the other power weapons, the other equipment on the map that can secure you a win on recharge.
Yeah, recharge is always a map about the power-ups and power weapons, right, and the utility that's there. If you're not using the sandbox to your best of your ability, well, you're letting things fall through. There's going to be so many times where if a player has a repulse or a grapple shot, that they're going to have an advantage that allows them to win a one-on-one fight. Or if you're not controlling that camouflage, where you're going to get snuck upon and you're going to have a flank that leaves you exposed. Controlling the sandbox is how you control the pace of this game.
I'm so excited about this, especially because we're seeing the sniper rifle come into play. Not the S7 sniper, but the shock rifle. And plays with the shock rifle almost are sometimes more exciting than the S7, because you can really play aggressive with, if you want to play a different brand of Halo, with that extra aim assist that you get when you're not aiming down the sight. If you just line up that shot properly, you can net yourself kill after kill. We've seen some of the craziest plays. I'm talking the likes of Renegade, I'm talking the likes of Frosty, Spartan, really grab the shock rifle on this specific map and take over games. That's what I want to see here in this game from either one of the sides, especially on the side of Buff Boys, if they want to come back in the series.
Yeah, I really like the balance of the shock rifle in the sandbox, right? I think there's an argument to maybe tune it down just a little bit, but in my opinion, it's high risk, high reward, right? If you hit the headshot, then you're gonna get the kill. If you don't, well, you're not even gonna break their shields. It's a little unlike the sniper rifle. It's not just about hitting the player. It's all about making sure that you're tracked onto that head and that you're maintaining the prolonged period of time it takes to get that kill, because the shock rifle is technically a burst weapon, and if you don't hit every single burst into that head, you won't get that perfect medal and you won't get that one shot kill. Players who aren't able to execute on that, you'll see them get punished, because it's very easy just to four shot someone with a BR that's trying to hit you with a shock rifle that keeps missing.
And when we talk about the shock rifle and the different aspects that it brings to Halo Infinite, it also reminds me of what the Disruptor does as well. Like, these are two weapons that we haven't seen in Halo Sandbox before. You can interlink damage onto opponents, like if they're closely conglomerated together, or if there's, like I say, a stray weapon on the ground or an objective or weapon pad near an opponent. You can actually shoot that weapon pad. The bullets will bounce off of it and find the nearest target. It's something that we've never seen in Halo, but I'm not gonna lie, I've been practicing with it, because you can make some dirty plays with the shock rifle and the Disruptor with the electric based ammo.
Yeah, especially if you just know there's certain parts of certain maps where you're like, okay, there's players that usually hide here. If I shoot this weapon pad, it's going to do a great amount of damage. Like a great example is on Streets that we just went to, where the commando spawns. If you want to check that corner, or you have a Disruptor pistol, all you have to do is shoot the commando spawn, and it's going to light them up if they're in there. For strongholds on Recharge, right, you can check back C by shooting the panel. If someone's trying to capture a hill, you can throw it in, and there's still so many weapon pads that you can take advantage of still on the map, especially on Recharge. There's just a lot of opportunity to find players out that are hiding in locations because you shoot those panels. A great skill gap that I think is building in Halo Infinite is just having that knowledge of when to use your Disruptor and when not to, because I've definitely seen moments where the Disruptor shines and absolutely earns a swing in the game. The one thing we haven't really talked about the Disruptor either, Tony, is how it can have damage over time, right? Yes. So if you hit them and you get the 3 shots to connect, it does a little EMP pulse, and that will slowly drain their shields. So even if you don't get the kill, you're essentially taking them out of the fight for 10 seconds sometimes, just because of how long it's going to take for them to regain their shields, because they're just taking damage over time, even if they kill you somewhat quickly.
Man, I can't tell you how many times that not only gets annoying in ranked, but even when you're playing Last Spartan Standing, let me tell you, when you really start to see the Disruptor on everybody, it is so annoying when you either die or you never get your shields back. When we're talking about some of the sandbox with Halo Infinite, one of my favorite equipments, take the power ups out, no overshield, no camo, but the new equipment like the repulsor and the grapple and the drop shield. I thought my favorite was the grapple. I love the idea of flying across the map like Spider-Man. I love the idea of grabbing out that overshield from somebody and getting the rockets out of play from being far away. You could keep yourself out of harm's way. However, the repulsor kind of became my new favorite. There's so much outplay potential with the repulsor. What's your favorite equipment and why that's been added to Halo Infinite?
I think my favorite to run around with is the grapple shot, just because you can make so many fast rotations with it. But when we're talking about what I want in the 1v1, what I want when I have the goodies, I always want that repulse, right, Tony? Just because you can make sure they don't punch you. It absolutely makes a massive difference to having that repulse. I often find myself dropping the grapple for repulse when I don't have a use for that grapple shot anymore.
Well, we're going to see who comes out on top here. This is your grand finals game number 3. Air Force having the opportunity to become your champions right here, right now. Meanwhile, Buff Boys trying to fight their way back into the series. An early lead coming out of Buff Boys, and even Posey wasn't able to take advantage of that sword. So not only did they have the lead, but they also have the energy sword on their side as well.
Yeah, energy sword and shock rifle, right? And it just shows you how impactful these can be. Now they have to rack up a lead early on while they have possession of these weapons, and I love that collapse that we're seeing, already building themselves a lead. This is exactly what you wanted to see from Buff Boys.
Gangsters having the energy sword in the back pocket, doing a great job of putting down shots, but also staying alive onto the control center side. You're seeing Buff Boys start to surround Air Force over towards the A side. If they can find the slaves, this can be dangerous, and it looks like Gandalfson gonna take down one in Trey try, and looking at the player getting away with their life. Nick trying to cover their back, but ends up trading out lives. 2 down for each of the teams, but an early lead still in favor of Buff Boys.
Oh, this shock rifle and its position is so important, right? Being able to have most of the map covered, the second half of the equation is hitting the shots, and most importantly, not letting your opponents get that shock rifle away from you. One thing to note, Tony, He has what 2.33 because he white out of a reload. That's why you see 7 bullets. But you can't drop that shock rifle until you have control of the opposite side of the map. You want to have control of that glass area and pipes room when you get rid of the last little bit of ammo out of that weapon, so you can have the ability to pick up the next one off spawn relatively soon. Otherwise, you could be giving Air Force a free shock rifle without having to earn it.
Looks like Air Force starting to rotate over towards the A side. 2 ends up falling for Air Force, and one of the leading players on this team in Trey Try, normally a leading Slayer, as of right now seemingly struggling in this Slayer here, starting off 0-5 and only having 1 assist. As a professional player from Auction Esports, I know if he was in the comms, he'd be yelling at one of his players if that was the case.
And, you know, Trey doesn't even need to get the slays. The man's known for his coaching ability. As long as he can be there giving out the right cause, making sure everyone's on their correct rotations, they'll be just fine. He knows how to keep a team well oiled and ready to take their advantages.
I've had many stints with Trey Tribe. I got to play with him a few times, and he's a good dude, and finally able to put his first on the board. Meanwhile, Posey definitely going off here, 7-3, 2 assists as well. Doing a great job of playing his life, and so is Gangsta's gonna take height here over towards the control center. He knows that command station over at top control, but doesn't know the player right behind him coming in for the flank. Posey comes in, takes down 2, putting his 9th on the board. A little over a 3.0 KD coming out of Posey.
I think we're seeing Air Force play a little bit too aggressive. I think they're maybe undercounting or just not respecting the BRs of Buff Boys as much as they should be. I often see them trying to take on these individual fights, and it's leading to Buff Boys being able to go trade for trade. This is what I want to see more often. You see that triple stack push, trying to ensure that you're in some 1v2 fights where you can take advantage, and that's how they're going to be able to break that A spawn. Now, although they don't have shock rifle and sword, they do have the spawns pinpointed, and this is their opportunity to try to find a break.
A 5-kill lead coming in for Buff Boys. Trying to put that shock rifle to work. Doesn't exactly work the way he wants it to, but either way, Air Force end up falling 2 players here. It looks like Schlage's trying to come right off the spawn and trying to cover his teammates back command station. Ends up getting a big kill. Schlage's gonna come in, take down 1, goes in for the challenge for the double kill. Can't quite find it, but that player running away while 1 shot, gonna try their best to stay alive, but Air Force trying to come back in this game, only down by 5.
And it shows you how vulnerable that spot is when you don't have the repulse to work with. And well, Trey giving up the perimeter at A. This could be disastrous for Air Force unless they find some individual kills, and it looks like Schlags is going to get them out of that situation with a double kill, right? Because they gave up A, they were starting to get trapped towards C, and that would have meant an easy collapse. Instead, Buff Boys go 2 down. That's going to stop their push for a little bit of time, and it's going to allow Air Force to get ready for the next wave.
Air Force continuing trying to claw their way back into the game, but Buff Boys answering them back every single time. Even Gangsters going blow to blow with the likes of Posey at 11-5 apiece. It looks like Posey will end up going down courtesy of Gandalfson, putting his 8 assist on the board, and his 8-kill command station slides in for the cleanup. But both of these teams leaving it all on the line, of Buff Boys still having the advantage, and we are approaching the end game here soon.
And, you know, shout out to Gangsters, really going blow for blow. Double positive at the moment. Gangsters out of Nellis Air Force Base, out of Las Vegas, Nevada. I know how much this man puts into the game. He's very involved in his local community, and I know for a fact that he's been around and getting some lessons from some of the higher tiered players like Callus out of Las Vegas, and I think it's shining through right now at 16-6.
That it is. You're just seeing them drop a crucial triple kill. 39 kills have been accomplished here by Buff Boys, but despite going 3 down, they've been able to hold on to now a 9-kill lead. Air Force need to find something. Need to find some way to slow down Buff Boys because they are running out of time.
Man, this is Buff Boys. If they can get this win, this is a huge momentum swing, right? It shows that you can go blow for blow. This is what they thought they were gonna do when they originally met up with them. And I think after losing in that first stint, they've realized what they needed to fix up. They started playing a little bit more as a team, not getting caught out as individuals, and it's made all of the difference.
Air Force trying to answer back, cutting away at that 9-kill lead. Now it's a 5-kill game here before Buff Boys have even been able to put a single kill on the board. So eating away at that lead and also prioritizing their life. Every life matters at this point as we are at the end game here. Shock rifle in the hands of Posey, just barely gonna miss that one. Looks like command station will fall. That's gonna give Buff Boys the 40th kill. 10 more and Buff Boys are on the series board.
Ooh, some great damage pushing down. You can see it. It's just these teams going trade for trade. And that's going to be what benefits Buff Boys, right? They can be secure knowing that they got to trade out with their kills. The only thing they have to focus on is making sure that they don't die and that their kill isn't answered. And those kills like Posey just got from that bottom BR position, those are the ones that you can't afford to give up. And Schlegs just keeps putting on their hurt with his own. And now this is where you can start to see the comeback materialize.
And that was a big kill by Schlegs, not only adding one to the board, but taking down the leading Slayer in Gangstas. 18-9 is he. Gandalfson doing a great job as well with 10 kills, but also dropping 11 assists. Great shots across the board. Poe is going to be taking some damage. Command Station ends up getting a big kill with the camouflage. Now Gandalfson caught in the middle of the map. Command Station puts him down to one shot. Trust her teammates to clean up that kill. And just like that, we are tied up at 42 apiece. Make that 43. It's a game here.
And now Buff Boys, for the first time, having to play a real even game. And how can they execute towards the end? Do they have the ice in the veins to finish this down? We know that this Air Force squad has been around the Halo scene for a long time. A lot of competitive experience, a lot of game 5s from players like Trey, Command Station. Schlegs was a former pro in Splitgate and has won a major Splitgate tournament. Posey is quickly making a name for himself as one of the best amateur players in the scene, and now Buff Boys have to deal with them at the end of a crucial Slayer. This would be a huge swing for them. This would show that they can go blow for blow. This would show that the hype isn't gone, that these guys deserve to have their chance as the top team. But Posey shutting it down quickly with a perfect out of the shock rifle.
Posey is the most dangerous player on the map. This map belongs to Posey. He can either win it or possibly lose it for his team. Shock rifle in the hands. Command Station off the screen ends up getting a big kill. That's going to add her 10. Goes in for the no-scope onto top gold. Puts the player down to one shot, but doesn't quite get the kill. And Posey well aware that that camouflage is coming up soon, so they have to use it as bait. They have to find the slaves, but Buff Boys ends up getting back-to-back kills. 46 all.
And that might have been the devastating decision from Air Force. Posey decided not to push that player at glass after making them one shot. That comes back to haunt them as a double push secures them 2 kills. Schlegs and Posey, look at that long distance work that they're using with each other. Although they're across the map, they're working in unison to find that kill. That gets them to match point. One more kill to secure the win, and Schlegs picks it up. Victory for Air Force, showing that they can ice it up.
Air Force putting one of the most incredible comebacks that we have seen in Halo Infinite Grand Finals history right there. They were down by 9 kills going into the 40 kill mark and were able to come back. Beautiful accuracy, amazing tenacity, the ability to clutch up and steal away that win. The 3-0 sweep doesn't tell the story of that grand finals, and maybe these two teams will meet again because they're both going to San Antonio.
Oh man, that was a great matchup, and I can't wait to see what these teams look like after they've had their session with their professional coach in San Antonio.
This has been an incredible tournament. Air Force able to go undefeated through the winner's bracket all the way towards the grand finals, earning themselves a 1-game advantage in that grand finals. And Buff Boys, although they fought really well in that game number 3, and I thought we were going to see at least a game 4, Clutch comes in, Air Force end up becoming your champions, and I'm really proud. I can't wait to. I've been talking to these. I feel like I've known them for so long throughout all of these years, but I finally get to meet them in person in San Antonio at FORCECON, where there's going to be even more competition for them.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to see how all of these armed forces branches come out and compete at FORCECON. It's going to be one heck of a tournament. If you aren't, make sure that you follow the channels, you get on socials, make sure that you're up to date on how you can be a part of FORCECON, whether you're there in person at San Antonio at the Port Center Arena, or if you're just going to be watching virtually to support your favorite players out of the armed forces.
Well, we saw an incredible grand finals, but I want to sit down. I want to talk with one of the players. Hopefully we have a winner interview ready, because I want to go right into, I want to get into the minds of Air Force and find out where their mental is going in to San Antonio.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that is consisting of some of the best Halo talent around, players that have been doing it for a long time. And I think that gives us more room to, give props to Buff Boys, because they absolutely took it to them in that last game. They didn't take it without putting up a fight. And that was an insanely close Slayers. And a couple different things, you could see that going completely different.
Well, it looks like we have my man Cole ready, or somebody say Schlags. Hopefully I said it right this time. Schlags coming in for the interview. We've run across each other a few times, not only in matchmaking but also in tournament history. And it's finally good to sit down and see that pretty face. How you doing, Cole?
My boy Tony, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Now, hold on. Did I say the name right? I need to know. Did I say
Schlags?
Yes,
Schlags. Listen, that ESA debacle, I literally had like a 2-minute montage of you guys saying my name wrong.
I apologize. It didn't stop you from fiving me every single time we matched in matchmaking, no matter what. So you won the battle.
Hey, man, I'm just happy to be here.
Well, you did it. I don't think the last game quite went the way that you guys expected. What happened towards that game? Why did you guys go down so much early on, and then how did you bring it back?
So Recharge is actually the slowest Slayer in all of Halo Infinite. It's kind of comparable to Regret, where you can just kind of hold both sides of the map and then rotate spawns. For the first probably 20 kills of the game, they had us on a really good spawn rotation. And then we were all kind of like, okay, we need to slow down, like get our numbers, play for a pick, and then collapse. So we had a really good snowball where we got to pick bottom A, I think on Charms, because he was trying to snipe. Then once you got that pick, we kind of just snowballed, and then we got him on a good spawn rotation back C and top red. So it was really just kind of trying to play the slow game, and not trying to overchal or like throw any deaths away. It was just a lot of being patient.
It must have been tough. I know you guys like to up the tempo. I know you guys like to get aggressive. So a map like Recharge really forced you to change up that play style. But either way, you guys came out beautifully. Let's be honest, you guys made it through undefeated, and it was quite impressive. Now going into San Antonio, are y'all just not gonna practice? Y'all just gonna chill, do your own thing, or are we gonna maybe see you guys in matchmaking, or maybe see you guys do a little bit of scrim? What's the practice gonna look like leading into next weekend?
So that's a really interesting part about this FORCECON event, right? Because the two top teams, they go to FORCECON and think they're picking like another player or two. And then the first, I think, 2 days of FORCECON is actually going to be a combine. So whatever coach, I think it's Coach Clutch's, he's going to be picking the Air Force players. Whatever players he decides to pick, that's going to be the team going through FORCECON. So hopefully it is us. I would like it to be us. That'd be really nice. The continuity and the storyline would be really awesome. But there's always the chance factor, because you never know quite what we're going into. If we do end up, like this ends up being the team, I'm sure we're definitely going to sit there and grind out matchmaking. So I'm sure you'll run into us if that's the case.
Well, hey, you went undefeated here. Do you think you're going to have any problems taking the whole FORCECON event next week against all the armed forces branches?
I'm going to say his job's not done, right? Like this is just one event. This is a qualifier. anybody could show up and play the best game of their life and knock us out. Like it's never something you should never sleep on anybody. You should always take every game like it is a grand finals and play it super seriously, especially going into ForceCon being as big of an event as it is. That's kind of the key to success, is just to remember that like the job's not done. You got to continue to play your game. Like this is really only the first half of all of what the entire ForceCon quote unquote convention is.
I'm having that game 3 kind of stuck in my head a little bit, and you know, I had the chance to play with most of you, and I know you guys are all high IQ, you guys are all capable, you guys all know what you're trying to accomplish. Was there any one player though that stepped up as kind of like that IGL that kind of stepped up to make play calls when it goes? You know, you got yourself, you got obviously Command Station, Posey, and even professional coach Trey Try. Did anybody kind of step up to make any plays?
I was actually kind of surprised myself. I did a good portion of IGLing. We did leave kind of some of the play calls up to Trey because he does have like the experience, he does have the tactics, he knows how those top teams like the Optics, the Cloud9s, a relative grasp on how they play. But with us being as seasoned as we are, we still do know how to play the game. But a lot of it fell down to somebody just recognizing what needs to be done. We're all like, okay, pump the brakes. This is what's going wrong. This is how we need to fix it, and let's just get back on track. So I wouldn't say there's like one person necessarily. But in regards to like that recharge game, I do feel like I played a good part and recognized that we need to slow down and get the pick and then continue on.
Hey, I like that, Tony. Coming out, making sure that you came out and did what you needed to do. Thank you so much. Any shout outs that you want to give? Any special words for anyone out there before we let you go?
Again, shout out to the wife. Shout out to my little brother for graduating high school today. Shout out to my mom, my dad, my grandma, all my siblings, my grandpa who passed of stage 4 pancreatic cancer back in early 2010. So shout out to him. I love you. Shout out to the entire team, Shane, Trey, Allie. They're both doing good, like all incredible things. I know Allie has another tournament coming up here shortly, so I know she's gonna have like a full platter. Shout out to Spartan, that's my boy. Shout out to the entire Virus Halo team, Phoenix, Blitzkrieg, Diggs, and Kevin Clutch and Coach Crank. Shout out to Lady Echidna, and just shout out to everybody that came out and watched. I really appreciate it.
Hey, I like that. Get them all out there, huh, Tony? Oh,
Might
wow.
as well, man. Might as well. I mean,
Might
we
as
have
well.
the stage.
I love it, man. Absolutely love that. That you take the time and appreciate those people, man. That's actually
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, without those people, without the support, like you can't really be where you are today. And with that support, you do have a really juicy storyline going into any event.
Well, Cole, I've been able to watch your career blossom from here, and I know you have great things ahead of you even going forward. So you have a good one. Can't wait to see you on the battlefield again, and can't wait to see you in San Antonio. You have a good one, man.
Likewise, brother. You guys take care, man. I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
That was Cole. That was Schlegs. And I really like these winterviews or winning interviews, whatever you want to call them, because I feel like I've known Schlegs, so I've played him in match, I've played him, but I've never got the chance to sit down and really talk to the person, get to know the person behind the screen, if you will. And he's a good dude. I'm literally rooting for the kid just because he's generally a good dude.
Yeah, I absolutely love the fact that they can come out here, like kind of tell us their story a little bit. And I like that we got to hear from most of the teams, right? It wasn't just one team dominating the winter reviews today. We saw a lot of the talent in here, and we're going to see a lot of them in San Antonio next week. So, hey, if you're local to Texas, you know, you are close to San Antonio, and you want to come out to the Techport Center and go check out this brand new esports arena that's going to be there for us to compete and watch some awesome Halo, or if you want to just go be a part of the 10K event that's happening that Sunday, there's so many opportunities there. Make sure you come out and you see all these people in their action where they're feeling most comfortable, because it's going to be an absolute blast in San Antonio next week.
Yeah, if you're in the area, trust me when I say this, go out there and come in and feel the electricity of seeing Halo being played on LAN. I've got the chance to cast at the most recent HS event and also Rally as well. And during my breaks, I always found my way in the open bracket, because that's where you see the real grinders. That's where you see the real passion. You see people screaming across from each other. You see some plays being made. Someone drops a triple kill, and they're hyping up their team, or sometimes their team hyping up them, and it gets loud. It gets exciting, and I'm telling you, if you're in the area, make sure you stop by. You are not gonna want to miss it.
Yeah, and it's in a brand new arena. When I say brand new, I think it opened up like less than a month ago. So you have state-of-the-art facilities. It's going to be an absolute blast. There's events going on all weekend long. With the minor league finals will be happening that same weekend. We'll have the conclusion of the Armed Forces, who will reign supreme over there. I'm going to put my bets on Air Force Gaming right now, because, dude, every single person we've talked to today, Tony, I've just gotten great vibes from. They absolutely feel like they deserve to be here. They've been putting in that work, and even like Buff Boys, who weren't able to take the dub today, I feel like they themselves were making improvements game to game, and I can't wait to see how they perform after their coaching session, and like just if they can take their step to that next echelon of being a Halo player.
Yeah, there's so much talent across Air Force. You think of, you look at Command Station, the only female competitor to make it into these grand finals, and she's so accomplished in her scene. Trey Try, again, professional coach. You have Shalegs, who's been coming up the ranks as that top amateur player, and same thing as Posey. Posey has really started to take off here in Halo Infinite, kind of not skipping off where he left off back in previous Halos. But then on the other side, Buff Boys, I think it was Gandalfson, who was dropping kills and assists to match, just doing everything for that his team needed to do. And then Gangsters in that Slayer, it was a large reason why they kept, I think he ended with like maybe 19 kills, and a large reason why they had that giant lead leading into the end game of that game 3, and then maybe almost taking it from them. So much talent on Air Force. I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think they're the favorites, at least from what we've seen right now.
Yeah, and they're going to have Coach Clutch ready with them, coach them through. And we have a stacked lineup of coaches as well. So Hoaxer, he's going to be coaching the Marines. Alumni, Hoaxer's brother, the tandem of Halo coaches right there. We're talking about history. Alumni will be taking on the Army. Eli the Ninja, the oldest head around, man. Eli knows everything about Halo, and he's going to be coaching up the Navy. Lunchbox from Optic Gaming will be with the Coastal Guard, and then Elamite from Space Station Gaming, well, sticking to his Space Station roots, right? He's going to be with the Space Force guys, and I think it's just so cool that we have some of the best coaches in Halo Infinite ready to mold some of the best talent in the armed forces.
It's actually really funny because I'm also excited to see the coaches go at it. I'm actually excited to see, like, for example, like, Elamite and Lunchbox, two competitors that have been going at it for years. I want to see the likes of Alumni and Hoaxer, two brothers. I not only want to see the players going at it, I want to see the coaches going at it. If we get any kind of mics up, any kind of like listen-ins, I want the coaches' mics live as well. If we're ever going, when we're going into FORCECON, I want to hear the trash talk between the coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, on your screen right now, you see that Space Force team getting their commemorative swag bags and coin for winning this event. Presenting those swag bags and coins is Lieutenant Colonel Cherry Padilla. She is giving out all of these awesome tokens that they're gonna get. I mean, talk about just an awesome event, right? You go in, you win, you are hard fought the entire time, and now you get a little bit of some things to take home with you.
Oh yeah, I want to know what's in the swag bag. Hold on, they gotta
open up.
Do
on
we get
stream
swag
for us,
bags?
right?
We don't get swag bags.
I don't think we went through the gauntlet and won the tournament like these guys did right here. Shooters absolutely performed to the best of their ability over there. They really came out to play, and I was really proud of what we saw from them. I mean, they improved time and time again.
Yeah, Shooter's definitely going to be a tough team to deal with going into FORCECON, going into San Antonio. You have a lot of talent on that screen, and kind of like Schlaze was alluding to before, these coaches, this is a combine type of event, so they're going to be looking through all 8 to 10 point of views. They're going to be trying to find the best of the best and try to create the best team possible. We're not just talking about slayers. You don't need 4 slayers. Like you might need somebody who's really good at communication, an IGL. You might need that objective or support player to round things out. So maybe we see a combination of the 2 teams that we saw in the grand finals yesterday and today as well. Maybe we see, you know, Gangsters and Gandalfson combined with the likes of, say, I don't know, Command Station and Posey. That's going to be their team going forward. We have no idea what these teams are going to look like, but all I know is that I'm really excited to see. And can one of them just peek open one of them swag bags? I just want to take a peek,
Tony?
you know? I want to take a little look.
Right, guys. And as you see, they're getting presented some more tokens of gratitude. This is actually Brigadier General Stephen Purdy, who's handing out these tokens out right here. And awesome initiative that the Space Force and Air Force Gaming have put on. And you know, I just think it's so cool to see that these leaders in our armed forces are here and supporting the initiative. And you know, I think it's cool to show that like they're gamers too, right? Brigadier General Purdy right here, he plays Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, GTA, and Fallout. How cool is that, man? He's leading our armed forces during the day and also playing at night. How neat is that? And then once again, you see Lieutenant Colonel Cherry Padilla handing out those swag bags. Once again, she is the 45th Force Support Squadron Commander. Talk about a title over there and how much hard work it takes for these people to keep this machine running. You know, it's a group that is led by some awesome individuals, and we're seeing them finally get some being able to honor the achievement of winning today's tournament.
Yep, this is Air Force that are receiving this reward here. Again, Command Station, Posey, Schlags, and Trey Try. He's pretty tall. I'm just saying, the Trey Try could be a Spartan right now. I mean, get him a little bit of armor. He could be the next Master Chief.
Absolutely. Once again, Brigadier General Stephen Purdy. He is the Program Executive Officer, assured access to space with the Space Force. He's the Space Launch Delta 45 Commander and Director of Launch and Range Ops Space Systems Command and Director of the Eastern Range. Dude, it's incredible to think that, you know, like, hey, he's at night just playing his games just like the rest of us, and then during the day he has so much responsibilities on his shoulders. I'm sure that he appreciates a little bit of a break, get to watch some Halo and hand out some of these tokens to our Air Force Gaming champions right here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I might hit him up. I could play a little GTA. I love me some GTA. We'll hit him up. We can get some missions done. But it looks like all the rewards have been. That's definitely extra large mouse pad.
That's an Air
That's
Force
definitely extra large mouse pad.
Oh, dude, that is so sick. That can cover my entire desk. That's really awesome. I'm so glad that they're able to have some tokens of appreciation to give out. And hey, we're all gonna be in San Antonio next week, where we'll see which armed forces branch will be the best of the best.
Yeah, and that was your DAF Gaming League Halo Championships. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. That's my man Garrett Tools, aka Tools Cast. We're gonna be signing out for now, but we'll see you next week at FORCECON.
Stuck now, just trying to figure out way out of track, but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure out way out of track, but can't seem to slow